TikTok, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. You poor, poor souls being so horribly treated by me being late. Did you not see that we ran over with the last one? And I have to change settings and stuff? Look at this. Look at these complainers. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, you were trying to get all of Jake's brilliant arguments about the Islamic dilemma out there, and people just wanted you to cut him off and didn't want to hear it.
Those who wait upon David Wood shall renew their funny bone. "20 minutes. What is this? 20 minutes after 8 p.m., D. Wood, you are later than AP. Or I'm a whole day early for tomorrow's live stream. Think about that. Look at this. They just kept complaining. 18 minutes after 8 p.m. They're doing a countdown. D. Wood, can your audience die of waiting? Sometimes I hope so. When all they do is complain. D. Wood has tied with AP for tardiness. Terrible. No concept of gratitude. These awful, terrible people.
It's horrible.
Hey, yo, Thaddeus. What's up, man?
All's good. Made a decision to make a video about the biggest fails of Dawa for January.
Dawa never fails.
And I decided a little bit late because I knew it was a lot of work to put together all the fails of January. So I was going back and forth, finally decided to do that, put that video out, and then I asked you if you wanted to cover it, and you're like, yeah, definitely. Worst month in Dawa history. Got to cover that.
People complaining about me being reddish. I have not adjusted this yet. Let me see what happens when I click manual. Ha ha! Is that better, everyone? You like that? Now let's see what happens when I switch it back on auto. Let's see if it adjusts correctly or keeps me red. I'll roll with it. Hey, this was a pretty crap month, wasn't it? I mean, last month for Dawa.
Oh yeah, definitely. I started to compile the list, and I was like, yeah, I got like 8-ish things, and then you encouraged me to get to 10. I'm like, no, I'm gonna have to stretch to get to 10. But it turns out I did not. there was a legitimate top 10 fails. I didn't have to add anything that wasn't all that notable.
Yeah, and I want everyone to know, I haven't seen Thaddeus's video, but I've seen January 2026. We're not joking. We're not exaggerating. This isn't like when people say, "Oh, this guy got destroyed," and you may just be exaggerating and so on. This is not hyperbole. January 2026 was the worst year in Dawa history. 2025 was the worst year in Dawa history. Before that, 2024 was the worst year in Dawa history. There's no exaggeration here. There's no hyperbole. Do the math here. It's getting worse. It's snowballing. Every single month gets worse for Dawa because more people are learning how to respond to the stupid Dawa script because they have no tricks left to fall back on. And more people are learning the problems with Islam. Dawa worked pretty well in an atmosphere of total ignorance about Islam. They could say whatever they wanted. No one knew how to respond to them. Now people know how to respond to them, and Dawa is just crumbling, and they can't figure out why they can't get back to the glory days of 20 years ago. Why? Things were so great back then. Yeah, when you had an atmosphere of total ignorance. You don't have that anymore. And we're not going back to that ever. So do the math. You Dawa guys are, as the French say, les screwed. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. You're in all kinds of trouble. All right, Thaddeus. So we've got you've put together everything. You've put together why 2026. You've put together all the different ways 2026 was the worst month in Dawa history. Anything you want to say before we get started?
Yeah, I'll just give a little preview after I come for number 5 on the countdown. And it is actually a countdown. I go from the ones I think is most notable, or I mean, least notable to most notable. But after I do number 5.
We're getting down to the best.
Yes.
Interesting.
So we start with the least notable. And I do actually have a little bit more coverage as they go along as well. So they start off brief and then they get a little bit more extensive. But after I do number 5 on the list, I'm like, that could have been the worst fail of the year 5 years ago. And now it doesn't even make the top 4 of January. And again, not exaggeration. I think you'll probably agree when we get to that point.
This is cool. You actually got me wanting to see what's coming up. These are cool times. Cool times. Let's take these first 3 super chats real quick. See, guys, ever since David's true identity came out, he's been late. Coincidence? I think not. His cartel is taking up his time. Or now that it's been revealed that I am, in fact, Mexican, I got to take a siesta before the show. Pray for Cameron Bertuzzi. He's live streaming with Sam Shamwow. Funny.
Oh, wow.
The month of January ran longer than the Maleek saga did. Oh, we're not done with Maleek. We took a slight break from Maleek because he was attacking a bunch of Dawa guys. And we're like, just let him go on. Then we'll get back to him. Is this the end of a Dawa era? First, it was Anjem Chowdhury and Shabir Ali, post 9/11 era, and now Mojab, Ali Dawa, and Uthman, Angry Zut era. Yeah, gotta wonder what the next era is going to be. All right, we ready to get started, Thaddeus?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's check out Thaddeus's ranking of the worst month in Dawa history. Here we go.
Was January the worst month in Dawa history?
Yep, it was.
I'm not sure, but it certainly was bad. Stay tuned for the 10 biggest fails of the new year, and let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Hey, this horrible noise isn't copyrighted, is it?
No.
Okay, good. Good. That was Thaddeus himself playing an organ. Not in the way Muhammad played the...
Yeah, not that kind of organ.
The Zut organs.
In the closing moments of 2025, David Wood made a bold prediction.
What are we? We're about 7 minutes from 2026, which will be the worst year in Dawa history until 2027.
It'll be hard to top 2025, but if January is any indication, things are looking good for David's prophethood. Indeed, so much happened, we already have 10 major fails. Coming in at number 10, we have Muhammad Hijab warning that many converts to Islam are fake.
Do not be surprised if some people who have embraced Islam later leave it. In some cases, this is done intentionally to sow doubt. The Quran refers to this in Surah Al-Imran, believe at the beginning of the day and disbelieve at its end, so that they may turn back.
Nice try, Muhammad, with your intentional doubt nonsense. But we all know the real story here. Many people are pressured into saying a Shahada but never actually believed, while many others quickly leave Islam once they discover what it actually teaches. Speaking of hijab, he's also the subject of number 9.
All right, just wanted to pause it right there. We'll probably pay 1 point at a time and then add any comments we might want. But yeah, what you have to wonder, like hijab obviously has an agenda. Matter of fact, let me go back to exactly what he said there. Okay, so do not be surprised if some people who have embraced Islam later leave it. In some cases, this is done intentionally to sow doubt. The Quran refers to this in Surah Al-Imran, believe at the beginning of the day and disbelieve at its end so that they may turn back. Sounds like he knows there are some high-profile apostasies about to come out. It's along the lines of when he's like, Elon Musk is threatening me, and he's saying that he's going to frame me for some scandal because of my powerful dawah. And we're all going, oh, a scandal's about to come out, and you're trying to preempt it beforehand. And here, don't be surprised if people start leaving Islam. Sounds like he knows some people behind the scenes are like, I don't believe this stuff anymore. I can't take it anymore. But I have to agree with him. We're going to see lots of apostates in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, among the major Dawa guys, some of them I think probably do believe. I can't understand why, but I think they probably do. But then there's others that I'm like, there's just no way. There's just no way that he actually believes this. You take someone like, say, Uthman, and it's like, he's clearly just grifting. There's no possible way that he's acting this way while also believing the Quran is true. Or you look at Maleek and all the Dawa guys defying all of the, in theory, Islamic moral teachings. It's like, well, do they really believe anything? Or they just in this as a career, a way to get money and fame? Very suspect, for sure.
Yeah, it is. And for several years, actually more than several years, for, at least 10 to 15 years, once people started leaving Islam, you had lots of Muslims just kind of panicking because, hey, the apostasy rate's going up. The apostasy rate went from close to 0% of young Muslims leaving Islam to 26%. Do the math. Going really, really bad. And so in that environment where everyone's in panic mode, people were eager to support any dawah guy who stepped up and said, hey, I will save all your children from leaving Islam. Just follow me. I will humiliate the kuffar. And became very quick way to make money, very quick way to become popular and so on, be a hero in Islam. Well, what happens if dawah's crumbling and it doesn't work anymore? Why are you gonna continue doing it? Why are you gonna remain a Muslim? In other words, you have sincere people who defend Islam, but you have people who they're reading the room. Hey, we got a ton of people in panic mode who will cling to anything and anyone who's going to do something about the avalanche of apostasy. This is a community I can take advantage of, and there are people who do that. They're there to milk the community. Well, what happens when you're not getting anything out of it anymore because dawah isn't working and people are giving up on dawah? What happens then? Well, that was your reason for pretending to be a Muslim. Or if you were a Muslim, you were raised a Muslim and you started dawah and then you eventually realized it's not true. Well, guess what? That's your career now. That's your career now. Okay, what happens when it doesn't work anymore? Why are you going to continue being a Muslim? So anyway, that's kind of the position you've got some of these dawah guys in, and yeah, you're going to start seeing some dawah guys leave Islam. Watch. But all right, so that's the first point there. And now we have 9. I'll start a little before that.
Discover what it actually teaches. Speaking of hijab, he's also the subject of number 9. One of the top moments of 2025 was hijab losing his defamation lawsuit and being forced to pay £800,000 for wasting the court's time.
The judge found that the claimant was not a credible witness. He found that he'd repeatedly lied on a number of issues throughout the case, such that his evidence was deemed to be worthless.
He tried...
It's actually a quote from the judge. This guy's evidence is worthless. He's such a liar.
Yeah, and that's the Spectator's lawyer there describing the case. So he's being very friendly, right? Very conservative about the way he describes it. And he's like, yep, we crushed him. The judge was like, your evidence is worthless. And he actually says, like, we only needed to prove one of 2 points, but actually we totally crushed him on both points because you have to prove both that it's untrue and that it's damaging. And he said, we crushed him on both points. The judge said that it wasn't damaging and it was true.
Mm-hmm.
started MMA career to pay his debt, but
Let me back up because that's
wasting the
funny.
court's time.
The judge found that the claimant was not a credible witness. He found that he'd repeatedly lied on a number of issues throughout the case, such that his evidence was deemed to be worthless.
He tried to start an MMA career to pay his debt, but apparently that went nowhere, much like his arguments for Islam, and hijab was forced to declare bankruptcy towards the end of January. I hope the court makes sure he isn't hiding his assets with fraudulent statements like those he submitted in his defamation case.
Real quick, and just because I wanted to get to this super chat because it was relevant to point number 10. 1 second. Matter of fact, I'll just read these real quick. Where did I stop? All right. Ultimate version of Islamic Dilemma book with leather straps. Yeah, that would be funny. It's nice to see you so happy now that your work has come to fruition, David. You're doing the Lord's work, brother. God bless and keep you safe. Thanks. I think I have a slight case of OCD. Can't seem to watch you all live without sending a super chat. And hello, Thaddeus. That's some good OCD there. Thanks, Ida. This is what I want to get to. Those are chump numbers. I've already joined and left Islam 20 times, to sow doubts. Yeah. Yes, when these people leave Islam, it's because they were just pretending to convert to Islam to sow doubts. Isn't that funny? Hey, why'd that guy after giving dawah all these years leave Islam? Oh, because he was only pretending to revert to Islam so he could sow doubts. Yeah, it's not because you guys duped him with a bunch of stupid arguments that he didn't bother to investigate and took advantage of his ignorance and gullibility and got him to convert. And then later on, he does a little bit of research and finds out that it was all complete nonsense and then leaves Islam, right? Mm-hmm. Not that, right? Don't search what snowballing is on the internet. Okay, I will not. Imagine what happens to the apostasy rate when iron can be pulled without the threat of... Iran can be pulled without the threat of death. Can't wait. And does Thad really play organ? Represent. No. But Muhammad could. And... yeah, as far as the apostasy rate, when Iran can be pulled without the threat of death, yeah, that already happened. So that's when we found out this was. I mean, it might be worse now, but this was like 7 or 8 years ago when that poll came out, and when the government does its poll, almost everyone's Muslim. When it was done without the government being involved, when it was done anonymously, it turned out, even after they factor in all possible variables and so on, 40% of the population of Iran is Muslim and believes they're Muslim in any way. In other words, that's all varieties of Muslims combined add up to 40% of the population, which means Iran is a Muslim minority country. And that's cool. That's super cool. All right, let's check out the next one here.
The final month of 2025 saw a flood of Muslimas hitting
Hang on here. Back up here.
Admitted in his defamation case. The final month of 2025 saw a flood of Muslimas hitting TikTok to call out the Dawah scene. Coming in at number 8 was the continuation of that trend in the new year.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough. For years, we've had to listen to the condescending speeches, the dismissals, the constant harassment and unsolicited advice. And now, finally, we are speaking up. Keep your foots on their rusty, unwashed neck.
Muhammad, the so-called prophet, didn't value these women, but us Christians certainly do. Islam, of course, has been oppressing women for centuries based on the so-called prophet that enabled such abuse. So why are these women suddenly speaking up now? That would be the biggest story of 2025, the ex-wife of the woman abusing Muhammad hijab, Aisha, going public with hijab's abuse. Which takes us to number 7. During a live stream...
Gotta pause there. We've done some shows, we've done some streams about that, but
Mhm.
we can't overstate the significance of that. Like, we haven't even put enough emphasis on how huge that is, that you have this rebellion of Muslim women on TikTok against the Dawa guys and the authorities in Islam, and against the entire community, which is constantly telling them, here's what you need to do. You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to do this. And then Dawa guys, Ali Dawa, here we got to do. You got to do this. You got to do that, and so on. And it's just like, you want to say out of nowhere, you get all these female influencers saying, we don't have to listen to you guys. Screw you. We don't have to listen to what you guys. Who do you think you are? You don't tell us what to do. And it's like, what changed? And Thaddeus pointed out, you had a woman come out and just crush these guys and expose how evil and misogynistic they are. Like, what contempt they have for Muslim women, that they basically think of them on the level of like just prostitutes. Like, here's a woman I get for sex, and then I toss her aside when I'm done with her. And that was like, you had the Dawa guys that, we know we're doing this. And when one of them is exposed, they all rallied around him to try and destroy the woman who was the victim of him. Mm-hmm. And so guess what? You had other Muslim women. And by the way, this is why they understood they had to crush her. They had to completely crush and destroy Aisha as a warning to other Muslim women. Do not challenge us, or this will happen to you. Your life will be destroyed forever if you cross us. What happened? They all came after her, and she destroyed them all and exposed them all. Guess Muslim women were watching that. Wait a minute. You mean if we stand our ground, we could actually beat these guys? Huh. You don't say. These are awesome times, man. So, yeah.
Indeed. Lots of credit to Aisha. Muhammad Hijab picked the wrong person, right? He spent years grooming her and gaslighting her and prepping, and it's like, yep, this woman will be perfect for my harem. And then it's like, as soon as he tried to change the term, she's like, nope, I'm not having none of this. And then he tried to abuse her and convince her to stay silent after she got divorced. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to keep fighting this no matter how long it takes. And it did take a long time. She estimates she talked to 100 Muslim leaders before she finds someone willing to go public. Some agreed with her, but were afraid of hijab. Others just agreed with hijab. And finally found someone to bring it public. And look at the way it's changing the Muslim world, especially for Muslim women in the West.
And I mean, all the different kinds of pressure that someone like the Muhammad Hijab and the Dawa guys are able to put on a woman to keep her quiet, right? Just like, if he dupes you into getting married to use you, and, you know, he just wants sex out of it and doesn't want to have a family, doesn't want to have a house. He told her he did. Hey, yeah, we're going to have a family together. We're going to have a house, and we're going to live our lives together and stuff. Told her all that stuff. Then after he consummates, actually, I only want to see you in the hotel. That's the only time I want to see you. Most women, especially most Muslim women, are not going to want to expose that, right? Because, you know, they got duped, right? They also like, what? You fell for this guy, so they want to do it. So guess what? The Muslim Muhammad Hijab will take advantage of that. They understand, hey, I can do this to a woman and get away with it, because what woman's going to want to come forward? What woman's going to want to come forward and say, hey, I was used like this? So that's kind of first line of defense. People don't want to come forward if it's going to like hurt their reputation as well, or make them look dumb or something like that. Like they got duped. They don't want to do that. So manipulators will take advantage of that. If they do come forward, you want to make sure you completely destroy them. And so they understand, can't win against this guy, and that sends a message to others. And so Hijab, gets all the Dawa guys rallied around him to destroy, and they just flat out lied about her. They made a fake AI confession from her that was exposed. They made the fake Photoshop thing from her that was exposed. They tried everything, but so they were trying that. Then anyone who would side with her or confirm her story in any way, like Sheikh Toran, we will destroy your life. That guy got hospitalized. They messed him up so much. That guy ended up getting hospitalized over it. But then also, these guys all keep dirt on each other. So if anyone comes forward, we'll destroy his life and reputation. They've got all these things in place, all these safeguards in place to keep themselves able to abuse women and treat them like prostitutes, to treat women like garbage, Muslim women like garbage. And one woman said, "You know what? I don't care what they do. They can come at me with everything. I am not backing down on this ever." And she crushed them. And other women were watching. Mm-hmm. Good times. Good times. All right, we got the next point here.
Going public with hijab's abuse, which takes us to number 7. During a live stream on Inspiring Philosophy, Dean Responds called in to spread lies about Q, the Gospels, and the Church Fathers.
From what we know about Q, is there anything within there that contradicts Islam?
Yep.
I'm not agreeing we even can reconstruct it.
No, from what we know, what's in Q.
We don't know what was in Q, is my point.
Yeah, I didn't even see this, but yeah, just if you're going with Q, that's where Jesus says, no one knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son wills to reveal him. It's you can only know God if Jesus the Son reveals God to you. And that so Jesus is the one who decides whether you can ever know God or not. And that's what the Son does, Father and Son. That's in Q, guys. That's in Q, which it's a hypothetical source, but when scholars are putting together, these are the contents of Q. That's on the list.
Yeah, so Mike did challenge him on a couple specific points. I didn't put that portion in here, but he challenged him on specific points. And then Dean would go to something else and say, "Oh, you're misinterpreting Q because this church father of the 2nd century disagrees with your interpretation of the Gospel of Mark, and that means Q didn't say what you think Q said." And it was just a complete disaster. It kept going in circles. Mike kept pulling him back, and then eventually he gave up and tried to attack you, actually.
What? Why? Why do people keep bringing me into stuff? Everyone said it in his debate with Avery, Jake keeps talking about me. What the heck, man? Hey, Maleek doxed me, forcing us to move. But no need to worry, because I live rent-free in Muslim heads around the world, apparently.
Construct it.
No, from what we know, what's in Q.
We don't know what was in Q, is my point.
No, we do. We know generally what's in Q the same way we know generally what's in Mark from Matthew and Luke, as you just showed.
No. We know what's in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and we know that where there's agreement. We don't have Q, is my point. My point is we cannot reconstruct it.
Called out on that, he tried to turn the conversation to David Wood's behavior. This created the perfect chance for me to confront him on his own behavior. Do you think it was appropriate for you to conspire to cover up the actions?
What'd you say?
I just said you want to pause. So I did put it in the clip, but basically he tries to get
it was rough.
Mike and I
It was rough
to
because
condemn
it's rough when there's two Thaddeus speaking. And what'd you say?
you don't know which one. So he tries to get Mike and myself to condemn you for ripping up a Quran. Basically, is
you?
The gist of? Yeah, I know. He doesn't. He doesn't know my behavior, obviously, but.
Okay, so Dean Responds apparently had no clue who Thaddeus was when he showed up. Thaddeus, do you condemn the desecration of the Quran? All right, here we go.
Conspire to cover up the actions of Muhammad Hijab and his abuse of Aisha. After being pressed, Dean admitted his true feelings.
By the way,
let me back up. Oh, so you called him on that.
He tried to turn the conversation to David Wood's behavior.
Okay, so do you condemn David Wood's behavior? And you're like, what are you talking about? You're trying to help Muhammad Hijab cover up. Oh, wow. Here we go.
This created the perfect chance for me to confront him on his own behavior. Do you think it was appropriate for you to conspire to cover up the actions of Muhammad Hijab and his abuse of Aisha? After being pressed, Dean admitted his true feelings.
And by the way, if someone's going to do a contract, a nikah, you have to agree to it. So if she agreed to a nikah contract and those people that were there, supposedly, they were there and they were handpicked by hijab or whatever, like you're saying, She chose that for herself, and her father chose that for herself.
She was tricked. Yeah, she was manipulated into it. I agree. She was gaslighted.
So why do I care about some? So even if I grant everything's true, why do I care about some dumb girl that put herself in that situation? Why do I care?
You catch it? Look at IP's face, man.
Yeah.
Look at IP's face. Guys, that's like, think about this for a second. So what he just said there is, if she allowed herself to be duped, because keep in mind, it's not just Muhammad Hijab proposed marriage, she accepted and so on, and then he turned out to be a jerk or something like that. He told her, yeah, you should marry me. Yeah, all these people who think I mean the way I am online, I'm actually a way nicer guy. I'm an awesome guy, a guy who will really take care of you. We're going to live together. We're going to live together. We're going to have a house together. We're going to raise kids. We're going to do all this. We're going to have this wonderful life. She agrees to it. They get married. He has sex with her and says, yeah, just so you know, I'm only going to see you when I want sex, and that'll be in the hotel. And other than that, nice knowing you. And she says no. And then Muhammad Hijab gets all the Dawa guys, including Dee's response here, to help him destroy her life for coming forward. Okay, I would regard all these guys as evil scumbags after that. You are all evil scumbags. You got a guy who's treating a Muslim woman like a total whore, and you try to help him get away with it. He manipulated her. He tricked her. He lied to her. And you help him. You don't expose him. You help him lie about her. And even to the point where Hijab thought it would be fine if she just ends herself. Hey, what do we care? She's going against the Dawah, right? Now think about that. What is Dee's response here? What's his response? If she fell for that, why would I care? Why would I care? Yeah, keep in mind, it's not just, oh, she's stupid, she fell for it, blah, blah, blah. He helped. He was helping Hijab lie about her. But his attitude was, if you fall for the manipulation, if you fall for the lies, if you believe Muhammad Hijab's lies, why would I care? Why would I care what happens to you? This is the exact same mentality as people have about like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate would take women who wanted to marry him, right? They had zero interest. I mean, his PhD program was about how you get women who have no interest, who don't want to do any sort of OnlyFans or anything like that. They don't want to do any of that. They just want a relationship with you. How you get them to fall in love with you and how you use their love for you to manipulate them into eventually doing porn for you. That's what he did. Now, keep in mind, Libiana would, Dee's response, I can't tell them apart. I know Duck Lips has the duck lips and stuff like that, but in my mind, I can't tell the difference. Dee's response would say, why would I care about a woman who fell for that? In other words, the manipulator is innocent. It's the people who fall for the manipulation. And the reason I'm telling you how bad that is, as someone diagnosed with any social personality disorder, I can tell you that is exactly how psychopaths think. I'm manipulating you, and if you fall for it, it's your fault because you're a freaking idiot. That's on you. You're the one who fell for it. And Jordan Peterson says this about manipulators, people with all the various kinds. You're narcissists, you're psychopaths. They believe if you fall for it, it's your fault. So they're not. What do you want to do? There's a sucker born every minute. If you're a sucker and you fall for what, that's on you. Then think about what he's saying. If she fell for it, I don't care if Muhammad Hijab lied to her, manipulated her, deceived her, tried to ruin her life, ruined a sheikh's life, and got all of us to be complicit with him in attacking a victim. I do not care. She fell for it. Dee's responds, you are an absolute evil scumbag, man. And that's a guy who spent years in prison for bashing his own dad's head in with a hammer, calling you that, an evil, pathetic scumbag. And I would say the same thing about my 18-year-old self. But, I don't do that stuff anymore. You're still an evil scumbag. Anyway, what are you saying, Thaddeus?
Yeah, so in the whole conversation, he first tries to, give a bunch of excuses, saying that, he just doesn't know what was going on in the case or whatever. Then he tries to lie about the text conversation, saying that, well, we don't know when those messages were sent. So then I ask him, well, were they before or after the case went public? And he refuses to answer that. They're obviously after the case goes public. But he was, trying to say, oh, I just knew this woman from her call-ins to some show. I had no idea anything else about her. And so once I call him out on all those things, eventually he says something like, that is it valid evidence in Islam? And I say no, because only Mike also had quite a reaction to that. Because in Islam, only people's testimony counts. Nothing else counts as evidence, basically. And there's not 4 eyewitnesses. So then her testimony doesn't count. And Mike couldn't believe it, that it being caught on video doesn't count. It only is eyewitness testimony. But then he gets the brilliant idea that, okay, I'm going to grant that. Because I said, yeah, it doesn't count in Islam, but in reality or in a court of law, it would definitely count. And he's like, okay, fine. Even if we're not considering Islam. And then we go through the various points. And he's like, all that needs explanation. But here's the thing. And then he write this part right here where he said, even if everything's true and hijab did all these wrong things and manipulated her and blah, 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 why would I care? It's all her fault. She's a dumb woman. And keep in mind that in the group chat, there was 2 main players, one of which was Dean and the other was Hashim. Hashim was arguing we should say that she's an apostate, that she has doubts about Islam. Dean was arguing that we should say she is mentally ill. And the other Dawa guys were at least smart enough to be like, that'll just make her more sympathetic. So in Dean's mind, Aisha is mentally ill, right? Incapable of making ordinary choices. Choices an ordinary person would be, that there's something wrong with her. He's wrong. There isn't. But in his mind, there is. There's something wrong with her. She's mentally ill. And then hijab takes advantage of this mentally ill woman. And Dean's response is, why would I care? It's her fault for, being mentally ill or whatever.
Yeah, this is seriously screwed up. Think about the assumption in Dee's minds. He thinks, because what's the situation? Muhammad Hijab, this champion of da'wah, grooms this woman, makes her think he's this upstanding champion da'wah guy, lies to her about the life they're going to lead. It's all lies. And Dee's response is basically saying, oh, she fell for it, so she's stupid. What should she have assumed? What should she have known? It's like he's saying, you should know that us dawah guys are all lying scumbags and that we just constantly lie. And if you don't realize that we constantly lie and you can't trust anything we say, even about relationships, even about marriage, you're an idiot. You're a complete moron if you take anything we say seriously. We're dawah guys. We're compulsive liars. Why? What level of stupid do you have to be to take anything we say seriously? That's what Dee's just said. If Muhammad Hijab comes to you and proposes marriage and tells you about the life you're going to live together, and you believe him, according to Dee's response, you are an idiot and you deserve whatever happens to you because you're so insanely stupid that you listened to Muhammad Hijab and believed what he said. That's what Dee said. And his actions show, yeah, but I'm on his side. I'm on that guy's side. And I'm against anyone who's stupid enough to believe Muhammad Hijab. Mm-hmm. This is Dawah, guys. This is the guy who's lecturing you all on why you need to convert to Islam. What a
Yeah, and he said that explicitly several times, actually. Like, I will always take Muhammad Hijab's word over some woman, right, is what he said.
Even when, I mean, it's obvious, even if you're granting that this stuff happened, if you grant that this stuff happened, what is it? So Muhammad Hijab lied. So I will take the side of a lying manipulator who dupes women into basically being prostitutes, just like Andrew Tate. Sick, evil stuff. I'm backing up just so we get this in context here.
Yeah, so pay close attention to IP's face.
IP's face was awesome. He's like...
Oh, it gets better, actually.
Oh, it does?
This is my point. My point is we cannot reconstruct it.
Called out on that, he tried to turn the conversation to David Wood's behavior. This created the perfect chance for me to confront him on his own behavior. Do you think it was appropriate for you to conspire to cover up the actions of Muhammad Hijab and his abuse of Aisha? After being pressed, Dean admitted his true feelings.
And by the way, if someone's going to do a contract, a nikah,
everyone watch IP's face.
You have to agree to it. So if she agreed to a nikah contract and those people that were there, supposedly, they were there and they were handpicked by hijab or whatever, like you're saying, She chose that for herself, and her father chose that for herself.
She was tricked. Yeah, she was manipulated into it. I agree. She was gaslighted.
So why do I care about some? So even if I grant everything's true, why do I care about some dumb girl that put herself in that situation? Why do I care? Some dumb apostate. Why do I care?
Well, obviously you don't. I mean, we've established that quite well.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything of her.
Sadly,
can you guys just imagine this? Oh, shame on David for destroying a book. Oh, what's something that you don't care about? Destroying a woman's life. I think that's fine. That's what they don't get. We value a human life, any human life, a Muslim woman's human life. We value that massively more than your stupid book. And why? Your stupid book causes you guys to act and think like these complete scumbags that you keep you display what you are in front of our faces. What is this, man? Backed up real quick.
And notice he's so unaware of how ridiculous this will sound to any normal person that he's like, why should I care? And I'm like, well, you clearly don't. And he's like so eager to emphasize it. He interrupts me to say, yeah, I don't care about her. Like he thinks that's so obvious that you shouldn't care about her that he has no idea how ridiculous he sounds saying that.
And that's an ongoing problem. These guys, you see how they think? Guess what? How they think? Perfectly acceptable in their community. So they can go and say it. Everyone else who's watching is having IP's reaction right there. Like, oh my goodness, you guys are evil. Yep.
Well, obviously you don't. I mean, we've established that quite well.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything of her.
Sadly, his view of women is the normal one of Dawa boys and Islamic men in general. Before departing from the subject of sexual abuse, we must talk about Junior and his monkey antics at number 6.
Monkey antic. I just realized we should be taking all super chats after each point because people are commenting on the point we're talking about, and if we don't address, we'll basically be reading super chats about way earlier points. So let's go ahead and take these now and get caught up. Took you long enough, lol. Once the deceived Muslims read the Quran, they are like the end of the night of Al-Zut. They leave the ditty line. Come to Jesus, he's actually real. I've had something bothering me. The Quran has verses claiming Allah purposefully misleads non-believers, so they never come to him. How do I know I'm not deceived and Islam is definitely wrong? The scare tactics get to me. The scare tactics should not get to you. If I say right now, hey, talons and tails, I'm a true prophet. And if you don't believe me, it's because God is punishing you and making you not believe me. That would actually bother you? Like it would bother me, like by how stupid that is. But yeah, why would anyone think that Islam is true? All right. That's at the end of the day. So you think, what, is Allah just keeping me from seeing all of this proof? Is Allah just keeping me from seeing all of this proof? What proof? What proof could Allah possibly be keeping you from seeing? Yeah, but I don't know. If you're gonna be concerned about things like that, just think, what if left is right and right is left and God is just tricking me? What if up is down and down is up and God is just tricking me? What if 2 plus 2 is actually 5 and God is just tricking me into thinking it's 4? It's like any religion that's like based on that kind of thinking is something you probably shouldn't be taking seriously at all. So instead of taking this, maybe Islam is right, you should be like, anyone who comes at you like this is just it's an obvious false prophet.
Yeah, that's a classic problem in philosophy. Like, how do you know that there's not a demon that's like manipulating every little particle, right, to create order or whatever?
Yep, that's Descartes' Meditations on First Philosophy. That's what I was actually thinking of when I said it. Yeah.
Once you have that view, you just can't know anything, right? It's impossible to know anything. But actually, the fact that this bothers you should actually indicate that it's not true under the Islamic view, or at least the Quran view. Muslims generally don't agree with their Quran.
Yeah.
But
why wouldn't
Allah determines everything?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to point out, like, if you're worried that Allah's making you think that way, well, why would Allah make you start worrying about it? Right? If Allah's doing that. Sorry about that. I just want to toss it in there. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That Allah, at least according to the Quran, is directly wills every single thing that happens, right? If you take an object and you drop it and it falls to the ground, it's not because of gravity, it's because Allah willed that to happen. And you just, I guess he also willed you to know what his will was there. But if he's intentionally deceiving people, right, he's intentionally leading people astray, then he wouldn't also give them thoughts that would make them doubt being led astray. He'd want them to be led astray and, not give them those doubts. So it actually is self-contradictory.
Yep, it is. So don't let the scare tactics get to you. Ida, hey, David, they all have a crush on you. You just don't understand. Yep. The Dawa bros are in love with D-Wood. You can check out anytime, but you can never leave. That is correct. You're just so lovable, they can't help it. That's true. In the end, Momo just wanted to deceive and control people. Your warriors run from battle. Add Jenna and 72 virgins. Muslims talk to Momo during dinner. Hey, don't ask questions about Momo's revelations. Yeah, cult warlord. Definitely, absolutely. King of all cult warlords. They had to destroy Aisha like the prophet, but this time Aisha came on top, not like the Al-Zut. Sorry for the dots, YouTube censors. That's good. You figured out a way to bypass their censoring. A slice of cherry. Oh, that's a super sticker. I was like, what? Why is Philman commenting a slice of cherry pie? Imagine what stupid traps Mojab fell for. He thinks he deserves it for being stupid now. Yeah. Shaking my head, a bunch of whack. You were watching the last one, right? So.
Yes, it seems to have already been a trend.
Yeah, it's kind of rough because without seeing, for anyone who wasn't there in our last live stream, a guy whose actual name is Waqas Ahmed showed up and started arguing. But yeah, it looks like whack ass Ahmed and so on. So everyone just started calling him whack ass. And yeah, apparently that's going to become a thing now. So shaking my head, a bunch of whack ass. Wow. That's actually a funny name. We need more of these whack ass dudes to come and leave comments so we get this trend started. We had leather straps of the anus. We popularized that one. Then definitely the zut. That one got popularized. Now we need whack ass. D-Wood, your video about
DL Kabi as well.
Oh yeah, D-Wood, your video about your past did a lot of good for me. For me, it showed me an example of a person with a past that has strong convictions for Christ. Inspirational. Love the whole apologetics road show. Oh yeah, these are going to be lots of awesome stuff going on this year. A 6-year-old can consent to marriage, but a 15-year-old cannot consent to sex. Noah Bros. Yes, that is true. And how does D's get from eat Quran to, yeah, dead Muslims, yeah. Wild stuff. All right. Now let's check out the next one.
During a debate on whether Israel or Palestine is more wrong, Junior launched into an unhinged rant about how apostate prophet should give Netanyahu sexual favors.
Go ahead, leave so I can actually have a conversation with a actual human being, not a monkey who went to Israel and got fed bananas by Netanyahu. If you're going to eat bananas from Netanyahu, at least enjoy. At least convert to Judaism. At least suck his dick.
Oh. You didn't even censor that, Thaddeus?
No. I don't censor stuff.
What's crazy is the like 70 IQ idiot sitting with yeah. I'm gonna play that.
Funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that last part back, guys. But yeah, watch the idiot Julian beside him. He said bananas. The point here, guys, is this is Dawa 2026. You're looking right at it. What's crazy is Junior is funny to watch, but Junior, we're not laughing with you, buddy. We're laughing at you. Here we go.
With a actual human being, not a monkey who went to Israel and got fed bananas by Netanyahu.
Check out Julian.
If you're going to eat bananas from Netanyahu, At least enjoy it. At least convert to Judaism. At least suck his dick.
Apparently, feeling his
Poor
audience
James.
didn't get the point, Junior went and collected a large stuffed monkey from his bedroom and proceeded to demonstrate what he meant with bananas.
Time will kick it back over. Son of a...
I love that you can actually, James, hot mic. They got you on. You got yourself on a hot mic, James. Son of. It's like, what did I do? What did I do? That's hilarious to me. Watch this again, guys. Watch. Junior shows up with the monkey and just listen to James. Son of.
Large stuffed monkey from his bedroom and proceeded to demonstrate what he meant with bananas.
Time will kick it back over. Son of a...
This is you going to Israel, and this is Netanyahu giving you your $7,000 check. He opened a banana for you.
Okay, Junior. Let's keep this debate formal.
Put it in your mouth. You understand? Okay. This is your Israel trip summary right here. You put it in your mouth and make sure you're
Look at Issa. He's just like, I can't believe he's doing this right now. This is such an idiot. It's funny. To be fair, Junior's got everyone smiling here, ladies and gentlemen.
That's true.
Junior's got everyone smiling. And hey, Junior, just keep up the dawah all of 2026, buddy. We all are looking forward to a year-long laugh.
You
see this, right? This is how it always goes.
Why was that monkey in your bedroom, Junior? Never mind. I don't want to know. Changing pace, we have the on...
Oh, hang on. You left out something. He said afterwards that was improv, that he did not plan that. He just decided off the cuff to go grab his monkey, which means he didn't go out. We've talked about this before on previous live streams, go through that. It's like, that means he didn't go out and get that as a prop for this debate. It means he already had a giant stuffed monkey with him in his bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and notice his natural inclination with that monkey, trying to stick stuff in his mouth.
Yeah.
Pretty creepy. All right, here we go.
How it always goes.
Why was that monkey in your bedroom, Junior? Never mind. I don't want to know. Changing pace, we have the ongoing Dawa Wars coming in at number 5. Starting with a feud between Fareed Responds and Daniel Hikachu, Dawa Wars were heating up throughout 2025. Things came to a boil in January after Jake Brancatella, who is definitely not a metaphysician, put out a Dawa tier list.
I'm going to be ranking Muslim apologists or Muslim du'at. I'm just going to say it straight up. This man is upon kufr and shirk. I think he's one of the top out there. Really. I'm not even saying this to glaze him or because he...
Can you imagine Fareed is at the top and Shabir Ali's at the bar? Are you joking?
Well, he's going to say why Fareed is at the... Well, he's going to say why Fareed's not at the top. It's not because he's my friend, right? Which, of course, is actually a major reason why he's at the top of the list.
And shirk. I think he's one of the top out there. Really. I'm not even saying this to glaze him or because he's my friend. This is my honest opinion. Let's go to this brother. Smile to Jannah. I have some strong criticisms of him. I have to really devalue somebody like him because some of his Islamic positions.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm going to be ranking Muslim apologists or
that.
Muslim du'at. I'm just going to say it straight up. This man is upon kufr and shirk. I think he's one of the top out there. Really. I'm not even saying this to glaze him or because he's my friend. This is my honest opinion. Let's go to this brother. Smile to Jannah. I have some strong criticisms of him. Kufr and shirk. I think he's one of the top out there. Really. I'm not even saying this to glaze him or because he's my friend. This is my honest opinion. Let's go to this brother. Smile to Jannah. I have some strong criticisms of him. I have to really devalue somebody like him because some of his Islamic positions and some of the takes that he's had, specifically him still being willing to publicly associate, and not only publicly associate, but to glaze somebody like Daniel Hakikachu.
Many narcissistic da'is and their fans were incensed by their ratings,
So
and
notice
Jake
the
took a
pattern,
lot of heat.
right? Notice the pattern. If you like Jake, you agree with him, you get a high rating, right? Or if you are friendly with Jake's enemy, Daniel, well, then you get a low rating. That is the pattern. And Shabir is the lone F in the original tier list. So I put Shabir on there.
Hang on. Hang on. I wanted to get to Apostate of Allah's super chat because it's about Junior, and it's actually an interesting point. So Panchman said, Thaddeus, say thank you for flying with Dawa Disaster Tours. We've hit cruising altitude, and on your left you see Mount Junior feeding a monkey. He says, you got to say it. You got to say it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, remember,
I have to
previous
say,
live stream, you said I sound like a pilot. So
yeah, you do. You do, and sometimes like a psychologist, like AP sounds like a psychologist sometimes. Yeah, share your feelings, and did you say your mother? Yeah. Anyway,
thank you for flying with Dawa Disaster Tours. We've hit cruising altitude, and on your left you can see Mount Junior feeding a monkey.
One difference with the pilots is they constantly say, thank you for flying with Dawa Disaster Tours. We've hit cruising altitude, and on your left,
That's true.
You can see Mount Junior feeding a monkey.
Sure.
The Dawa bros are jealous of you, Mr. Wood. Well, we all know that. They're about to get more jealous. Curious George was no longer curious. I hope people know that there are charities that help apostates who might be threatened or outcast for leaving Islam. And here we have Apostate of Allah. Junior has a daughter, so that monkey was probably hers, which would make that even more disgusting. He would have used his child's stuffed animal to make sexual innuendo. So I guess we could call this the Junior dilemma. Either Junior himself had a giant stuffed monkey in his bedroom and his natural inclination is to try to shove things in its mouth, or it's his child's stuffed animal, in which case he took his child's stuffed animal and tried to shove something into its mouth and then presumably gave it back to her. Either way, pretty creepy. Junior eats the banana. No, he can't make flights. And Junior also has quick access to bananas in his room. Yeah, he did. That was disturbingly quick. All right. Just wanted to cover that. Let me back up slightly. And here we go.
Pikachu.
Many narcissistic da'is and their fans were incensed by their ratings, and Jake took a lot of heat. This hurt his feelings, and he went on a tirade where he effed and D'd the lot of them.
Come on, Thaddeus. You knew it. That
Come
sounded
on,
like
I could say that. I couldn't resist saying that. Come on.
I have to say, it's like what Jake did is like one of the most hilarious things ever. It's like, okay, here's my ranking. Oh, you're complaining? You're all Fs now. Everyone to complain. F. That's just funny, man.
He also made a community post about it in which he like basically said, I'm a moron, right? And people are like, are you being sarcastic or not? And he's like, only an idiot could tell I was being sarcastic, but it didn't sound sarcastic at all, right? He's just like, only a complete idiot would put out a tier list like this and stuff like that.
You guys got people so upset. Shabir Ali is still an F. Muslim Cowboy, F. Warner, F. Smile to Jannah, F. Hamza's Den, F. Othman ibn Farouk, I used to think he was good, but now he's going to be at a D. Brother Ramzi, I haven't seen him speak about any of this stuff. He's young, so he's got time. I don't want to put him too far down, but he's going to be a D too. Hijab is F. Hadi Dawa is F. Ijaz, F. Muslim Lantern, I view him somewhere similar to Uthman ibn Farouk. So he's going to be at the D. Abdullah al-Andalusi, he's F. Brother Hashem and the brothers from EF Dawa and Brother Mansour, I'm going to say they're all going to be in the C to D range, honestly. Brother Paul, you're at an F, brother. Brother Sabur and Hamza, I'm going to put them at the D level. So this shows that I was just being lenient how I graded these things.
Hey, is that only Junior at the top?
I don't think Junior's actually.
No, I know.
On
I know.
the list.
I'm just saying on this little screen with that little picture, you could pass for Junior. That would just be hilarious.
Yeah, definitely could.
That could pass for Junior. That'd be funny. He should have been up here with his little monkey. All right, here we go.
Brother Paul, you're at an F, brother.
Oh, no. I think if I recall correctly, that's Bassam up top. Yeah. No, Bassam's.
Yeah, so the one on the S tier and the two on the A, they stay where they are. Some of the people on B
because they didn't object. They didn't object to being S and A, right? So everyone else had objections. So they're all Fs and Ds now.
Yeah, so his original list was, supposed to be on the full package, how good their arguments were, how convincing they are, how good a debater they are, and their theology. Allegedly, the second time, it's only on their theology, which makes it even worse, right? That he's saying every prominent Muslim, and he's about to say it explicitly, that 90% of them has wrong theology. They all believe the wrong version of Islam. They're all condemned to hell. But, normally we support them, but because you made me, I'm going to tell you the truth. They're all heretics going to hell.
Lucy, he's F. Brother Hashem and the brothers from EF Dawa and Brother Mansour, I'm going to say they're all going to be in the C to D range, honestly. Brother Paul, you're at an F, brother. Brother Sabur and Hamza, I'm going to put them at the D level. So this shows that I was just...
Hey, someone said, because they signed his little petition. Isn't that one of the theories, that because of the petition against Daniel Hakikachu?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so the guys that signed his petition, he likes, and the guys who said, no, we're not signing your stupid petition. It's like, you're all Fs.
Yeah, so that is a good portion of it. He does say it's based on theology. So they're unwilling to call out Daniel's wrong theology, right? So they get lumped in the same category as the idea. Now, he did some of these people, he just said F. Some of them he added some commentary, whatever. And Ali Dawah, interestingly, he's like, the only thing that may make you think that Ali Dawah should be high on the list is he did sign the petition, but, he's still a D or F, whatever that he said for Ali Dawah.
Brother Paul, you're at an F, brother. Brother Sabur and Hamza, I'm going to put them at the D level. So this shows that I was just being lenient how I graded these things. 90+% either they are outright deviants, don't even claim to uphold the Quran and Sunnah, and almost all of them fail miserably.
Daniel and Dean called in, leading to a 10+ hour chat that was later abrogated by Jake, but not before the embarrassment was saved for everyone to enjoy. That could have been the worst Dawah fail of the year just a couple years ago, but here in 2026, it doesn't even make the top 4 of January.
Yeah, I mean, that is serious Dawah wars, especially the fallout afterwards when they all throw tantrums and stuff like that and start attacking each other. That would have been like huge back in the day. And Muslims would have been screaming, stop the division, brothers, stop the fight. Now people don't even realize we can't stop it. These guys are just destroying each other. Why? Because you got a bunch of narcissists who are all competing for who gets the most attention. And guess what? Imagine that. Imagine, guys. Imagine making sure the leadership of a terrible ideology becomes entirely populated by narcissists who will then destroy each other. That could be a good way to take down dangerous ideologies. You just make sure all their champions are narcissists. That will work for a while because narcissists are good at getting attention for themselves. And as they're building up popularity, then that'll work. But eventually these guys want all the attention for themselves. And so they will inevitably destroy each other like we're seeing right now.
Mm-hmm. And so is my prediction correct? Did you agree that would have been the worst fail of the year in previous years?
That would have been huge back in the day. All these guys fighting. Back in the day, you'd have like this guy starts fighting with this guy, and then all Muslims start going, stop the fighting, brother, stop the fighting. We have to focus on da'wah. Now people understand we cannot stop these guys, and so it's just not nearly as big as it was.
Takes us to number 4, Dr. Maleek, the Dawah snitch. One of the biggest fails of 2025 was Maleek getting upset at being called a Jew and ranting for over an hour about the horrible things Dawah guys do behind the scenes. Misuse donations to buy drugs and get high, abuse women, enjoy threesomes with their Dawah buddies, and have sex with anything that moves.
The Warner is probably the fakest of them all. Like between Libiano, Central, all them, Warner in terms of the Islamic stuff, fakest of them all. This guy is the biggest pothead on this planet, bro. The guy you take dawah from, all he does is roll one up. That's all he does. Chat, this guy gets high as hell all day and all night. Guys, I gave this guy money. I gave this guy money for Qurans. He went to the dispensary. He went to the dispensary and spent my money instead. Warner's been married 9 times. 9 times, chat. Muta. This guy's a muta. Bro, this guy went on vacation with a Moroccan girl, married her for 5 minutes, and then divorced her on the way home. Hey, chat, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes? Adam and Slim.
We do now, thanks to you.
Yep. And Sneeko.
None of us would have known that before, but thanks to you, Maleek, we all know now. Sorry, had to rewind a little bit.
Muta. This guy's a muta. Bro, this guy went on vacation with a Moroccan girl, married her for 5 minutes, and then divorced her on the way home. Hey, chat, who knows about Warner and Adam Saleh having threesomes? Adam and Slim and Sneeko all run trains and rooms together with Warner there. What did Libiano do? What do you mean, what did Libiano do? What did he not do?
Maleek was determined to make the new year better, so he came up with a brilliant plan. He put death threats on David and attacked God Logic's wife.
People were sending chats and so on, and then sending me messages saying, Maleek is threatening you on TikTok. No DT said Maleek put a picture up of Avery's wife in a bikini in his live like 6 or so minutes ago. Y'all get that? What's the rule? Apparently they're live about me right now. Does he know this is a rule? Does he know that going after people's wives is a big no-no? Yeah, he knows, and he keeps doing it anyway. Here we are in 2026. He knows the rules. I'm sitting here telling him, this is the rule. Don't go after people's wives. If you do, I will launch the world's biggest Quran desecration campaign ever. What's he doing? Putting up pictures of God Logic's wife in a bikini. Does he know the rules? What does Surah 6 verse 108 say, guys? Who's responsible? Him. He knows the rule.
After David ripped a page of the Quran in response, Maleek went nuts, doxing Mike Jones of Inspiring Philosophy, God Logic, and David. Or maybe I should say trying to, since he got most things wrong. Declaring David's real name.
What do you mean? Oh, I was going to say, what do you mean? He found out I was David Segura, and I heard you're actually going there.
Since you're paused, I was waiting till the next time you paused, but Jake is actually in the chat. The real Jake Brancatella is in the chat, and he said, nah, I just think it's funny. Right? So he thought that his tier list is funny.
Wait, Jake's in this chat?
Yeah.
Where is he? Hey, Jake,
a little while ago.
Hey, Jake, you can jump in, man. You can jump in and watch the Dawah fails. What's his channel? Jake Brancatella? Oh yeah, I see. Apostate of Allah. Yeah, Apostate of Allah wants to know, why did you block me on X? That's a good point. Oh, here we go. Let's see. David, where did you find the bootleg version of yourself from that stream yesterday? You know what he's talking about?
I don't know. What was your stream yesterday? Wasn't it a debate review?
I was on Giant DOC's channel. It's a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
What
I was on their channel. I think that it was you looking at. It was probably on their channel, but it was looking at the debate with Jake on the Islamic dilemma.
Jake says, bring me up. Message Thaddeus, Jake. You can jump on and watch this with us. Jake, message Thaddeus at Reasoned Answers, and he'll send you a link. All right. In the meantime, we'll continue this. But things might get more interesting as we get Jake.
Yeah.
Putting up pictures of God Logic's wife in a bikini. Does he know the rules? What does Surah 6 verse 108 guys say, guys? Who's responsible? Him. He knows the rule.
After David ripped a page of the Quran in response, Maleek went nuts, doxing Mike Jones of Inspiring Philosophy, God Logic, and David. Or maybe I should say trying to, since he got most things wrong. Declaring David's real name to be David Sagara, and Mike to be a real estate mogul with a long criminal record.
Mike Jones. Can anyone imagine Mike Jones committing a crime? No, I looked up. What? Hey, Chad, I looked up Mike Jones. Found out he's committed all kinds of crimes, like thousands and thousands. Can you believe that? Pas amigos. You see this bendejo gringo? This bendejo gringo, Maleek. Ha ha! He messed with the cigaras, man. He messed with the whole cigaras, and now he brought in some of our associates in the cigar cartel. We got our associates who does our land deals for us. Hey, Miguel.
That's right. We've been doing lots of land deals here in Arizona. That's why we got to be close to the border, working with the Sagara crime family. They help us move some contraband. We do the front stuff, keep everything on the books clean. That's what we've been doing.
And we also have Senior Thaddeus. Wait, he said we do the front stuff. Did no one pick up on? Did I not make a zoot joke after that?
No, you let that one go. You let it go.
I can't believe it, man. That's my number one rule. Never let a zoot joke go, man. I can't believe it. Fail. Got to retire after that. Hey, Tortuga. He is not Tortuga. We got our associates who does our land deals for us. Hey, Miguel. Look at this.
That's right. We've been doing lots of land deals here in Arizona. That's why we got to be close to the border, working with the Sagara crime family. They help us move some contraband. We do the front stuff, keep everything on the books clean. That's what we've been doing.
And we also have Senior Thaddeus, a.k.a. Tortuga. He is not really Mexican, but he joined my crime family, so he has to wear the sombrero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just joined to get into the ecstasy trade. I'm really into that in the mid-'90s, so that's why I joined the gang.
The Sagara family. We run the cigars, and we run the ecstasies. All right, so everyone is watching. Yeah, our cover has been blown. We've got Maleek, the greatest investigator since Batman.
Greatest.
Yeah, so he's been doing lots of searches and so on, and he discovered that my real name is not David Wood, it's David Sagara, right? And that I'm actually Mexican, and I've just been lying about my name. So we got that, and then just yesterday he found out. This guy found out some stuff. He searched for Mike Jones. He looked up Mike Jones and found there's only one in the entire country, and he's a real estate mogul.
But he also discovered apparently I have an extensive criminal history.
Hold up. Someone says, Jake just requested to go on. I don't think David has replied to the request. I said, yeah. Message Thaddeus, and Thaddeus was sending. I'm not just going to post the link and then everyone tries jumping in right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And he did message me, and I sent him the link, so he'll probably join.
So yeah. So guys, he has the link. He can jump in at his leisure and watch these 10 Dawa fails of January. And then just yesterday, he found out, this guy found out some stuff. He searched for Mike Jones. He looked up Mike Jones and found there's only one in the entire country, and he's a real estate mogul.
But he also discovered apparently I have an extensive criminal history.
Maleek declared war over the resulting Quran ripping, going after wives, which led to the opening of Quran Demolition Ranch. But before we get to that, let's take a quick look at number 3, David's Islamic Dilemma 1Z.
All right, so number 3, I'll just take these couple super chats real quick. Maybe Jake shows up. Hey, here we go. Hey. Hold up, here we go. I got to jump out of this real quick. There we get. Where is he at? Here. And there we go. We got the man. There we go. Taking some super
I'm looking
chats.
for the real David Segarra.
You got me, man. The leader
you?
of the Segarra cartel.
You didn't get my joke from earlier.
What? Which one?
I said, who was the bootleg David that you were doing that stream with? Wasn't that guy's name David?
Oh, it was David S.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, no, I didn't get
yesterday.
it.
So
Yeah, because people keep saying that Thaddeus looks like my son or brother or something like that, and so yeah. So what? Yeah, and I didn't even I've done so many live streams over the past 2 days. They're all kind of a blur, so I don't remember which one.
So where'd you find this guy from?
That bootleg one.
He looks more like David Segarra.
He's my Mexican cousin, man, and my auntie Maria. She said, "Hey, you got to help out your cousin David." I said, "Okay, we're good. I'll help him out."
Well, man, he needs a lot of help. I'll tell you. I watched that stream. It was pretty bad.
Hey. I bet he'd be willing to have a debate or discussion with you on some stuff.
I would. That's what I'm going to actually propose, but I'm not going to debate him alone because I don't know the guy. I would like to debate both of you at the same time on the topic that you just discussed.
Just discussed when?
On that stream.
Oh, you mean yesterday? Yeah. When you said just discussed, I was like, what? Like in this live stream? Yeah, you got to get a partner though. Not doing any 2-on-1s. I'm not the Warner and Sneeko or something. You got someone? You got someone?
Is my connection all right? Because you guys are like blurry on my end. I don't know if it's my connection.
Yeah, I think that's your connection. You look fine though, and we hear you clearly and we see you clearly. So yeah, don't worry about how we look on your end.
Okay. Yeah, because I just want to ask you, because he was the one presenting, do you agree with most of what he said in that stream? I'm assuming you do.
I'm not like in the crossfire of our debate, I was asking you questions because I don't know exactly which sects of Islam believe certain things theologically. So, yeah, for something like that, it would kind of have to, before I put my stamp of approval on it. I mean, some of the dilemmas are dilemmas and so on, but it would kind of depend on what you're building those out of. So, I'd be happy to have him on there and you on there and someone else on there and kind of go through and is this accurate and is this accurate and is this accurate? And if so, does this dilemma follow from those things? Be happy to do that.
Yeah, but how is any of that related to the Islamic dilemma? I'm really struggling to understand. Aren't those, if you consider them to be problems, aren't they totally independent of the Islamic dilemma?
One you could think of the name Islamic Dilemma. His book is titled something like 100 Dilemmas that, it's the death of Allah, 100 Dilemmas that destroy Islamic theology or something like that. So, even if it's not an Islamic dilemma as we're using it, it's still you can call something an Islamic dilemma. But especially the ones that are about scriptures and scriptures being corrupted and so on, I'd say they're adjacent, Islamic dilemma adjacent.
Okay, because he spent a lot of time talking about the preserved tablet and the Quran and the so-called Wahhabi view of Allah's speech and all of this kind of stuff. So, and you also asked me about that during the debate.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up the preserved tablet. So, and I'm really struggling to understand this. I really truly want to know where this came from, because I suspect it came from Sam Shamoon. I'm going to be honest with you. And
Wait, hang on. The preserved, that there's an eternal preserved tablet?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean,
I'm assuming that. I'll give you an example.
I've heard that, but yeah, I didn't get that by studying Islamic theology or something like that. So, yeah, I've always heard it as a problem, because now there's something that's co-eternal with Allah. And then the response that I've heard from Dawa guys was, no, of course, it's one of Allah's attributes. And of course, Allah's attributes are going to be eternal with him.
Yeah, but where did you hear the idea of the preserved tablet being eternal? Co-eternal with Allah.
I've just heard that for a long time.
Okay, so you just heard it so much that you don't recall where it originated from.
That is correct. And so, and that's why,
Muslims, not
yeah,
Christians.
I've heard it from a bunch of people, and I've heard it come up in debates and so on before. I mean, Nabil brought it up in his debate with Shabir Ali all those years ago. But if you're saying no, then that's why I said, well, I would want to see it confirmed before I build a dilemma out of it.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm bringing that up is because you asked me about it during the cross-examination section.
Yeah, notice I brought it up. Yeah, that's why I asked you about it.
Yeah, and then it also came up again and played a significant role in the recent stream with the Mexican David. So the reason why I'm actually genuinely asking about this, because I read some years ago James White's book. I think it's called What Every Christian Needs to Know About the Quran. I think something like that. And he makes a very similar claim on pretty much the first page of the book. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically says something like that. He makes it specific, actually. He says Sunni Muslims believe in a co-eternal preserved tablet or Quran or something to that effect. And mysteriously, there's no footnote actually for that or reference for that in the book. And then he goes on to make the same claim. I think I counted about 4 or 5 other times throughout the book. And there's no footnote. There's no reference for what it's whatsoever. I emailed him about it to ask him where he's actually getting this from, and he never responded. But he's responded to me about other things. So I hear it keep being repeated by people like yourself, James White, Sam Shamoon, these different people. But it's just very strange to me, because I don't know anyone who that actually believes that in all of the different Islamic schools.
Let's see. I just check. What is this site? Quran Gallery. According to Search Discovered Classical Islamic Scholarship, Allah al-Mahfuz, the preserved tablet, is the eternal, unchangeable, divine repository of all knowledge, events, and decrees concerning creation. Mentioned explicitly in the Quran, 85:22, it is understood as the original heavenly archetype of all divine scriptures, particularly the glorious Quran. Classical commentators like Ibn Kathir and Al-Tabari explain that its preserved nature guarantees the Quran's absolute protection from corruption, addition, or deletion, affirming its divine purity. This concept is foundational to the Islamic doctrine of divine decree, signifying God's omniscience over all events, including the free choices of humanity, without compelling them. Other Quranic terms, like Mother of the Book, are seen by scholars as references to this same reality, establishing it as the ultimate source of all revealed guidance. Check a different site here. Let me just AI what it thinks. Is what? I'm just going to ask.
ChatGPT GPT, man. It's not going to help you.
I've never been on ChatGPT. I just want to see what it says. I just want to say this is just Google. This is just Google.
So also what happens, I think, quite frequently, and what I think you guys did in the David Squared live, is that there's a conflation between the Quran and the preserved tablet. Do you think that they're the same thing?
No, and that's why I asked you. Does it contain all the books? And so that, like, the follow up, if I wanted to keep like exploring the idea, would be, is this just a collection of, are all books included in this? Is there other things that are included in this beyond the books, like other just revelations that didn't become a book, and then beyond that, is like, everything that happens also included in the same book, or is that separate or something like that?
Literally everything that is taking place now, that has taken place in the past, and that will take place in the future is contained in the preserved tablet.
But that's all in the same thing.
It's not just God's. What I'm trying to say is, it's not limited to God's speech. It's not limited to the Quran. It's not even limited more broadly to Revelation. It includes all of God's decrees and everything that's going to happen.
And that was written at some point in time.
Correct. Yeah, it had a beginning and a time. It's a physical object. It's as if, the way that you guys are presenting it, and Avery seems to think the same thing. Honestly, I think you guys should just blame Sam Shamoun, because I know you're not a fan of him anymore.
Well, he didn't write this AI. He didn't write that Muslim website I just went to. He didn't write Wikipedia. Let me just read the real quick. So here's what AI said. So I wrote,
I want to understand this just before you read that. What I was trying to say is, it's as if you guys have this idea that there's like God, there's Allah, who's co-eternal, and then there's this like giant physical tablet that's a preserved tablet that contains everything that I just said. And that is like uncreated, distinct, and co-eternal with God. Is that the view that you have, like, in your mind?
That's definitely what it sounds like.
Okay, so yeah, there is literally no Muslim that believes this in terms of classical Islamic theologians.
Wait, is there an actual tablet somewhere or not? There's no tablet?
Yeah, there's an actual tablet, but it has a beginning and time, and it's created. It's created by God.
Okay, hang on. So the AI says, in Islamic theology, the heavenly tablet is generally considered eternal, unchangeable, and existing with God, containing all divine decrees, cosmic events, and the original preserved text of the Quran. It represents God's eternal knowledge and was created before the rest of creation. There it says created before the rest of creation, but it also says eternal.
So how was it created before the rest of creation if it was eternal?
You're asking me?
No, but I'm that sounds like a conflict, doesn't it? According to what the AI or whoever's writing this. But you also have to keep in mind,
let's scrap the AI. Let's check out what.
Hold on a second. I'm giving the AI a way out here. Okay. The term eternal could also mean pre-eternal or post-eternal. Like you could say that it's eternal from the time of its existence going forward, that it's not going to be destroyed, and that it will exist everlastingly in the future, right? So eternal kind of has that ambiguous nature to it, that it could mean something without a beginning or something that has a beginning but is not going to end. I prefer to refer that to as everlasting, because then it gets rid of the confusion. Mm-hmm. But that we wouldn't have a problem with. But to say that it is a physical giant physical tablet that contains everything that is going to take place, including God's decrees, to say that this is created and eternal, or even eternal and uncreated, nobody holds those views. Everybody, all of the different Islamic schools, even though there are different views regarding God's speech and the Quran, and we can go over what those are if you really want. But in terms of the preserved tablet, nobody says either that it's eternal or uncreated.
Let me see what this says. So Quranic verses 43:4 and 13:39 referred to the mother of the book. Familiar with those? Verse 85:22 refers to a well-guarded tablet, and 56:78 to a concealed book. Revelation of the Quran is described as being sent down in 17:105 with the truth. We have sent it down, and with the truth it has come down. It is also called Kalam Allah, the word of God, and to most Muslims is eternal and uncreated attribute of God as opposed to something written or created by God. The Quran that resides in heaven is distinct from the earthly Quran. It is disputed whether the revealed Quran is a precise copy of the heavenly Quran or an abridged version. Commonly, the Injil and the Islamic notion of Torah are thought to be part of the heavenly Quran.
Yeah, where are you reading from?
This is the
AI?
there's an no. I'm just going down the list of searches, and there is a Wikipedia article on the heavenly Quran.
Yeah, all of this is garbage. We need a
That's what I'm saying. If this is all garbage, and this is what pops up as soon as I ask the question in a search, and it comes up as most Muslims believe heavenly tablet, eternal heavenly tablet.
Yeah, but David, I don't know what those searches are that you're looking at. Okay, am I able to share my screen, or I can send you a link for something?
You can share your screen.
Okay. You guys trust me, right? I'm not going to flash you.
You're not going to post.
You would get too excited anyway. Let's be honest.
Hey, no one is tossing around any insults, man. Don't make me pull out a Quran, dude. You ready? What do you want to go to?
Okay. I thought you could get some of my humor, David. I shared the screen. I don't know if it's coming up.
There you go.
Okay. So this is from Islam Q&A, right? Which, I mean, David, you have to be honest. When it comes to searching stuff on the internet, like if you ask a particular Islamic question, wouldn't you agree that this is one of the most common websites that come up?
Yeah, I mean, it's not coming up when I just asked the question, but yeah, Islam Q&A is a pretty common spot to go to with questions.
Okay, so here it's asking, is the preserved tablet created? Right, this is the exact question. And the person asks further on. But anyway, the summary of the answer is, everything other than Allah is created, such as the throne, the kursi, the preserved tablet, and then it goes on to explain this. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read it briefly. Scholarly consensus on the creation of the preserved tablet. It's created like all other things. It's just repeating this is the same kind of summarized answer here. This is something obvious, and there is no confusion about it. No scholarly difference concerning it at all. Everything other than Allah, may he be glorified and exalted, is created by him. May he be glorified and exists after having been non-existent. The preserved tablet, the pen, the throne, and everything in the heavens and on the earth, and everything in the earth and below the ground, and everything in the entire universe is created by Allah, the Lord of the worlds. There is no confusion about the Quran being written in the preserved tablet, which is created. For we all write the Quran on pages which are also created. We utter and write them on paper, but the attribute of speech and words that we possess does not reside in the paper. Rather, our attributes exist in us. And it goes on and on to talk about it. But I mean, the response, and obviously this is most of the time they're actually responding to Muslims who ask these questions, by the way. The response is like, this is so obvious. Everything other than, and I just stopped sharing my screen. I can pull it back up if you guys want. But everything other than Allah that is distinct and separate from him is obviously created. I mean, it would be nonsensical to say that there's like this giant physical preserved tablet in heaven somewhere that doesn't have a beginning in time, is eternal in the past, and is uncreated. No Muslims believe this at all. It's just absurd.
I agree that it's absurd. We're gonna have to do a little research project on your claim that no Muslims believe this. So we'll come back to this.
Let me clarify what I mean by that. I mean classical scholars. I'm not talking to going to Abdu on the street and saying, hey, dude, what do you believe about the preserved tablet? I'm talking about scholarly sources.
Okay, so there are no Muslim scholars who believe this.
Yeah, obviously, I can't say that, David, you're lying, that maybe after one of your debates you talked to Ahmed and he told you about the eternal preserved tablet. I don't know. But I'm saying there's no genuine scholarly difference of opinion on the topic.
All right, we will investigate that. Cool.
So yeah, I basically I mainly came on to mention that because it's really shocking to me, and I'm just gonna be honest. Pretty much everything else that was said in the stream with the Mexican David was just all complete distortion. It was not like 95% of it is not true at all. Like factually, like I can actually show the sources to show it's not true at all. So
we
I'd
agree.
be willing to have a debate on that.
We
more
agreed
broadly.
to. Yeah, so you'd have to decide whether you want to debate him one-on-one or if you want to bring a partner, and we'll go through that two-on-two. And it doesn't. You could either do it debate style, or we could do it just discussion style and go through kind of one point at a time, and you can point out where you disagree.
If I was going to do it, I would want you to be there and be a part of the debate, because I don't want you to throw Mexican David under the bus or back over the border.
I will gladly throw Mexican David under the bus.
That's exactly the point, right? So I don't want that to happen. Like, and then you say, "Oh, well, he's not representing my view," or that would be like, you don't want to debate some random guy that you think is supporting the Muslim view, right? So I think it should be a 2-on-2 in that case. I'd have to think about who it is. As you guys can see, I don't get along with too many people, so
we've noticed such things.
Yeah, I'd have to see who the other person would be.
Hey, bring Maleek.
Maleek is no. I don't think that's going to happen.
What about speaking Muslim? You get along with him?
Yeah, but I would probably tell him to just be quiet most of the time and let me talk.
Okay. Well, yeah. Think about it, and find someone we can have a nice little discussion. Yep, that'd be cool.
Anyway, I'll let you guys go and continue.
Before you go, can I just ask why so you seem to be correct. I mean, we'll do more research to find out, but at least it seems to be a common view at minimum that the tablet itself is created. I'm not quite sure why that actually matters, though, right? Because it's still the majority view that the Quran is uncreated, right? The speech that encompasses the Quran. So I'm not really sure how that changes anything.
I am so confident in my view that I don't have any problem spending time and explaining all of this to you right now. But I don't know if you really want to do that.
No, hang on. Just to be clear, so okay. you believe the Quran is created, right?
No.
Okay, the Quran isn't. So wait, you're just referring to the heavenly tablet. The Quran is uncreated, but at some point it's put into tablet form.
Let's define what the Quran is. When I say that the Quran is uncreated, what do you think I mean by the Quran? What do you think I mean by that?
Basically, like Allah is eternally speaking what we now have written down, something along those lines, which I agree sounds weird, but that's what it sounds like.
Okay, no, that's not what I mean. Do you think when I'm referring to the Quran, I'm like referring to this physical book or something like that?
It would depend. I mean, if you say, "Hey, I just picked up a Quran," I would think you mean a
no. I'm saying an uncreated one, like as it was mentioned earlier, right? The author of the article on Islam Q&A said, obviously, it's written. The Quran is written in the preserved tablet. The Quran is written on ink with ink and pages and so on and so forth. All of those things are created. The preserved tablet is created. The ink, the pages are created. When I say, at this point, I will admit that regarding the different Sunni theological schools regarding what the Quran is and if is it eternal or is it uncreated, and if so, in what sense, there is difference of opinion on that. I don't think that, from my point of view, because I'm a little bit hardcore, I don't accept those as genuine differences of opinion. But when it comes to the preserved tablet, No, there's no difference of opinion about it whatsoever. It's a created thing. Now, the Quran itself, okay, when I say, and I'm representing the so-called Wahhabi view from Mr. Mexican David, is that the Quran is an act of speech of Allah, which he actually spoke. And when I say that the Quran is uncreated, I'm referring to his uncreated act of speech. I'm not referring to a physical book floating around in orbit or anything else like that. I'm referring to his act of speaking. His act of speaking is uncreated, because if you say that it's created, then the question is, well, who created his act of speech? And then you wind up and you have this sort of infinite regress.
Now, hang on, like when so I'm not speaking now. And then if I say, hey, I'm thirsty, is that speech uncreated, or did I just create it?
You yourself?
Yeah.
No, your act of speaking is created.
Okay, so I created my act of speaking, and so I would be co-creator with Allah.
No, I was just going to say, no, we don't believe that. Our position, and this is a general Sunni position, the Ash'aris, the Maturidis, the so-called Wahhabis, all agree that the actions of human beings are created by God. That's our position.
Okay, now, but you agree that, I'm just kind of joking when I say co-create or something like that, but it's like, okay, when I speak, I'm creating that act of speech. So when you say that the Quran, that's what I mean. I don't understand if you're saying the Quran is uncreated. If Allah is speaking it, how is he not creating it as he speaks it?
Because let me put it another way to try to make sense of it. We believe not only the Quran is an act of speech, right? From our point of view, we believe our position is that all of God's actions are uncreated. His act of speaking is uncreated. His act of creating you in your mother's womb is uncreated. His act of judging you on Judgment Day, and you still have time, by the way. All of those actions of God are uncreated.
His act of creating the preserved tablet is uncreated.
The act is uncreated, but the effect of the action is created.
The act is uncreated, but the effect of the action is created.
Yeah, for example, when God, according to the Genesis account, said, "Let there be light," and he began creating, right? God's action of creating, in our view, is uncreated, but the effect of his action, which is in creation itself, is something that is created. It's not something that's uncreated. We make a distinction, and this is something in the Arabic language that unfortunately the Ash'aris don't get correct. You have three things. You have the agent or the doer of the action, you have the act itself, and you have the effect of the action. In the case of God, the agent himself, God, is uncreated. His actions are uncreated, but the effect of his action, the effect of him creating something, is actually created. So the preserved tablet is created, but his action, his action, which is resides within himself, so to speak, or is inherent to his essence, that is not created. Because if you go with the other position, if you say that God's action is created, then I would ask you, who is that action created by? Well, if you say it's other than God, then now it looks like you have two gods. If you say that it's God himself, then God is creating his own actions, but that act of creating his own actions itself would have to be created, and you wind up with this infinite regress of created actions of God, which is just bizarre.
So God can act from all eternity, but then the effect of that act can be temporal.
Okay, so now you're going into another question, which Mr. David, Mexican David, did not understand. Again, this is another difference of opinion. The Athari, Salafi, Wahhabi, Ahl al-Hadith, whatever wording you want to call us, we believe that all of God's actions, or any action for that matter, we believe that cause and effect are necessarily temporal. So we believe that every effect is preceded in time by its cause. That's our view. That's not only for our actions, but all of God's actions. We
Well,
don't
one
have
second.
a view.
Well,
We
one
don't have a
second.
view. Just
You-
1 second, real quick. I'm
Okay.
just going to add one sentence. David in the video seemed to think that we believe that God is, he literally said that God is like eternally static and that he is completely atemporal and unchanging in the way that he doesn't even act in succession or do different things at different times. That's not our view at all. We believe that God acts in succession and does different things at different times, including him speaking and not speaking.
Now, you said cause and effect are temporal.
Yeah.
You said Allah's acts are, would Allah's acts be eternal? You said they're uncreated, but would they also be eternal?
No, they have a beginning in time, but they're uncreated.
Okay, so they have a beginning in time. They start at some point.
Yeah.
But they are not created.
Exactly. And this is also, in the Christian tradition, this is the same position of Gregory Palamas and many of the Eastern Orthodox theologians. They have the same view. Actually, Thomas Aquinas has the complete opposite view. He says anything that has a beginning in time is created. Palamas directly refutes that, and he says that our opponent thinks that anything that has a beginning in time is created. And then he goes into biblical exegesis in his book, The Triads, and he explains, he talks about God beginning to create, right? And this is the whole thing with the essence energies distinctions. And some energies of God, which roughly would be translated to attributes in the Muslim tradition, some energies of God or attributes could be eternal and uncreated, like God's power, his knowledge, etc. But then there could also be actions of his, even if they're directed at creation, that are uncreated in their language, uncreated energies that have a beginning in time. And we have a very similar position in that regard.
Now, as far as
so to be clear, we don't even believe that the Quran is eternal in that sense. God began to speak the Quran. We don't believe in anything called eternal actions. There are no eternal actions because necessarily any action is temporal.
So uncreated but temporal. So the Quran is uncreated but temporal.
Correct.
And the heavenly tablet is created.
The heavenly tablet has a beginning in time and is created. The difference between the two is God's act of speech is from him, resides within himself. It's not like his act of speech separates from him and then exists in the ether apart from him. That's not our view. Whereas the preserved tablet is something that is distinct and separate from God. It's a physical object that exists and is separate from God. So that's why. So our division between things that are created and uncreated is if it has a beginning in time and is separate from God, it's created. If it has a beginning in time and exists within God, for example, an action of his, then it's uncreated.
So the Quran has a beginning in time. No, it has no beginning in time, but it's not eternal.
No, it does have a beginning in time, the Quran. So let me explain what I mean.
Wait,
As
no,
I said,
because no, I just want to be clear. Because when I asked you about the heavenly tablet, and you said no, the heavenly tablet has a beginning in time. So I was thinking you were distinguishing that from the Quran. But
no. What I'm
the Quran also has a beginning in time. Okay.
Yeah, what I'm distinguishing from the heavenly tablet in the Quran is that the heavenly tablet has a beginning in time, and it's a completely separate physical object from God. It's not an action of his, it's an effect of one of his particular actions. Whereas the Quran as an act of speech, or very frequently we use the example, I'm sure you're familiar with the story, the biblical story, but in the Quran it's very specific when Allah speaks to Moses, Musa alayhi salam, it says that he spoke to him directly. We believe that he didn't eternally speak to Moses. How could he eternally speak to Moses when Moses didn't even exist? He began to speak to Moses. We take the Quran on its straightforward meaning. Allah says something, then Moses responds, then Allah says something again. It's a conversation. There's a stopping and starting to Allah speaking. So in the similar manner, Allah began to speak the Quran when he revealed it to the angel Gabriel, and then the angel Gabriel, in our view, brought it to the Prophet Muhammad, and then it was dispensed from there.
So the Quran has a beginning in time, but is uncreated. Just making sure I got that right.
Yeah, that's right, sir. That's right. So we don't even believe.
Is that true of the Torah and the Gospel, or just the Quran? Just wondering.
That's
like,
that's everything. That's
Okay.
everything.
Okay.
Every action, including Allah's actions, have a beginning and time. We don't believe in eternal action, as you asked earlier. This is actually, well, so there are three different positions on this, right? In the so-called Sunni tradition, I'll just be charitable. The Ash'aris believe that, and they're following Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari. They believe that all of God, on the opposite side of the spectrum, they believe all of God's actions are created. Okay, so the reason why that is, they equate the action of God with the effect. They say that they're the same thing. Okay, so they say there are actually only two things. There's God and the effect, and the action just is the effect. They're the same thing. They're not two different things. You don't have God's action which produces an effect. I think that that's ridiculous. It breaks all of common use of language in the Quran. And anyway, I have many problems with it, but that's another side of the spectrum. And so, but they agree with us that necessarily every action has a beginning and time. But they take Aquinas's view, or many other theologians' view, that anything that has a beginning and time is created. So they say all of God's quote unquote actions have a beginning and time, as we do, but they say that they're created and they exist and created. The act is the same thing as the effect itself. Okay, so that's the Ash'ari view. Our view is the opposite. No, all actions do have a beginning and time, but if they're from God or they're God's actions, they're uncreated. If they're other than that, then they're created. Then you have a view in the middle, which is the Maturidi view, which agrees with us in one sense that all of God's actions are uncreated, but they say that all of God's actions are eternal. They don't have a beginning and time. So they agree with us saying that God's actions are uncreated, but they say that all of his actions are eternal, rather than our view that all of them have a beginning and time. And those are the three broad views. And the reason, and this is why you wind up having different views regarding the Quran, because the Quran is speech and it's an action. So it falls under the broader category of God's actions. So if you have different schools that have different views on God's actions, then naturally when it comes to the Quran, which is an act of speech, you're going to have different views on that.
The Quran is uncreated but has a beginning in time. That's does it begin in time before the creation of the heavens and the earth, or after?
Wait, say that again. I just want to be clear. And when you ask, you're asking my view, because I just told you there's different views on that, right?
Yeah, no, and it's good. Yeah. When I ask, if you know the other views, and I'd be interested in hearing them and so on. But mainly asking for your view. But if there are difference of opinion, it's cool. Like it's cool when you say there's no difference of opinion here, or if there is a difference of opinion. I asked the Quran is uncreated but has a beginning in time. Did the Quran begin in time before the creation of like the universe, or after?
Yeah, in the sense that the preserved tablet was created before that, and then actually it's not mentioned explicitly in the Quran.
No, I asked about the Quran.
Yeah, I know, but I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So there's actually hadith that talk about. It's not mentioned in the Quran, but there are hadith, and I'm a Sunni, so this is what I believe, that God actually wrote with his own hand in the preserved tablet. So if you're talking about the Quran existing in the sense of being written in the preserved tablet, then yes, that was an action of God writing in the preserved tablet at a particular moment in time.
No,
If you're
I mean the
talking
speech.
about- yeah. Okay, I'll get to that. If you're talking about, because there are many different ways this can be construed. If you're talking about the Quran in the sense of God's knowledge, then this is eternal in the sense of God knew what he would speak from eternity before he ever spoke anything, including the Quran. But
Wait,
if you're
hang on. And that's in that sense. So in terms of knowledge, the Quran would be eternal.
Yeah, that's the only sense in which you can say that.
But as far as
from my point of view,
as far as when it's actually spoken,
when
that would have a beginning in time.
When it's spoken by Allah or written by Allah, those actions have a beginning in time. But the knowledge, obviously, we don't what's the view called again? I'm trying to think of it. We don't have a dynamic sort of omniscience view that God doesn't really know every future contingent fact. We think he knows everything from the beginning. So in that sense, everything, but the Quran wouldn't be unique in that respect. Every act of speech of God or David or Jacob, anyone, is sort of eternal in the mind of God in the sense that he knows everything that's going to happen. It's not unique from that point of view. But I only state that to say, because some people may get confused and say, oh, what do you mean? God doesn't know what he was going to say in the future? No, of course he does. But the act of writing and the act of speaking have a beginning in time.
So as far as kind of putting together the history of the
By the way,
Quran,
this is one of my favorite topics, so thank you very much.
As far as the sort of history of the Quran in terms of like the various senses of the Quran, there would be Allah's knowledge of the Quran and of other things, and that's eternal. So there is sort of an eternal script within Allah. Then at some point in...
But it's not a distinct, separate,
it's not something outside of Allah. So yeah. I mean, it's
Right.
Then at some point he actually speaks it, and then at some point, and then at some point writes it in a heavenly tablet, and then at some point sends it down as revelation.
Correct.
Okay, so the
but again, to be clear, this is my view. The Ash'aris and Maturidis view on the Quran is very similar. They make a distinction between what they call, or it goes back to the attribute of speech, which is kalam. Kalam means word or speech. They make a distinction between what they call kalam lafzi and kalam nafsi. Kalam nafsi means God's sort of internal speech within himself. And kalam lafzi would refer to, in the case of Quran, would refer to the Arabic Quran, the Arabic Quran. Both of them believe that the Arabic Quran is created. Okay, they believe that the Arabic Quran is created, but there's this thing which is called kalam nafsi, which is a very mysterious idea. I don't think it really makes any sense, and I think it really does kind of reduce to God's knowledge and will. And the Ash'aris and Maturidis have a very difficult time trying to explain to us what they mean by this eternal and internal speech of God. They say it's not composed of letters or sounds. It doesn't have a beginning and an end, on and on and on. They tell you all the things that it's not, and by the end, you're wondering what the hell it is. So that's their view. And then they have the fourth view, which is the view of the Mu'tazila, who I'm sure you should know from Islamic history, who were actually attacking many people based upon this whole idea about the Quran being created. And they said that the Quran is created. And the reason why they said that is because they were referring to the Arabic Quran. Okay, they believe that the Arabic Quran is eternal, but they don't believe in a distinct attribute of speech like the Ash'aris and Maturidis do, according to them. What they say is, no, you guys aren't really affirming anything different than us. Everything that you're affirming, you Ash'aris and Maturidis, can be reduced to God's knowledge and will. You're not really affirming a distinct attribute. And the Ash'aris and Maturidi scholars actually wind up admitting that later on. They say that really there's only a semantic difference, between the Ash'aris and Maturidis on the one hand and the Mu'tazila on the other hand. And really the only group that is saying that the Arabic Quran is uncreated is my position and the position of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal and those who followed him.
So just trying to put all of this together, you've got the Quran in terms of Allah's knowledge. That would be
everybody agrees that's uncreated and eternal.
Uncreated and eternal. Then you have the Quran spoken by Allah. That would be uncreated but temporal. Then you have the heavenly tablet. That would be created and temporal. And then you have the Quran as it's revealed in our world, sent down, and that also, like the preserved tablet, would be created and temporal.
Everything is correct except for the last part. So our position is that no matter where the Arabic Quran is, whether it's written in the preserved tablet, whether it's memorized in human beings' hearts, whether it is written on the mushaf, like the ones that you have that you like to desecrate, unfortunately. All examples of that, we say that they're uncreated. And what we mean by that is, we mean it is word for word, verbatim, what Allah actually spoke. It's literally his word for word. An example would be like this. If I were to, or even on this live stream, I'm speaking right now, and this is my speech, right? Now, if you were to do a video after this, and you quoted me, it would be correctly referred to as Jake's speech. You would say, I'm quoting Jake. Jake is the reference point here. This is what Jake said. Or if I write a book, and then you cite my book, you cite me as the author or the one who wrote these words. So in that sense, the Arabic Quran that I have in my house, which I don't have one right next to me now, but that is uncreated in the sense that it's what God spoke. From our position, it's what he spoke verbatim. So we are literally repeating the uncreated speech of God that he spoke at a particular point in time. But we don't believe that the physical book or the ink and the pages, we don't believe that that's uncreated, of course. So when we say uncreated, we're just referring to the words that they come from Allah.
You said acts of Allah are uncreated but temporal.
Yes.
Could Allah perform an act from all eternity, or would it have to be temporal?
No, it would have to be temporal. From our position, all actions or cause and effect are necessarily temporal relations. And this is not to nerd out or anything, but this is the kind of standard view in modern physics as well, that causation is something which is called diachronic. It's something that happens over time rather than synchronic. Cause and effect are not synchronic or at the same time. They're diachronic. They happen over time. There's a before and after. And I think that this is really I don't think it's anything too surprising. I think it's a pretty common sense view of the world that, causes precede their effects in time, even if it's by a millisecond.
Two things there. I mean, it's Do
you agree with that, by the way? I mean, I've been talking a lot about my view, but I'm interested to see what your view is. Because there are different views of God in the Christian tradition. Some have a utterly timeless and you can say immutable in a sort of radical way of understanding God, such that he doesn't genuinely act in succession. He doesn't really do different things at different times. It may appear that way to us, but for God, everything's the same, and he's not really doing different things at different times. Is that your view, or do you think that God actually literally does do different things at different times and act in succession?
I usually don't take a position without thoroughly studying it. And there are certain things that I'm just even if I spent my entire life studying that, I'm not sure I'd grasp it. And so I would generally focus on other things. But had kind of two things there. So as far as causation, like if this cup is sitting here, I can say, how is this cup sitting here? Why is this cup here? What caused this cup to be in this position? And I can say, well, because I put it there. I put it there. That's temporal. I put it there, and now it's there. But I can also say that the reason the cup is here is because there's a hand holding it up. And so that's temporal in the sense that I put it there. But the idea that a hand could be holding up a cup from all eternity, that wouldn't be temporal. That would not be temporal causation in terms of like this happened. In other words, it's a different kind of causation. My hand is causing this to be here right now. It's at the same time. Why is this cup right here right now? Because this hand is holding it in place. Why is this hand holding? Because this arm is holding it in place. And so that's all happening simultaneously, as opposed to putting it there.
But simultaneous is a temporal relation. That's even if you say right now. For example, if I asked you, is God doing something right now? Even if you said he's doing something right now, if he's holding up a cup, that's still a temporal relation.
No, I mean, in other words, could God hold something? And I would understand that anything outside of him would have to be.
So that's what it's going to come down to. Like in a pure thought experiment, I get what you're saying. I studied this back in university days that Kant actually used a similar example. And you have the famous example of like the bowling ball and the cushion, right? Sort of indenting into the cushion. I'm aware of this, but what I'm saying is from a theological perspective, which is what I have to, what I'm beholden to answer it by, the answer would be no, because the cup necessarily would be created and therefore it would be temporal. The same thing for anything else that God is going to be holding that is distinct from him in that way. And therefore there's no legitimate kind of thought example that really is going to fit the bill. So I wouldn't really accept any of those as legitimate thought experiments.
So you would say that Allah could not even possibly speak the Quran from all eternity?
I think that the question is malformed. I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just saying from my point of view. I'm saying that the question itself is nonsensical. It's like asking, what does the color blue smell like? It's just a category error. So it's not a deficiency on God's part. I want to be clear. It's not a deficiency on God's part because we believe God's will attaches to anything that is logically or metaphysically possible. But we don't believe that this is a legitimate logical or a metaphysical possibility, just like God creating it from our perspective. I mean, some people may take a radical view on this, but like God creating a square circle. We don't say that it's out of God's weakness that he, quote unquote, cannot create a square circle. It's just a question that is basically gibberish. And it's the same thing for us when it comes to eternal actions. We don't, and this is another reason why I'll just say I'm not doing this to because I think I've been pretty fair. I'm answering all your questions. I'm not doing this to attack Christianity, but I'm just saying from my point of view, one of the reasons why I could never be, at least in my current paradigm, a Nicene Trinitarian. And actually there are other Christians that hold this view, William Lane Craig, for example, being one of them. He thinks it's ridiculous to talk about eternal actions or, actions are necessarily time bound. There's a beginning and an end, and a cause and effect before and after. And because of that, he actually rejects the Nicene Creed, or at least the portion of it that says that the Son is eternally begotten from the Father. From my paradigm, eternally begotten is gibberish, because how could he be eternal and yet he's begotten? And even the 4th century fathers like Gregory of Nyssa and the Cappadocians, who were very influential in coming up with these kind of doctrines, they specifically use the word cause. They believe that the Son is actually eternally caused to exist and he's dependent upon the Father. For me, that's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense because actions are necessarily temporal and time bound. And for that same reason, that's one of the reasons, not the only reason, but for partially for that reason, William Lane Craig actually rejects the doctrine of the eternal generation of the Son. He thinks it's not only not scriptural, but it's also irrational. And if you watch his recent discussion or debate with Muhammad Hijab, he says exactly that, and he agrees with what the Quran says about that position. Again, I'm not trying to do that to take a dig or go down that route. I'm just trying to say or give examples that you might be familiar with to show that maybe even if you don't agree with Jake or whatever, it's not necessarily a crazy view, because there are many Christian theologians and philosophers who actually hold a similar view that God, if you want to say, is quote unquote temporal, because he began, at least in the Christian paradigm, he began to create, right? He began to create. He went from not creating to creating. Well, how do you explain that he went from not creating to creating? Or even with the incarnation, right? How did he go from not being a man to becoming a man, or becoming specially related to a human nature? Obviously, there's some kind of action that took place. Otherwise, what are you envisioning? That there's like this eternal physical body that he was always related to in heaven? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. So I can't, for the life of me, I can't understand how a Christian, given your typical commitments, especially considering things like the incarnation, could not believe in a God that does different things at different times and acts in succession genuinely.
On that issue, just to be clear, so Allah can have knowledge for all eternity, but he can't act from all eternity.
Yeah, because we don't believe that knowledge. We don't believe that knowledge is an act.
Okay.
Right. So like knowledge is not a verb. It's a noun.
Thinking would be an act, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So you can have knowledge without thinking, right?
In a sort of zoomed out perspective, yeah.
Okay,
it's not like God doesn't think like, so imagine God is eternal and his knowledge is eternal. We don't believe that there was a moment of time where God was wondering, what am I going to do next? Or what is my plan actually going to be? I know that in the Christian tradition, regarding God's decree, there's different positions, and some of the theologians have come up with these sort of what they call logical moments, like God's, let's say that his, they go into the idea of his free knowledge and his natural knowledge, right? So his natural knowledge is logically prior, or it's a logical moment prior to his free knowledge. But these are just kind of like thought experiments. It's not as actually if it's meant to be taken literally, in the sense that God didn't have that free knowledge at some point in time. He always had his natural knowledge, his free knowledge, and if you're a Molinist, middle knowledge. All of that is eternal. And he didn't think it in the sense that he was wondering, what am I going to think? And then he thought it up, and there was a time before that where he didn't know what he was thinking. No, I mean, that's just weird.
So there would be, on your view, there would be some first act of Allah.
Okay, so now you're going into another kind of where there's difference of opinion, right? So some scholars say that, and no, actually there is no first act, and that there is an infinite regress of God's successive actions in time. And others say no, that there was a first act. Maybe the idea, there are different hadith about this. I'm just saying from a theological point of view. Was the first creation the pen, or was it the throne, or was it this or that? There's difference of opinion and discussion about this. But I would say, to be fair, yeah, the majority of scholars would take the view that there was a first act, and there was a first act of Allah, and there was a first thing created. And then, because there are somewhat what appear to be at times conflicting traditions about what exactly was the first thing created, there may be difference of opinion about that. But yeah, most scholars do believe that there was a first thing created, first act.
So there would be like an eternity of basically knowledge, and then an act, a first act.
Yeah, in that case, yeah. I mean, I know I'm not trying to press you or ask you these questions because I'm trying to get a gotcha, right? I think it's been pretty clear. I'm trying to be fair, but I'm just genuinely wondering what your view is on that. And are you just saying that you don't take any view on that, like at all? Like you don't, or do you favor a view, or do you wake up on the weekends and you're thinking, wow, that makes more sense, but then during the week something else? Like what's your thought process on like God's relationship to creation, and does he act in succession or not?
No, as I pointed out, I normally think when it's something that's massively beyond sort of my realm of reality, that I can believe certain things, but as far as putting like my stamp of approval on this is the correct view of things, I normally wouldn't do it unless I like read everything major on the topic and then said, okay, this definitely has my stamp of approval. But if it's a topic where I'm like looking at that going, I don't think I would ever be able to get my mind around that, then I don't.
You don't go into it. So this is not something that really interests you, or it might, but you just think it's beyond you, so you don't waste your time.
Yeah, I'm interested enough to hear what people say or to listen to a discussion or something like that. But as far as like the kind of like studying the topic that would be necessary before I say, oh, I think this is the correct view. Yeah, it's not like that to me. And as far as even asking you questions, it's sort of okay if you want to have like a debate with David S. or a 2-on-2 or something like that. I at least want to understand exactly what your position is, so we're not straw manning you or saying you believe something else.
I don't have anything to hide. I have an entire article, like several articles written on my academia page related to this from the Islamic tradition, and explaining basically what my view is and trying to ground it in the early tradition. But I'm just curious because William Lane Craig is a giant in the Christian apologetic community. I think we would agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with his views on this? Because I've watched a lot of his material, and he spent a lot of time speaking about this. So have you seen any of his discussions regarding God and his relationship to time?
I saw a presentation he gave. I forget where it was. It was up when I was in New York, so it was somewhere local, maybe at Rutgers or something like that. But yeah. So yeah, as far as what he was saying then, yeah, he rejected eternal generation. He just believed 3 co-eternal persons without one being generated from one of the others. Yeah. As far as what I saw,
but not even just with that, like. That's one part of it, because I think that falls naturally out of his view of causation or time and God's relationship to time. So you have like the broader view, and his view is that, which I don't know. I think it's problematic for other reasons, but anyway, he says that God sans creation or without creation is timeless, and then with creation he's in time, and the reason is because, well, it just seems obvious to him that if God begins to create, I mean, that's temporal. And then, the whole idea with the incarnation, everything else. So William, I'm using him just because many of the audience may be familiar with him. And he's someone who believes that God is quote unquote temporal when he begins to create and going forward. So, okay. I mean, you don't have to take a particular view on it for this conversation, but is there any view, let me ask it in a different way. Is there any view related to this subject from a Christian paradigm where you say, oh, that's not acceptable? Like, I don't know what the correct view is, but that view is definitely not acceptable. Is there anything that...
along these lines, like, yeah, I've heard Craig talk about that. And when he's speaking about things like that, I'm like, how would I know, man? How would I like I think my view is just once you get sort of far enough beyond our plane of reality, things are just not going to work like we think they are. Like we are kind of bound by our thinking, which is made for where we are. And as soon as, I mean, just like thinking, okay, you go down to quantum mechanics, like the way things operate on a very tiny level. they make no sense from our perspective, and that's like part of the creation. And if you go to things on an extremely large scale, then you start dealing with relativity, and things don't operate the way we could ever imagine them. And so when you're talking about all of that, and like Stephen W. Hawking in a Brief History of Time, he said people ask him, can he get his mind around or visualize 4-dimensional space-time? And he said, I have enough problem like visualizing 3 dimensions, like let alone 4 dimensions. And so just like in my mind, it's like, okay, even like these world-renowned minds, they can't get their mind around something that is part of creation. And then so the idea, this is just myself, I can't say what other people who are, like way better at dealing with these concepts. And I like, like, okay, this cup, that like things that like more tangible. In my mind, it's just, okay, if I can't grasp things that are like far beyond me in creation, what are the odds that I'm going to understand like the creator and how things work in a timeless way or some other completely different mode of time or something like that? It's like, why would I even occupy myself with that? And I'd leave that to others.
What about are you familiar with open theism?
Yep.
Do you think that, I'm not saying that, asking if you hold that view, but is that something that you think is acceptable, or you think that's like a heretical view?
I know I don't believe in open. For anyone who's watching, open theism is the idea that God doesn't know certain things in the future and can't know certain things until they happen. And I can kind of get an idea of how someone could think that way. And if I were to steelman it, it would be. If I were to steelman open theism, it would be along the lines of something like a logical contradiction. When we say that God is omnipotent, we don't mean that he can do absolutely anything. We mean that he can do possible things. And so God can do anything that's possible or something like that. And so impossible things, they're not, it's like what you were saying before. It's just gibberish saying, can God create a square circle or something like that? You're just misusing words. Right. And so to steelman that, I would say, when we say that God knows everything, it would be that God knows everything that can possibly be known. He knows all of that. And until it happens, it can't be known. And therefore, it's not something that would be included in God's knowledge. If I were to steelman, I don't believe that. And I would definitely say it'd be in the realm of heretical, but it's not something I would say like, just prior to anything I would say is impossible. It's just just so you know, like unless you're dealing with like square circles or something like that, I think of everything in terms of like probabilities. Like this seems like really probable. This seems like really, really, really like if you told me you came here on a time machine from the 27th century, I wouldn't say that's impossible. I'd say that's really, really, really improbable, and I'd have to see some really good evidence for it. But yeah, so I regard open theism as extremely problematic. But so I would say like tiny, minuscule probability. And that's just in terms of maybe I don't have a full grasp of what knowing all things for all time would entail. And maybe there is some reason that certain things that we haven't done yet can't be known or something like that. But yeah, until I see an actual like contradiction. Uh-oh, hang on. We got something here. Uh-oh. Whoa. Hang on.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
What's up?
Hey, we got David S. David S.
Oh,
showed
we
up.
got the Mexican David in the building.
Hey, David S. Why are you completely misrepresenting Jake's position the entire time? And not only that, misrepresenting all of Islam. There is no classical Muslim scholar who believes what you stated as fact in your book and then build all kinds of dilemmas out of it. And you were just spouting gibberish the entire time, straw manning Islam.
Dang. Can't believe it. If that's the case, well, number one, nice to see you, Jake. It's good to actually see that you're trying to converse about it. Not going to lie, I think you're probably one of the only Muslim Dawa people out there who is willing to converse about this stuff, so I appreciate that.
Are you actually Mexican, by the way, or are we just joking about that?
Oh, no, I'm Puerto Rican.
Okay. Hey, guys, just everyone.
we should probably stop saying that then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's whatever, dude. It's like,
Yeah,
it's not a
Puerto
big
Ricans
deal.
are pretty laid back. They love being called Mexican. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No.
I've noticed lots of different people they get mad if you call them by the wrong country. I just wanted you guys to know I do have to jump up at a couple times. There's no nurse, and so I have to make sure that someone is with my kid. Otherwise, my wife is staying up all night. So I'll be jumping out and back in and so on. But I'm guessing I don't know if you guys are going to have your discussion now or plan your discussion, or David, you want to respond to some things and so on?
I just want to say to the Puerto Rican David that I initially came on and said that I would be willing to have a discussion or a debate with the two of you on some of the things you presented. But I think now, after I gave pretty much my whole playbook to David, I don't know if he's even going to be willing to do that, because I think maybe he's going to come around and say, okay, Jake, you're right. So there's really nothing to debate. But,
all right, David S.,
do
you accept defeat that you have said a bunch of things? He has corrected you, and maybe there are some delays.
Well, I don't even know if he was listening.
Yeah.
Was he listening?
Yeah. Were you listening?
No, I actually just hopped on like 5 minutes ago. So
Yes,
actually
he wasn't
Come
listening.
on,
I'm
man.
saying DW. I'm saying David Wood might be willing to accept that, but he hasn't heard anything. So obviously he doesn't have an opinion on it. He doesn't even know what I said. So
yeah, I mean, all I can say is like obviously there's.
I mean, I have a little bit more time. I don't want to steal this show with the stream, but I'm willing to stay on for.
You can. He's the one who showed up. You could have been on your way out, but he showed up.
Yeah. So but I don't know what your plan is here. If we're really like.
No. Honestly, I just wanted to chat because I didn't get a chance to really hold on. But
yeah. Hey, David, I have to jump up real quick, but just to recap, Jake jumped in, said you're a complete loser. But he said you're getting a lot of things wrong, and I asked him a bunch just so that there's no misrepresentation in the future, because he was saying we could have a discussion, or he actually said debate about this, and like a 2-on-2 debate about this, but he said you're wrong on he said you're wrong on a bunch of things, and so the idea would be, so I asked him a bunch of questions just so like to clarify exactly what his position is, so you can check that out later. But I asked him a bunch of questions about what his position was on various things. With that said, I'm going to step out real quick. You guys can converse amongst
just
yourselves.
Really quick, David, just ask you really quick. Are you opposed while you're away of David and I talking about some of the things we already discussed? Is that okay with you?
No. I'm totally laid back, man.
All right. So go ahead. Anyway.
Yeah.
So I just want to say I'm going to be very honest. I watched a stream earlier today when I was receiving medical treatment because I was at the hospital all day. And it was entertaining. It did entertain me while I was bored by myself. But I thought that, and it's not only me, like I had a bunch of different Muslim friends messaging me because I was on the thumbnail naturally. So they're like, Jake, you're on the thumbnail and it says heretic. Yeah. You guys are saying you're wrong about all these things. So, but pretty much all of my friends who know anything about these topics were just flabbergasted. I mean, from our point of view, you just were misrepresenting like 95% of the stuff that was being discussed. Now, I went over some of those things with David, mainly by him questioning me. I don't have a problem doing that here or having a back and forth discussion. But I'm just going to be honest. I put together like a 20 to 25 minute clip of everything that I had pretty much everything that I had a problem with what you guys were saying. And I was planning on doing a video reacting to that, but I'm happy to talk about it here.
Sure. Yeah, well, I appreciate that you had a chance to look through it. That's great. I hope you don't have further medical troubles in the future. That's too bad about that.
I have MS, so I have a chronic disease, multiple sclerosis. So, there's no known cure right now. So, yeah, I'm stuck with it for now.
Oh, understood. I'll be praying for that. I don't mean to misrepresent. Obviously, I was trying to go through what I can see from different Wahhabi writers and scholars about various topics. So at the beginning of some parts of the cross-examination, when you said that Allah doesn't will the preservation of the Quran on earth, and then a few minutes later you said that he does will, by his will and power, the preservation of the Quran, I think you can understand why that might be a little confusing just hearing those
I don't
two
think
clips.
that happened. I don't think that actually happened.
Okay.
And if I ever did say that God doesn't will the preservation of the Quran on earth, I'd have to look at that because I honestly don't recall saying that, and I don't know what I would have meant in that context about that. But our position is that what I think we were referring to before that was David Wood was trying to make a distinction between prior revelation, because naturally you're talking about the Islamic dilemma. So he was trying to make a distinction between prior revelation, like the Torah and Injil, versus the Quran, and basically was trying to say, well, why did God will not to preserve the Torah and Injil on earth, but he did? He preserved it in the preserved tablet. And on the opposite, he preserved the Quran on earth, but he didn't preserve the Torah and Injil. So that's my position. That's what I thought I said. So if I slipped up and said that the Quran is not preserved on earth, I mean, that would be very strange, right? Like,
again, I didn't press hard on it because 2 minutes after you said it, you said exactly what you said there. So I figured it was just like, some sort of response that was not full or complete. So I think it makes sense to say that Allah's will is one, right? Like Allah's will is not divided. It's one, it's complete, for the sake of like saying that God's not composite or divided or has parts or anything.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. What do you actually mean by that? Because a lot of those terms are kind of loaded and they're debated between theologians. So what do you mean by that? What do you mean by one, or the opposite of one, composite? What do you mean by these things? What are you thinking about?
Yeah. So when I see like Muslim scholars saying that Allah's will is not divided or contradicted against itself, or no attribute of Allah is like contradicted against itself, as like some of these foundations of Tawheed, then I'm assuming, at least on the part of the will, it's the idea that Allah, since he is, in many Islamic schools considered timeless, right? And his attributes by extension are like these uncreated, timeless aspects of him, then it would be true that like Allah is also willing timelessly, before creation, Allah is willing timelessly.
Yeah, good. Okay, good. Yeah. So do you think the quote, and I'm just using your terminology because that's what you used in the discussion. Do you think that the Wahhabi position is that God is timeless?
I'm not exactly sure. It's a little confusing between different Wahhabi scholars. It like some would either say that Allah creates time, but I didn't see many that said he creates time exactly. Other ones said that he's just like eternally existent and without temporal relations, but then he acts in time when he makes creation. So it sounded like he went from being timeless to in time, and I was kind of confused by that. It actually sounded quite similar to William Lane Craig's position. When I heard that, I was like, oh, that's strange. It's like a Kalam position.
But I mean, much of what you said, I mean, we could literally go through the clip that I put together if you want, because I don't want to misrepresent you. Not everything is clear in my head. But from what I remember and the fact that you just brought it up now, it seemed that a lot of your dilemmas or problems or whatever you want to say were predicated on the idea, or claimed that I was misrepresenting the Wahhabi view, let's say, were predicated on this idea that God is utterly timeless. In fact, I think at one point you said that he is, what was the way that you phrased it? You said something like, oh, he's like eternally static. I think that's what you said. I think you said that the Wahhabis believe that God is eternally static and timeless and things like that. So it seemed like much of what you said was predicated on that idea. But then when you're talking about it here now, you're saying that you're not sure, and it seems like even some Wahhabis are saying something similar to William Lane Craig. So that's really,
because it would still say that he's like timeless prior to creation. The confusing part is this: I don't see a Wahhabi that strictly says Allah like ceases to be timeless. He just starts to have time-bound actions while not having a change to like his essential timeless nature. So
But what would that mean? What would that even mean?
I don't. Well, that's the confusing part. Exactly right. Right. That's confusing to me. And also, most of it was actually predicated on the idea that his will is immutable, not essentially on his timelessness. So the immutability of his will, like the unchangeableness of his will prior to creation, is the thing I focused on more than the timelessness. I think
Okay,
timelessness.
let's talk about that then. So
Okay.
what do you
Right.
what do you mean by his will is immutable? Because immutable to me means that it's not subject to change, and most people take change. Well, I mean, it's debated what time is, but a lot of people take time to be a measurement of change. So
Yeah.
they're directly related to each other. So what do you mean by God's will is immutable?
Okay. Perfect. So if the Wahhabi position is it correct to say that the Wahhabi position is that Allah's will is immutable?
But that's what I mean. I have
No,
to understand. I
yeah,
have
I
to
want to get the
understand why,
definition right.
like, I could, in a sense, use it that way, but I don't know what you mean by immutable. So I want
Yeah.
you to explain to me what you mean by immutable, and then I'll answer the question based upon how you understand it.
Yeah, so from what I can see from the Wahhabi scholars, your definition is what I was assuming Wahhabi scholars intended by immutable, right? That it's not subject to change.
And by subject to change, you just mean temporal succession, like a before and after relation?
I mean, that along with like other things that might potentially cause change. But sure, since you had mentioned before that one example of change would be time as a measure of change, then yeah, if immutable means not being subject to change and time is a measurement of change, then of course Allah's will being immutable means it's not subject to time.
Right. And so there would be no sort of before and after to and by will, do you mean the faculty by which God performs actions? Is that what you mean by will?
From what I can see amongst the Muslim scholars right now, I know there's the two wills. I think I made mention of that in the presentation, right? There's like the universal will, and then there's like the legislative will. But from what I can see of the universal will, it's some sort of eternal attribute of Allah by which certain decrees come to pass with necessity.
Okay. And so um, God performs actions. Does he perform action under the Wahhabi view? I'm asking how you understand it. Do you think that the Wahhabi view is that God's will is the attribute by which he acts?
I think is confusing because a lot of the Wahhabi scholars are quite unclear on that. They just say it's his will. And if you look at like the universal will, they say this attribute of his will, this universal will, is just the means by which all things come to pass. So if you say his actions, then sure, you could say that his will is his ability to bring all things to come to pass. The things he likes and the things he doesn't like, the things that he loves and the things he doesn't love. His will is the thing that brings all of it to come to pass.
Okay. And in the case of um, the will being immutable, so basically, are you saying that all of God's actions or willings, so to speak, are eternal? Is that what you mean by it being immutable?
Well, just as you said before that you measure or you define immutability as like not having change, not being subject to change, and then you also said that time would be a sequence of changes. By definition, if his will is immutable, that means it's not subject to temporal changes, so it is a timeless will. So, right, that would be like the Wahhabi position would be that if those definitions hold, then his will would be timeless. Therefore, the means by which all of these different events or actions that he wills in the universal will, the means by which all those come to pass would be timeless as well, because it's a timeless will.
Okay, so then that's what you think the Wahhabi view is. Then when it comes
based off the definitions you just gave me too, you told me you view immutability as like not being subject to change, and then you said time is a means of measuring change, right? So if I take your two definitions, it would make sense to say, since it's not subject to change, it's not subject to time, therefore it would be timeless. Would that be like?
Right, but do you think that's what the Wahhabi position is? Do you think that they believe that God's will is immutable in the sense that it's not subject to time.
Yeah, that seems to be correct. If your definitions reflect the Wahhabi position, then yeah.
Okay, and where, besides me talking to you now, because I'm just talking about the words, what source would you go to justify this? You don't have to even give it to me now. I'm not trying to. I'm just wondering what is in your mind about that. Like where have you read that the Wahhabi position is that God's will is not subject to time? Let's say.
Well, that's a good question, right? So if it's true, and mind you, in the presentation, I actually made distinctions. I actually showed the parts where you do agree with the Wahhabi position, but then I explained how I think the Wahhabi position leads to a dilemma collapse, right? So even if a Wahhabi says one thing, I would say, well, no, that leads to a logical issue or a modal collapse. And so let's say that according to the Wahhabi scholars, the will of Allah is considered to be an eternal attribute of himself, which is by definition immutable, right? This will of his, if it's immutable, therefore it's timeless. Therefore, if it's an essential attribute of Allah that's timeless, then Allah would be timeless as well, right? Allah wouldn't have parts of him that are timeless. He would just be timeless.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I'm,
do you think that that's problematic? Do you think that a view of God being utterly timeless and immutable in the way that we describe, not subject to change in terms of his essence and all of his attributes, do you think that's a problematic view of God?
No. It's actually the set of various views all being brought together, right? So when I'm critiquing the Islamic position, I'm critiquing Tawheed in combination with immutability, in combination with timelessness, right? So, for instance, if the Wahhabi position, just to like try to, or actually not even the Wahhabi position, if there was a Muslim position that asserted that Allah was kind of like what R.T. Mullins would say, right? R.T. Mullins is a great Christian philosopher, and he believes that God is time.
You know, he's a good friend of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, he's amazing.
Ask him about.
No, he's wonderful. I love R.T. Mullins, but
I'm in the footnote of his of some of his academic works.
Really? Oh, that's awesome. Wait, I'll have to check that out. That's great. His book, The End of the Timeless.
He's one of my. He was one of my professors in my master's program.
Did you go to? I'm
not gonna say where I went because.
Oh yeah. Never mind. Yeah.
You know, we've got doxers here, right, Thaddeus? So
yeah.
I mean, not here, but
probably
in existence, yes.
Okay, so I'm just not going to disclose that just for that reason.
Never mind. I was going to say the place he taught, but you're right. Yeah, that makes sense. That's safe.
I mean, to be fair, he currently teaches at a few different universities. So, but just by me saying that, if people want to dig, maybe they can find it.
Yeah, maybe not. That's all right. Everybody forget that anything was said. Jake's cool. Don't dock. So I wouldn't say it's the idea of just a timeless God per se, right? I would say it's the combination of, and I think I actually talked about this in my book. It's the specific combination of Tawheed, right, with the nature of like Allah willing in accordance with His perfections and His wisdom, which also, of course, views Allah's own attributes as perfections. In that being in combination with like his immutability of will, all those things together form an issue, right? So if there was a Muslim position that saw God as
just genuinely trying to understand what does that combination what is the issue that falls out of that, of Tawheed, immutability, and with his wisdom, or acting by his wisdom?
Yeah. So the positions I keep on hearing from Muslims is that like Allah is truly, like, essentially immutable in terms of his will, right? And in the exact same definition that you applied, not subject to change, and as you also followed up with, you said time is a measure of change, so Allah's will is not subject to temporal changes either. Well, if that's the case, then we're using like a strong form of immutability, and that kind of immutability, right? Like this essential immutability that also has to do with the actions that flow out of Allah. That strong immutability does lead to some problematic issues, because it's not even dealing with like Allah's with temporal changes or sequences, which would
You
therefore
cut out
allow.
on my end for about 5 seconds there. I don't know if it was also for them, but it was on my end. You said that the problem is not just immutability, I think, and then it cut out. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I'll try again.
It might have been on my end. I just didn't hear you.
That's right. So the problem is not just like immutability, but that strong immutability
Right,
that
yeah.
it's that seems to be part of that definition, right? So the definition you're using, and that definition that, again, it seems like some Wahhabi scholars are using, but it's tough because then they don't go as deep as a lot of other Muslim scholars in different camps might go in terms of like the exact philosophical strength of the language they're using. And so that strong type of immutability where Allah is always doing, I'll even make it a weaker form of immutability. Allah is always doing the kind of things, right? So just to be like more fair, Allah is always doing the kind of things that he's always been doing. Well, there's kind of an issue there, right? Because if I say Allah has always been doing the kinds of things that he's doing, well, then I should be saying that Allah is like eternally speaking. Because then when Allah, through some sort of intermediary or some sort of means or act, creates the universe, then I could say that Allah has, eternally been speaking. So when Allah does revelation, which is like these moments where his speech, his eternal speech becomes temporally manifest, then that's not going to be like as much of an issue, right? But if you say that he hasn't been eternally speaking, it's just his ability to speak, then it does sound like he's actually gone from like a change in the kind of thing he's been willing, right? So that critique, and again, when I'm doing my dilemmas or critiques, it's not predominantly focused on just if you agree with the Wahhabi scholars. The critique is, all right, if these claims uphold what some Wahhabi scholars are saying, then that would be a dilemma for those Wahhabi scholars or for people in the Wahhabi camp. Even if those Wahhabis don't know that there's like a dilemma there.
Is the strong immutability claim? Let's go with that. Or even if what you said about weak immutability in the way that you characterized it, are those and then God having revelation at a particular moment in time? You're saying that that's problematic. Why would that be problematic? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Those are good questions. So those are problematic in the sense that if Allah hasn't eternally been doing the kind of thing, right? So just going with even the weak immutability, where, all right, Allah can go from not doing a certain thing to doing a certain thing, but he's always been the same kind of being, doing the same kinds of things, same categories of things.
Yeah.
If we have to say then, okay, well, at least what kind of things has he been doing prior to creation that explains the actions he's doing after creation, right? So in my book, I explain that we could say the God of Christianity is eternally relational, right? He's eternally relational. If you want to parse that out in terms of like God is omnitemporal in like the R.T. Mullins view, where God has time as an attribute, right? Or if you want to go with like a modified view, like the classical Thomistic timelessness view, in either case, we know that God has always been the kind of being that sees relationship with other entities as a good thing. The God of Islam does not have eternal instantiations of relationships as like part of his essence and being. And so if we're just going with even more simple, right, like an inference to the best explanation, and I think I mentioned this in the book too, right? Not all of these dilemmas have to be like necessary logical dilemmas. If a Muslim has a weaker version of it, you could say, well, then let's just go with inference to the best explanation, like a lot of scholars do. Which model of God seems to explain creation better? A God who has not been eternally related to another entity or person or something, and therefore does not see eternal relationship as a axiologically meaningful pursuit, or a God who has been eternally relational and therefore sees relationship with another entity or person as something axiologically meaningful and worth pursuit. I would say, oh, okay, the one that sees relationship as a good thing is the one that would make a thing to be related to, i.e. a universe, rational agents, angels, humans, stuff like that. And so the book, I know we only went through like 6 dilemmas out of 100 or whatever, but I think this inference to the best explanation could still apply to each of these dilemmas to kind of how people think, well, which model of God actually explains this better?
Okay,
And
so
yeah.
now it seems like you're saying it's not, in the particular discussion we're having now is not based upon a necessary inference, right? There's not like a logical inference that necessitates.
Well, it could.
Yeah.
It could, right? So the issue is because, mind you, this is just how philosophy works a lot of times. People can be in the same camp but still using different definitions. So since I know that's just how scholarship and philosophy works, I allow people to say, okay, you're probably going to talk with a Muslim, just like how obviously you could talk with like two Thomists, right? Two Thomistic Christians. And you'd probably end up at some point being able to find Thomists who have like a different specific understanding of timelessness or like, you know, pure actualization, like pure act with God, act as purest.
Do you have a particular view on these questions, by the way? Are you a Thomist? Are you
I used to be an existential Thomist. I don't really hold to like the pure existential Thomism anymore. And not so much to the like exact forms. I think someone who does a pretty good job exemplifying my view is someone who would be a good example. He's a good scholar for this, because like R.T. Mullins has some good stuff here and there that I think is like meaningful, even if I disagree with him on some points. I think he's got some good, meaningful approaches to how he summarizes things. Idol Killer on YouTube has like good models for dynamic omniscience that allows for like strong relationality.
I didn't hear what
Idol Killer on YouTube.
Okay.
So he's good.
We actually briefly talked about that earlier. So are you sympathetic to open theism?
Not to like that form of hope and theism. I think that open theism, the claim that, you know, you can't know the future is an issue. Obviously though, I would hold to somewhere more like, I don't know what to say, if it's like an essentialist Thomistic view, or like maybe an analytic model. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I'd parse out God's relationship with time. And so I'm trying to see exactly what I would do with that. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I'd parse it. But all this to say that when I say it doesn't have to be a logical inference of necessity, I'm saying as you're talking with people, you'll probably find a Muslim who is in a Wahhabi camp, or, you know, maybe any of the other camps that I've described in the book, who end up saying, well, I don't hold to that strength of it, right? For instance, there's people who hold to like strong divine simplicity in the Christian tradition, and people who hold to like a weaker version of it. So obviously, if we're using the same term, divine simplicity, we have
a view on that?
I think that divine simplicity in its like strongest Thomistic form has some issues. I think that, you know, like the weaker forms of divine simplicity, kind of like how Inspiring Philosophy says it, right? Divine simplicity is what does he say? It's a luxury, not a necessity, right? So it's not going to cause any like essential modal collapses, but it might be better to approach understanding God better through like the philosophy of mind. And so, which I'm actually more sympathetic to. I'm actually more sympathetic to the idea that the one being who exists as three persons could be like analogically described in some sense as one divine mind, in which there are like three loci of consciousness that have full identity with that one divine mind, or like three, you know, asymmetrical relational states, right? So in either way, I think the philosophy of mind could actually help a lot with those models of God.
Sorry to cut you off. I just really want to understand this like try to kind of simplify for the audience, because a lot of people probably don't know what we're talking about, right?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
do you believe that God's knowledge, his attribute of knowledge, is identical to his attribute of will? Do you think that they're the same thing?
No, that would be like a strong type of like identity, or a strong type of divine simplicity.
Okay, so you would hold more to like a Mullins type of view, in that sense that the attributes are not identical to each other or to the essence. And then it also seems like you're not.
Potentially. I'm still trying to figure out exactly, because R.T. Mullins has like really good responses to a lot of questions, but then also like I see, you know, St. John Chrysostom early on in the Christian tradition allows for some like open approaches. So I'm still trying to figure out where I land exactly on some of that.
Do you hold? You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I know some people are shy about this, but do you belong to a particular church denomination?
Yeah, well, okay, I do, but I guess it's basically as close to like non-denominational as you
Okay.
can get right now.
So you're like a Protestant non-denominational. Okay. So
Well, yeah, obviously I have a tradition that I wish I held to, but not really an option in my area.
oh, and do you mind saying what that is, or not really?
No, I can't speak to that. God willing, maybe he'll bring me into that tradition in the future. We'll see, but
Okay. No, I'm not
yeah.
trying to press you. I'm just asking so that I can understand where you're coming from. That's all.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, for instance, here,
I'm familiar with the different schools in Christianity. So that's why I'm asking, because it just kind of helps shortcut some of these things. So
yeah, like I'll say it like this.
It seems like to me, to be very honest with you, it seems like you kind of have a similar position to David, where you're like, a lot of these things are complicated, they're difficult to understand. You don't really have like a set position on, or like a dogmatic position on all of these different things. And that's fine. I mean, that's fine for you. You can follow your own conscience, but I just find it weird that if that's the case, how would you be using any of these type of arguments against Islam or certain models of God, or certain views in Islam, if you're not really dogmatic on any of these questions anyway? So it seems like eventually the issue gets reduced to God as quote unquote Unitarian or unipersonal, that he's one person. And so it seems like really that's the main crux of the problem for you, not any of these questions about God's timelessness or lack thereof, or his will, or anything like that. It seems more so to be a difference between Trinity, three persons, and Unitarian, whether it be Unitarian Christian or Unitarian Muslim. That's really seems to be what the problem is.
Well, I think that's actually something I lay out in the book pretty clearly, right? I try to actually keep it to like 4 main claims or attributes, and so I would say that's a pretty correct statement, because that's exactly what I say in my book. I don't really like try to hide, behind any wall. I'm saying the very notion of a Unitarian God who values relationship, despite having like an immutable set of axiological preferences or an immutable wisdom by which certain choices of will or action come about, it doesn't seem to explain as much as a God who is eternally relational, eternally tripersonal, right? Or at least eternally multipersonal, and therefore sees relationality, active relations, causal relations, as being significantly more valuable than a Unitarian one, right? So obviously, I can understand your confusion, but if I find, and if I give good reason to say that a multi-personal God makes more sense for moral facts like moral ontology, aesthetic facts, aesthetic ontology, the very nature of revelation, divine revelation, the nature of creation, the existence of a universe, and I hold that a multi-personal God has stronger explanatory power than what you would find in a unipersonal God, then I think that automatically makes for like a more meaningful claim. Is it possible to say all of that while still saying I'm trying to figure out where I view God's relationship to time? Even though I do find R.T. Mullen's approach to time being an attribute of God very attractive. Yeah, sure. Those are things I should figure out, and I'm prayerfully considering those. Don't get me wrong. I've been trying to for about a year to figure out where I land in the Christian tradition. But that still doesn't detract from the actual arguments, because my arguments were predominantly on the type of immutability and the type of the nature of Tawhid for my book. Now, in my conversation with David,
are they together? This is what I'm really trying to parse out. Okay. Is it the combination of immutability and what you view Tawhid to be, or is it strong immutability in and of itself?
Well, I would actually say like immutability and Tawhid, right? So because that's also part of the love.
What is the combination of strong immutability, or immutability, as you say, and Tawhid together? What does Tawhid add to the immutability claim that makes it problematic together, whereas immutability in and of itself without Tawhid is not problematic? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's great. So if I see the will of Allah as something which, again, as you even affirmed, is immutable in a type of timeless sense, and it's also, of course, in relation to Allah's hikmah, to His wisdom, right? Which is for the good and benefit, especially in relationship to His own attributes. And Allah has one will in the understanding of Tawheed as like one will, one of being, one of essence. Everything is one, without a contradiction of will or any other attribute. Then I would say an immutable will that is, from our lights and our perspective, it, being timelessly willed contradictory states for His one attribute of speech, then that seems to either lead to an eternal contradiction in Allah, or at least to a type of like arbitrary nonsense regarding what He chooses to reveal and preserve versus not reveal and preserve, right?
Can we slow down for a bit? Because I'm really trying to laser in and understand what you're saying.
Okay.
What exactly is the conflict or the contradiction? I'm trying to understand this.
Yeah. So, one more time. If Allah's Tawheed, right, the nature of Tawheed means oneness of Allah and also oneness of each of these attributes, right, without division, without contradiction within the attribute, which is part of Tawheed. So he has this like one will, and also that will is immutable, right, with like a type of strong immutability, as you said, not even subject to time or temporal relations.
If it's not, let's say that it's not. Let's say that He has that attribute of will, and it's not a strong immutability.
Okay, well, we can change definitions, right? It doesn't seem like the Wahhabi scholars are so quick to hold to a weak immutability, but if you want to, we can.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just asking for the sake of argument to really understand where exactly the problem is. If somebody holds what you call weak immutability and so-called tawheed, or there being an attribute of will, what's the problem with that?
Yeah. So Tawheed, as I just said, with the whole immutability, so Allah has this one will that's undivided, non-contradictory, in a type of timeless sense, as you said, immutable. And so the moment that there's creation, right, Allah is timelessly willing towards one attribute of speech, which is also not divided.
By the way, part of the reason why I don't want to cut you off here, but I'm just going to mention this because I really don't care. But part of the reason why I'm distracted is because I literally have Maleek messaging me right now, and he's completely losing his mind. So I'm actually just gonna say this directly here on the platform. I'm not scared of you, dude. I'm not scared of you at all. He doesn't like that I'm here, that I'm talking to David Squared. He doesn't like that. He's upset about it. I don't care what he thinks about it. He doesn't mean anything to me in that regard. I don't care what he thinks about me coming to this platform or not. If he wants to go back and try to expose my private messages to him, he can have fun and do whatever he wants. I don't care. I'm even happy to send you my address, dude. You have my number right here. I'll send you my address. You're welcome to show up anytime. I doubt you will, but I'm not scared of you. So stop wasting my time. He's also sending me voice notes right now, which obviously I can't listen because I'm talking to you right now. So that's part of the reason why I'm distracted. But
I'm sorry.
I don't really care. And I've already said this. David knows this. I said this directly to his face several times. I don't appreciate or like at all a lot of his behavior, him ripping up Qurans, all this kind of thing, right? I don't accept it at all. So just because I'm here now talking to David Squared doesn't mean I'm endorsing everything that they're saying or doing. I've made that abundantly clear. Just as I don't really care what Maleek has to say either. So I hope he's listening to this. He can put it on TikTok to his 300 followers or fans, and they can have a nice time. And then people like Thaddeus and Chris from Chris Claus, you guys can do your little streams. I really don't care. So anyway, back to the topic.
Yep. Hey, just real quick, since you mentioned me, I just want to say I have a lot more respect for you, Jake, today than I did in the past. You've been really cool this whole stream, and just calling out Maleek right there. I want to give you credit. You genuinely do not seem to care what anyone else thinks. You only want to know what is the correct and true position, and I respect that a lot.
Well, I mean, he's literally I just be very frank with you. He's literally cursing me out on WhatsApp. So but this is the thing, right? Like, I really don't care. Like, who is Maleek in the grand scheme of things? Honestly, he's not doing anything for me or against me in that way whatsoever, dude. And like, you can't even dox me. I can't possibly be doxxed because I don't even know my own address in Morocco. Like, so do whatever you want, bro. I really don't care at all. That's how I am with it. And he wants to play these kind of dirty games. If he wants to expose certain private messages or whatever, I don't really care. But I just wanted to say that because I don't want him to continue to be spamming me. I'm going to try to focus on you. So I apologize for that. I'm just distracted with this guy.
I'd be distracted too if somebody
I don't know
was.
what he actually thinks. Like, I think he actually has. He believes that he actually has some type of pull, like that he's going to control me whether or not I go to come to this panel and talk to David Squared or not. Like, dude, I'm here. It's too late. Like, what do you think you're going to threaten me not to come to this platform? Now, I will say that if people do not think that I should ever talk to David Wood, I'm just going to be honest with you. As a Muslim, I think that's a legitimate position to hold, right? And some people do feel like that, and people who I actually respect and are friends with me, and I consider them, senior to me in knowledge and things like that. I would respect their opinion of what they have to say. But Maleek, I don't give a shit what you have to say, dude. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me from that point of view. Who are you to try to control me to who I can speak to and who I can't? Now, if other people who I respect have a problem with that, they can come and talk to me. But you don't mean anything to me in that regard. Okay. So, but I'm just trying to be honest too, by the way, David, that I do think that your behavior and the things that you've done and your track record, I think it is a legitimate position for some Muslims to take, to say, we don't want to talk to that guy at all. And we don't think anybody should really be giving him a dignified, session and speaking to him in this way. I really don't think there's a problem with that. But my position is that I'm coming on here in what I think is a controlled environment. And there's, from what I see, there's no blaspheming going on. There's no Quran ripping or desecrating. And I think it's a good opportunity for me to provide the message that I want to on this platform. So that's what I'm doing. And if people don't like it from the Muslim side, that's fine. They can come and speak to me about it. But Maleek, I don't care, bro. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll just I'm not gonna be part of this because you guys are having a good conversation here. I just wanted to point out, as everyone knows, I'm happy to go to war when there's war, and happy to escalate and so on, but also happy to have a friendly conversation when that's what's going on. And as far as what's going on here, David S. was on a live stream yesterday, made a series of arguments against Islam, and Jake believes that those arguments are flawed, and came on here to correct what he believes are misrepresentations of the Islamic position. And why a Muslim would not want that, why a Muslim would not want that to happen, and say, no, don't correct this guy who we believe is saying false things about Islam. That is just weird. With that said, I understand what Jake was saying, that I also believe it could be a legitimate position to say, no, this guy's gone too far. This guy's gone too far. So any Muslims who are saying, you know what, David has crossed too many lines, so we're not talking to him, that's totally up. That's totally up to them.
Yeah,
but I would say the same. I would say basically something similar to what Jake just said. Maleek, you don't get to tell anyone what to do. Not me, not anyone else. And if you say you're not gonna, you're talking about, I don't care what you say. Your behavior is so terrible that your thoughts on this issue become irrelevant to me. With that said, other people could say, like what Jake was saying, hey, let's not interact with David, and I wouldn't find that position terribly unreasonable. So with that said, you guys can go ahead and continue.
Yeah, I do just want to say that this is where this is stemming from, or part of the discussion is that there are two primary verses in the Quran which mention that to not sit with people who mock the verses of Allah. I'm paraphrasing, but I think, David, you're familiar with this. And until they change their speech, or until they change their discourse. So if you look at the tafsirs, and I sent this to Maleek, and he never responded to it, maybe because he doesn't understand the issues associated with this. But if you look at the tafsir, it explains it's conditional upon when the person begins to actually refrain from engaging in that speech, right? So there's room to speak to somebody like, first of all, David S. I'm going to be very honest with you. That's the first time I ever saw you. I don't know who you are really at all. I'm just being honest. So you don't fit that bill to me. But even somebody like David, there could be an opportunity to speak to that person. It's not as if you can never speak to them ever again. Right? That's not my view. That's not my understanding of the verse of the Quran. It's conditional. Now, if David right now, I'm just saying this, if he were to start doing something blasphemous from my perception, or doing something ripping the Quran, or promoting that while I'm here, I would just log off. I would just leave. Right? So that's my view. That's my understanding how this is. I don't believe that somebody like especially David S., someone who's associated with David merely by going on his live stream, that means I can't speak to that person. That's not my view. So, but anyway, I know that some Muslims are going to be offended by that. They don't think that David Wood should be spoken to at all. I think that's an honest, fair position, to be very frank with you. But when it comes to Maleek, I don't really care what your position is. I mean, you have no status when it comes to the Dawah community. What are you offering, right? What are you offering in terms of intellectually, or anything community based? What are you actually offering to the table? So that's where I am with it. But yeah, that I just want to put this sort of backdrop to say that it's not coming out of nowhere why certain Muslims feel that way, because they think there's a Quranic injunction that when somebody is doing these kind of things, we're not able to sit around them, because then basically we become one of them, because it's like, oh, we're just sitting there while they're doing it as if we don't have any problem with it. And that's when it becomes problematic. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But we can kind of get back to it, David S.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
And
so yeah, you were asking about
really David Segara?
Claro que no, not a chance. No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
No.
So anyway, but I didn't want to keep calling you Puerto Rican David, so I'm going to call you David S. But go ahead.
Yeah,
I forgot where you left off.
No, it was definitions. The definitions on immutability and Tawheed. And so, what I was
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, if Tawheed is like oneness of all his attributes, including oneness of will, and also if he is like this will is truly immutable, such that he's just only ever doing the kind of things, that's the weak immutability. He's only ever doing the kind of things he's doing. Well, then I think a Muslim should say that he is eternally either willing his speech, if you want to say that, or eternally speaking, so that he's always doing that kind of thing that he was doing prior to creation, which was speech. Therefore, the act of revelation doesn't become problematic. So this, I can't remember which dilemma that would be able to get rid of, but I know one of the dilemmas was that movement in which you claimed that he wasn't always speaking. He just had the ability to speak. So you'd be able to get rid of that dilemma pretty easily if you change to a weak immutability. And I know it's kind of weird for the audience. Why am I telling him how to beat my dilemma? Well, that's what you do in philosophy. You actually have to give people like definitions to show them how they would destroy an argument. So my argument would be crushed if you change to a weak form of immutability to say he's always doing the kind of things he's doing, and he has always been speaking. So when he makes a creation, which is its own question, but when he does make a creation, he's always been the kind of being that speaks. So revelation is, a thing that might flow from that. Of course, people would then say, well, no, he doesn't have like relational speech. He just has the act of speech. So would he ever make anything to speak with at all, like a universe or rational agents? And I would argue no. But I do think you could break one of my dilemmas if you just hold to like a weak immutability in which he's always doing the kind of things, which is speaking, not just the ability to speak. Does that make sense? Is that like, does that fall a bit more?
When you say the weak immutability view that he's always doing certain kind of things, what would it mean for him to always be speaking? What would that mean?
Well, I mean, so in the same way, and that's actually a great question. And by the way, what Jake's doing right now is what everybody should be doing with like any theological or philosophical discussion. Ask for definitions. That's what I always tell people when I train them in college or elsewhere. I always say first step is definitions. So we would say that it's like the same mystery of what does it mean for Allah to always be powerful? Like what does it mean to just have this eternal attribute of ability, of power, right? Or what does it mean for Allah to eternally be all knowing? That's just like an eternal attribute, right? That's just an eternal attribute of God to have all knowingness. And so he's just like actively knowing all things, right? He's actively all powerful. So he's just actively
speaking as an action.
If you want to say that he is, which actually, yeah, I would say you would have to, so that he's always been doing the eternal kind of thing, which is speech, right? So if you hold that it's like an eternal action that he's doing, which flows from his attribute of speech, then that would be a easier way to break one of those dilemmas for sure.
Can you just repeat that again? Sorry.
No, yeah, that's right. That's right. Don't worry. No, that is okay. This is fine.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. 2, 3, 4. Okay. So Tawheed, oneness of will, immutability, right? So this weak immutability. So he's always doing this kind of thing. So Allah is eternally willing, his own speaking, right? So from his attribute of speech, he's eternally willing his own speaking, such that when he makes a creation, then it's not a serious issue for him to like have these revelations that appear to mankind, because now he's always been the kind of being that speaks. So now he has his speech manifest. Now, of course, the issue that David and I were arguing is that his speech seems to be, or his will towards his one will towards his manifestation of speech, towards his speaking, seems to be contradictory, right? Especially with like this kind of timeless, immutable will, where he is timelessly willing the preservation and corruption of his own manifestations of speech. And that seems like a contradiction that's essential to his will, right? To essentially, eternally will opposite states, or as people would say, a contradiction. Allah eternally wills towards his one attribute of speech, preservation, and Allah eternally wills towards his one attribute of speech, corruption. So if Allah is willing A and non-A for the same attribute at the same time, eternally, then that is by definition a contradiction.
Yeah, but then in that case, what I'm trying to point out is what you're presenting, as far as I'm concerned, is nothing unique to Islamic theology, right? Because I could make the same point. Well, okay, somebody can have a Christian view of God, maybe even be Trinitarian, and hold that God is immutable and he has these two actions at the same time that appear contradictory, right? And it doesn't even have to be about preserving his word. It could be anything related to God's plan that could, if you're saying, like, for example, at the same time, he's eternally willing for David to exist and also not exist at the same time. Well, okay, that's contradictory, because David can't be alive and dead at the same time, right? But because the action is eternal and that's within his will and he's immutable, then now it's a problem for that view of God as well. So what I'm trying to say is, first of all, I don't even think it's a problem. I can explain why. But even if it is a problem, it doesn't seem to be a unique problem to Islam. Like, there's nothing about the Islamic conception of God that is unique in this respect that causes a specific problem. That's what I just not seeing that.
No, that's great. So I actually really appreciate that. And I think that I do mention that in the book as like a caveat. in case somebody were to say that. So in this case, right, what the example you gave was, Allah's will, or just some model of God, right? His will towards something in creation. Mine was towards his own attributes, like towards himself. So there is like an ontological distinction between my existence and Allah's necessary attributes. So if Allah is eternally willing about his own attributes, which have eternally existed, if he's eternally willing towards his own attributes, opposite states, preservation and corruption, then that would be a much larger issue, right? But to be fair to you, right? Because I think it's important to be charitable in that. There are Christians I critique if I think that they're offering something that leads to like a necessary modal collapse. So if your response was only to say, well, that's not unique to the Islamic tradition, contradictions can happen anywhere, I would say yes, but it's still an issue no matter what, right? A contradiction is a contradiction, if it actually is a contradiction. That being said, you did say, again, to be fair to you, you did say that you don't think it's an issue for Allah to be eternally willing towards himself, towards his own nature, his own attribute of speech, timelessly willing.
Well, I do think that's a problem. I mean, we kind of have been dancing around here, but I think I should just cut the chase and tell you the same thing I told David Wood, which is that I don't believe in a. Oh, I think you're getting called.
I'm sorry. One second. All right. This is. I feel so bad about this. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I hear something I have to address real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'll be real quick.
Sure. All right. So in the meantime, we can talk about in anticipation of Maleek's big expose. Okay.
Been there.
I'm trying to think of what he thinks that he's going to expose. So he's called me a munafiq, which means hypocrite. So that's you could argue that's essentially declaring me a disbeliever. What else did he say here?
Sorry about that.
Some
we are
words
all
that
good.
on here, but let's see. What else? Anything else? He says it's going to be juicy. It's going to be a juicy exposing.
Oh, what did I just walk into? What happened about juice?
Yeah, no. I figured, hey, man, we don't want to have dead air time here, but yeah, and he keeps calling me fat as if I don't know that I'm fat. Like I know I'm overweight. It's almost like the Sam Shamoon thing where, and it's weird. I don't think he's really that fat, but it's almost like the Sam Shamoon thing where he's so embarrassed that he's so fat and overweight that he can't even go outside to go get to church and get communion, that he thinks that everyone else who's fat is like so disturbed by it that when he calls them that, they're not going to leave their house too. So I think maybe that's like what Maleek has going on. I don't know, but it doesn't really bother.
No, with Maleek, you can go back anytime someone calls him out for anything, like in the chat or something like that. If he knows them, he instantly goes for personal attack. Like if it's a woman, he'll attack her for being old or unmarried or something like that. He's just he likes to go with the personal attacks and attacks on parents. In other words, things that really have nothing to do with any arguments or discussions that are going on.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to it. I was trying to say I want to cut to the chase and basically tell you that I don't believe, at least in the concept of God that you're talking about, of being an immutable, utterly timeless, frozen picture type of conception of God. I don't believe in that at all. This is not the so-called Wahhabi view. In fact, it's diametrically opposed to my view and the Wahhabi view. I actually, if I can show you this, just want to show you so that you don't think I'm like making this up on the spot.
Sure.
I just want to show you an article that I wrote related to this. It's on my academia page. And since you mentioned R.T. Mullins, it was actually graded by him in my master's program. Let me share this here. Okay, so I have a bunch of different articles related to this, but one of them is called "The God of Aristotle is not the God of Abraham."
Jake, did you want this on the screen or not?
Yeah, can you see it or no?
Yeah, I see it. Here you go.
Okay, Yeah. So I just want to show you this so you see. Like I wrote this in 2024, right? So this is almost like 2 years ago, and it's called "The God of Aristotle is not the God of Abraham." And what I argue here is, just looking at the abstract, I say there's been extensive debate in the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions concerning the relationship between the God of Aristotle and the God of Abraham. Are they the same God? This paper seeks to address this question from an Islamic perspective. After providing the necessary details for the theology of Aristotle, the focus will turn towards detailing the legendary Sunni scholar of Hadith, Muhammad al-Bukhari, his understanding of divine action. The author, meaning me, will support the interpretation being argued for by utilizing the interpretation of al-Bukhari's view on divine action from Ash'aris and Maturidis. Basically, I'm showing that I'm not just getting this from Wahhabi sources. I'm showing the interpretation of those who are opposed to the view, but admitting that Bukhari held this view. Commentary from Muhammad Anwar Shah al-Kashmiri will serve to vindicate the who's a Maturidi scholar, by the way, will serve to vindicate the controversial theologian Ibn Taymiyyah, demonstrating his compatibility with the theology of al-Bukhari and Ahl al-Hadith, the people of Hadith, or the scholars of Hadith. A parallel will be drawn between the Mutakallimun, or the practitioners of Kalam, and Aristotle's notion of divine immutability and its relation to divine perfection, followed by a brief rejoinder. Finally, a response will be provided to another common objection to the theology of al-Bukhari and Ibn Taymiyyah based on the well-known Quranic reference, Laysa kamithlihi shay, there is no God, there's nothing like unto him. As understood by al-Bukhari, the Quran portrays God, Allah, as a dynamic creator, capable of acting in succession. On the other hand, the God of Aristotle is a static, simple God, incapable of thinking anything except himself. Despite protestations by some of the Islamic philosophers and Mutakallimun, practitioners of Kalam, the God of Aristotle is not the God of Abraham. So anyway, basically in this entire article, what I'm trying to argue from an Islamic paradigm, from the Quran, a straightforward reading of it, and from the, I focus on al-Bukhari because he's pretty much accepted by all Sunnis, that as a legitimate scholar, that he held the same view, and Ibn Taymiyyah, who's a later scholar who gets a lot of attacks from the other theological camps, is just holding the same view as him. So I'm arguing that the God of Aristotle is not the God of Abraham, in the sense that the God of Aristotle is a static, immutable, simple God that doesn't really have any real distinct attributes or actions, doesn't act in succession or anything like that. And the God of the Quran does, I think, also the biblical God, from my point of view. And I try to represent that from early scholarship like Imam al-Bukhari. So I'm saying that to say I'm not coming up with this like unique response just to get out of this David's dilemma. Sure. This has always been my view. In fact, R.T. Mullins, who keeps getting shouted out, we have to start asking to get paid by him at this point. He should be paying us for shouting him out on here. No, but he's a good friend of mine. He was one of the teachers in my master's program, and in his second book on God and time, he actually uses me in a footnote related to the Islamic position on God's relationship to time. So I say all of that to say this is not a new position that I'm adopting in light of this problem. I was saying to David earlier, I think even the idea of eternal action, in the sense of actions or causal relations not being temporal and having a before and after, I think is completely nonsense. So I don't hold that view. I don't hold the view of strong divine immutability or simplicity. I think God has real distinct attributes, including distinct actions, and his actions, all of them, have a beginning in time, because any action is necessarily temporal and has a before and after relation. So that's my view, and this is the so-called Wahhabi view. This is the Athari Salafi al-Hadith view, and I think I can demonstrate this. Now I'm getting another call, so yeah, things are really gonna pop off here. But so anyway, this is my view, and I think on the one hand,
you misrepresented the Wahhabi view, and on the other hand, I don't really see how the argument is really landing.
Yeah, no, that's great. So that's excellent. Now, I totally understand that the Wahhabi view is very different from the rest of like these other Islamic views, which do hold to some sort of Aristotelian inspired philosophical set of presuppositions. So I totally get that. I think the issue is the language I see in the different Wahhabi scholars that I showed on the presentation, and also the kind of language about even at you, as you said in the beginning of our conversation, you know,
Your
saying that,
presentation, could you pull it up and maybe give an example? Because legitimately, there is no anyone who is claiming to be a Wahhabi who doesn't believe that God acts in succession is not a Wahhabi by definition. They can't be. They're in my view, they are heretics.
well, no, so it wasn't that. It was the fact that there's some of them are saying he acts in succession while also having a will, like the causal will that is immutable, and by extension of an immutable will, therefore timeless, right? So it's confusing for me
I'm
to
telling you,
see.
brother, I'm telling you, there is no so-called Wahhabi scholar who believes that God's will is immutable such that it's not subject to succession or time in that way.
Okay.
There's none. And if they are,
No, so
they are what Maleek said are munafiqs. They're hypocrites. They're not actual Wahhabis.
So it's just confusing then, because at the beginning of our conversation, when you spoke of like an immutable will, and then said like, you know, lacking change and time is a set of sequence of changes, and therefore the will by extension would be like timeless, is what we said at the beginning. It's confusing to go from like the notion of a timeless will that's immutable without change, not
But
just
I
by
never
time,
was
but
saying that was my view, though, brother. I never said that was my view. What I was
oh,
saying to
when you gave
you,
the
I was
definitions, I just
asking you.
assumed it was.
What's that?
Well, you gave those definitions, so that's why I said, okay, well, if that's
Yeah,
your definition,
those are. I look. My theory of language is that the meaning of a sentence or a word is partially based upon the intention of the speaker, right? So if
speak up,
David
period.
uses a word, if David uses a word in a particular way, uh, to answer his question, I have to ask him, especially if it's an ambiguous term, I have to ask him what he means by the word, and then I'm going to answer it based upon what he's looking for, right? So that's what I was trying to do with you. As long as when we're talking about the subject, we understand what each other's saying based upon common definitions, that's fine for me. But I was never representing my view as God being strongly immutable or timeless in that way. In fact, I mean, David Wood could attest to that. I was denying that the entire time before you got on. So that's certainly
Yeah.
not my view.
Okay. All right. So it was just confusing for me. That's all. When you defined it that way, I assumed that
Yeah,
your
I was
definition would
defining
be
it that way, but I never affirmed it for myself or the so-called Wahhabi view. In fact, I'm
okay.
saying it's exact opposite of the Wahhabi view, and that's why I was so perplexed by the presentation, and especially when you bring up people like Ibn Taymiyyah. In fact, there's actually a pretty good, because I'm assuming that you don't read Arabic. I'm just
No.
asking for. Okay, so there's a pretty good book that's related to this on Ibn Taymiyyah. I think it's called Ibn Taymiyyah on Causality, and it's a couple 100-page book that's translated into English based upon his primary source works. And anyway, all throughout it, you see like Ibn Taymiyyah is actually defending that view, and he's criticizing the view of the Ash'aris and the Maturidis. He considers them to be, he calls them Jahmis, or the Jahmiyyah, which were actually an earlier sect who were considered a deviant sect. And it's kind of a pejorative term. And the whole text is based upon this notion of saying, no, God actually does really act in succession. The entire framework of the Quran and the way that it tells stories is based upon that. For example, it says that Allah created the jinn before he created mankind. Well, did he actually really do that? Did he actually really create the jinn and then have another distinct act of creating Adam and mankind? Well, that's the apparent meaning of the text. That's the way that we read it. So we don't take our position is we don't take these outside sort of
what I would call pseudo rational principles or claimed philosophical principles that are not based upon scripture and actually are diametrically opposed to the apparent meaning of scripture, and then interpret it based upon that. We don't do that. So that's our position fundamentally when it comes to all of God's attributes and his actions. So you're not going to see anywhere where Ibn Taymiyyah is defending this strong immutability or strong simplicity view or anything like that. It just doesn't exist, and it doesn't exist amongst any modern, or if you want to say classical, even though Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab is not really a classical scholar, any so-called Wahhabis, even though I don't really prefer that term. So it was just shocking to me. I'm being very honest. It was shocking to me all that because it's just the exact opposite of what we believe.
No. So again, as I was going through the, different Wahhabi claims, it just seemed confusing when I also saw the claims about the nature of Allah's will, right? So I understand what Wahhabis are claiming in these general senses, but then other claims they were saying seem to go against these other beliefs, right? It seemed like they were
PowerPoint presentation, brother. Is there a possibility to do that? Can you bring
Yeah.
it up and show me like a quote?
I'll show you a part that was kind of confusing for me, and maybe we can go through it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I don't have all this stuff memorized, but I'd be happy to look at it later. But I specifically want to see who is the scholar and who is the one that's confusing you on this point.
You want me to pull that up, David?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's just these different aspects, right? So I'd have to ask, would you, and do you think Wahhabi scholars would hold to this idea of like a universal determined will of Allah just to start, so we can figure out if we're on the same page or not?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so you do believe that Allah like has this will of all these events that have to occur, like written and decreed by necessity.
Say the last part again. That it's what by necessity.
So kind of like what it says here. I wonder if my dot there it is. So this relates to everything that Allah wills, his actions and what he brings into existence, what he loves and what he's not pleased with. It is bound to occur as he has written and decreed. Such as the birth of one person, death of another, etc., etc. So like all of this is to say it's bound to occur. This will, this universal determined will of Allah must happen.
Yeah. So anything that he intends to happen and anything that he wills to happen will take place. It can't fail.
Okay. And so like his will, this universal will just does not change, right?
Doesn't change in the sense of his intent and his plan and what he's going to will. Yes, it doesn't change. But in the sense of individual actions that are taken by God himself to accomplish that will, then yeah, there are different actions that he has throughout time.
Sure, but they're all like still part of this over-encompassing universal will that is bound to occur. Like he has to do.
Yeah, but
these
when you
things
say
that are in his
universal will, it's more in the idea of what he's determined or what his plan is or what his intent is. But there's not like an eternal act.
Okay, so this will isn't the same as like what it would have been prior to creation or something.
Hold on a second. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, that's fine. So I asked this will that Allah has. So you're saying that it's not eternal, right? So this isn't the same will that he had like prior to creation.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying his intent, his plan, his divine decree, his will in the sense of his plan and his divine decree is eternal, right? But the actual actions that he takes in time to accomplish that divine decree or plan, those all unfold in time, and he really does different things at different times.
Okay, all in accordance with this like eternal will. It's all in accordance with like this eternal.
It's intent. Think about it in a simple way, right? Like I could have a plan to go to the store, but then I actually get up and go in my car and drive to the store, right? So you can have a plan in a sort of or general sense, and then you take actions to actually accomplish that plan.
Okay, so in that case then, right, because it's just wanted to make sure all the wording is clear and all that. So he does have like this eternal plan. So the will is just Allah's planning. That's all the attribute of will is. It's not like causally relevance. It doesn't cause anything to happen. It's not related to his power or making stuff happen. It's just kind of like an attribute of having a plan.
Okay, if you read here, right, so it says, what is meant by the will of Allah, that is all encompassing over all events and occurrences that takes place. This relates to everything that Allah wills, his actions, and what he brings into existence. This includes what he loves and what he is not pleased with, such as disbelief or disobedience. And then he says, however, well, okay, and whatever he wills is according to his perfect wisdom, his complete knowledge of the consequences, and his absolute awareness and ability of over all things. So the irada, basically the will, right, can include that which Allah loves and is pleased with, or that which he does not love and is not pleased with. However, it is bound to occur as he has written and decreed, such as the birth of one person and the death of another, the sickness of one and the health of another, the iman, meaning the belief, and the kufr or disbelief of another, and so on. So, and it says, Imam Ibn Baz explained that the universal determined will is that which is already known by Allah and recorded in the preserved tablet, and the intent is that which has been decreed already, that it will indeed occur. So exactly, it's exactly what I'm explaining. It's an eternal intent in the sense of God knows everything that he's going to will and that he intends to occur, that he determines to occur. But then in the outcome, or the outfolding of his plan, he actually wills certain things to take place in order for that plan to be accomplished.
Okay. So all right, so it is this intent, which is in accordance with what's known by him. So like his knowledge and even perhaps his hikmah, like his, what's known. And so all of it's just already determined.
Yeah, everything we believe everything that he does, or he wills to occur is based upon his divine hikmah or wisdom.
Okay. All right. So Allah is like, eternally willed that at certain points in time he would kind of interact with his creation through like revelation or whatever else it might be. So Allah has like eternally seen it as a good thing to be interactive. He's seen it as a good thing to be like relational and to be relating to his creation in these like interactive and beneficial ways, I'm guessing, right? Like he has this type of interactive beneficial disposition.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like, because now it feels kind of abstract, right? He's got like this intense that's been decreed that will come to pass in accordance with what's known by him, and also apparently preserved on those heavenly tablets. And so, if it's all just determined, and it's from this, as you said, like an eternal will, this eternal intent about things he's going to do, then does that mean like all the parts he intends to do where he interacts, right? Kind of like your plan to go to the store, you got to drive a car and walk and all that. So all these moments where he's like, all right, I eternally will that at this point in time, I'm going to, give this speech to creation, or I'm going to allow them to have this revelation sent down to them. Is that like because he sees interaction with his creation as a good thing? He sees this like relational pursuit as a good thing?
Everything that he's doing, he sees as the most wise thing to do.
Like in like the most good thing to do?
Yeah, if you want to sort of equate the two, sure.
Okay. All right, because now that's also like back to that just kind of leads to some confusions I have about why Allah would eternally value relationality, interactivity with other persons is a good thing if he doesn't have that like eternal experience of interacting or relationality within himself, right? It's almost like he's making creation to do this thing that he's, as you just said, right? He sees these as good things that should be done. It's a good thing to interact. It's a good thing to relate to other persons and to reveal oneself to them. It's a good thing to be known. But
yeah,
would Allah see those as like good things to be known, to be interactive, if he's not like eternally experiencing that reality as an axiological truth?
I don't even see, for me, I don't even know what it means to eternally experience something in the way that you're
saying it. Because to me,
Okay. All right, that's fair.
Because to me, necessarily all action is temporal. So there's going to be a before and after to anything that's taking place in that way, including so-called experiences. So I'm not really sure I understand that. Secondly, I'm not sure why it would need to be the case that Allah or God needs to actually eternally, in the way that you said, experience something in order to value it. I don't see how that follows at all. You could value something.
Yeah.
You could value something without. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. David S., do you still want this on the screen or?
Oh, we'll take it off for a second, then we'll go to the other slide.
I'm just looking at it. Yeah, I can't see anybody.
Yeah, I just realized that too. Yeah, we'll go to other slides too. Now that we're talking, I guess we can just face
So I'm saying I just don't see why God would need to eternally experience something in order to value it. I mean, let me ask it this way, because do you think that God values forgiveness?
I think that God values so again, that's like, remember how I talked about, this kind of weaker form of immutability. There's like kinds of things that God values, right? Like these categories of action, which would also go for like Allah with weak immutability. I would say like there's these kind of things that God can see as like generally good categories based off things he's already doing, right? So I would say that God would see a loving set of actions or relationality between persons, like persons in love, as a good thing. So when he makes the creation, these like second order goods are now possible. But those are only things that God sees as beneficial for humans because there's some sense of preexistence within the fact that, the Trinitarian God says, hey, I eternally see a right set of relationality between persons as a good thing. I see love as a good thing between persons. And so in a creation, that would just manifest as like forgiveness, right? Being like an extension. And so, but also back to your point, and I think it's an important point that you brought up that you asked about. Why would God have to, like eternally experience something for him to see it as valuable or good? It's not so much like, well, okay, some would actually argue he does have to for the sake of like logic in terms of like axiological necessity. Why would he see something as axiologically meaningful if he doesn't, see it in himself? Because Allah sees himself as the most perfect thing. So obviously he would see those aspects of himself as things to be willed. But let's say it's not even like logically necessary, even though some people would argue that. The God model that explains things best is the one who actually has a reason to see those things as like meaningful because he sees it within himself. So I would just say that it's strangely mysterious for Allah to eternally will or eternally desire, to interact with other persons and to be related to other persons and to reveal himself, make himself known to other persons, if there's no other persons with which he's had that experience prior to creation. There's less mystery for the Trinitarian model of God, right? With the Trinitarian model of God, I'd say, oh, well, God eternally sees relationality of persons, right? These like persons in relationship. He sees it as a good thing. So of course he just would, that God makes more sense as the kind of God who would interact with his creation and see it as a good thing. And so my model of God would explain things with less mystery, while it would seem like Allah, who, as you said, thinks it's a good thing to interact, explains that with more mystery, less explanation.
Yeah, see, I struggle to understand that. In fact, there's a discussion about this. I think Peter Van Inwagen, who's a Christian philosopher, he actually says that it's more mysterious why a Trinitarian God would create, considering the fact that he already supposedly has that perfect relationality eternally. It seems that he actually has less reason to create than a Unitarian God. So I think it's kind of subjective about how you look at these things. That's going to determine, well, do you think it makes more sense? I mean, if the Trinity is perfect, and God supposedly perfectly loves himself and has this perfect loving relationship amongst the three persons, then to me, it seems less of a reason why he would want to or have to, I don't want to say have to, but want to create anything at all. It seems to me more mysterious why God would actually want to create, given the fact that he already has this perfect loving relationship. He's not, quote unquote, sort of in need or lacking in any of that. So
Yeah.
I can actually use your argument in the reverse and say, well, no, it actually seems to me more reasonable that Allah would want to create because he would want to have that relationship with things in creation.
So he would be like kind
So
of dependent on his creation for him to like feel this.
that's how you would want to word it. I wouldn't word it that way.
Well,
Because in the
here,
same way,
maybe I can
in the
say it
same
in a
way,
less
would be the same
aggressive way.
issue with
I don't
God
mean to.
forgiving.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to say it in like an aggressive way. I'll say it differently. If it's true, right? Like you just said, it makes more sense for Allah to do this so that he can experience or so that he can have these relationships,
Saying
right?
you could argue it in that way. I could see it from that point of view.
Yeah. So it's just since you worded that way, I'm like, well, okay, yeah, right. But then that would seem to make a type of like dependence on creation, right? Like Allah has this type of perfection that he's lacking. For the Trinitarian side of things, it actually makes sense, right? So, for instance, let's say I just as you use the car example, going to the store. Let's say that I see. I'm in a family, and so I was raised in a family, right? So as a result, of course, this isn't a one-for-one analogy, but just stick with me. Since I was raised in a family, I just see family and large amounts of interaction as just a good thing. And so when I'm thinking about what kind of family I would want in the future, I would actually, because of my experiences, be drawn towards, especially if it's a healthy family, it's a wonderful, healthy family, then I would be drawn towards.
What's if a perfect
Say it
family?
again.
What if it's a perfect family? Would you want to have another child?
Well, I mean, yeah, because I'm saying when I say family, I'm sorry, I should qualify this. I had a image in my mind. I'm saying like a mom and a dad and brothers, right? When I say a family, like when I'm being raised. So if I'm a kid raised in a family, right, like this very loving, perfect, healthy family, and I see family as a good thing, I see it as great to be in relationship with people, then when I grow up, I would actually be far more likely to actually want to, have the same thing that I experienced, right? And to even let other people experience that same kind of relationship with me, my children. And so that's the example I'm giving there, right? So I would say that it's strange to say that Allah is like kind of, he makes a creation so that he can experience interaction, so that he can experience all
That's
this.
what's happening. I don't think it's happening. What I'm saying to you is, I think you are privileging certain attributes of God over and against other ones, and I see that it's being done in an inconsistent fashion. For example, I brought up the issue of mercy and forgiveness earlier. Within the Trinity itself, do you believe that God is eternally forgiving or merciful?
No, I think that God is eternally loving, and then forgiveness and mercy are these like manifestations of that in creation. But I would say that he's eternally loving, and that's like the attribute that sources those other attributes in creation.
But he doesn't give acts of mercy or forgiveness eternally.
No, he's like eternally loving, right? And so in creation, the manifestation of love would be mercy or forgiveness in accordance with his act of justice, right? Giving to one their due.
And do you think the Father loves himself?
Yeah, I think the Father loves the Son, the Father and the Son love the Holy Spirit loves the Father and the Son. I think there's kind of this perichoresis, eternal dance of love.
But do they love themselves too?
I would assume that they would love their personal existence. Sure. I guess I've never really heard a theologian take much time, but yeah, I would say that the persons of God probably value and love themselves.
Okay. So I think it all comes down to the assumption is that the possession of an attribute, in order to possess an attribute, you necessarily must express the attribute, right? So it seems to me that you're saying that God cannot be possess the attribute or possess the disposition to be relational or to want to be relational unless he necessarily expresses this
No,
aspect of
no. I must have said that incorrectly. I didn't say necessarily. I said it results in less mystery, right? So I was going with like an inference to the best explanation, not one of necessity. So not necessity, not like necessary expression. I'm saying it just seems more mysterious to say that Allah, who is perfect, because both of us are assuming like our model of God is perfect, right? I think that's a fair assumption to say, yeah. So it makes more sense in my lights that a God who is perfect in a Unitarian sense would not have any type of axiological leaning or foundation or desire to be in relational states with something else, i.e. a creation,
That's perplexing. Why would that be? Why would a Unitarian God not desire to be in a relation with somebody else? In other words, it seems to me that you're saying the reason is because he's not eternally in a relation with someone else. Therefore, because he's not eternally in a relation with somebody else, he wouldn't have the desire to be in a relation with somebody else. And I just don't see how that follows at all.
Well, yeah, so that's a great question. So again, if we both affirm that we have like models of God that are perfect, then would you agree that Allah sees everything about himself as perfect?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. In the same way that you asked me if like the Father loved himself or something. So Allah sees everything about himself as perfect, right? And therefore he would will things in accordance with all these perfections he sees in himself, correct? He wouldn't like will in opposition to it, right? Yeah. So if he's willing in accordance with all these perfections he sees in himself, and one of those perfections or one of the ways he sees himself is alone by himself, then he would continue to will that kind of state. The Trinitarian God, on the other hand, right, just going off your like the things you're confirming.
No, I'm saying that he sees relating to others at a specific moment in time as a perfection.
Well, I mean, but there's not a creation yet, right? Like Allah doesn't have to create. I think you would affirm. Well, okay, I know that's actually contested. Would you say that creation was a necessity in Allah's case?
It depends. It really depends what you mean by this. If you
want to start, I even affirm that. I know it's contested.
If you want to start going down like modal language and talking about these different categories of possibility and necessity and things like that.
Maybe I can change that. I can make that a bit more open.
What I'm trying to say to you is Allah eternally within himself knew that it was perfect to relate to creatures and to even specific creatures at a particular moment in time. So I believe that God's perfections are also time indexed. For example, I believe that whether I like it or not, God created David Wood. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of people don't like it, but it is what it is. So, but I believe that all of God's actions are perfectly wise, such that at the moment in which David Wood was created in his mother's womb, that was the perfect moment for God to create him, and it would be less perfect before or after. That's my position. So I believe that God's actions, including his actions to relate to created beings or even specific created beings at specific times, are time indexed.
Sure, and I think that's a wonderful response because that helps me to understand you a bit better. So while I hear that that's what must be the case, right? Because we'll just keep on using David as an example because why not? I think that's a good example. So it just so happens to be the case that David's existence is this thing willed by Allah. Like all these relational things are a thing that Allah willed. Revelation, like expressing himself through speech and revelation, even natural revelation. The question is, I get that, right? Because that has to be the case because things happened and he wills all things. Therefore, you have to say, if you're being a consistent Muslim, that it's all in accordance with his perfect wisdom, even if it's time indexed. I'm going like a step even further back though. I'm saying, okay, like what's the grounding? What's the grounding for him seeing being related to other entities or beings or persons? What's the grounding for him seeing that is a good thing? That's my actual question.
I don't really know how to get deeper than that other than God sees it as something that's good. I think that your answer, if I ask you the same question, you're going to say, well, the only difference that I can see is that, well, God was relating to another divine person eternally. But, well, just because he was doing it eternally, why does that necessitate or make it more probable or
great question
language that you want to make? Why does that make it more conceptually easier to understand how that itself is a perfection? That's why I'm saying what your argument seems to assume is that God, all of God's perfections and what he deems to be perfect, including his actions, all must take place eternally. And I just don't see why that's the case.
Yeah. So we'll then go back to that because right, in the same way that you said Allah wills or Allah is perfect, Allah sees himself as perfect, he wills all things that are in accordance with his perfections, and one of those perfections is tawheed, oneness, aloneness. So he would will that. So if you apply that now to the Trinity, right? So I would say
I don't think God wills that. I don't think being one person, and I don't even think this is your position. I don't think being one person or three persons is something that God wills, right? He doesn't like choose and say,
when I said
I don't want to be one person or three persons, right? It's not
that's
really
not what I'm saying. I said things that are like in accordance with those set of perfections that he sees, right? So like relationality. So when I'm going to the Trinity, right, just
because
to like
he's eternally alone, let's say,
just give me a chance here.
Okay, go ahead.
Because in the same way that you explain like the time index and how he looks to the future to see the kind of perfections that he sees as good and desirable and all that. I'm saying that the God of Christianity, the triune God, sees relationality, being related to other, entities, being in this type of set of relationships would be a better grounding for then saying, okay, why would God, because both of us are saying that God wills or sees it as a good thing to have these future relationships, right? He sees relationships as a good thing in the future.
Yeah.
So all I ask for is the grounding for that, right?
Yeah, what's the grounding in the Trinitarian God? That's what I'm trying to say.
The grounding would be that God eternally experiences and eternally, or at least in an everlasting sense, sees. Well, no, but that's the difference, right? Is that I'm saying that there's a grounding.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I already anticipated that. The only difference in the two models is you're saying God in the Trinitarian sense is eternally experiencing fellowship or relationship or however way you want to phrase it.
And sees it as perfect.
What's that?
And as a result, sees it as perfect, right?
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. As a result of experiencing that eternally, he sees it as perfect. And then in virtue of that, he wants to have a relationship with creatures. So what I'm saying is the key assumption in the argument is that in order for God to see something as perfect, he must be experiencing it eternally. If he doesn't experience it eternally, then there's not a good ground for him to see something in the future as a perfection or as something that is perfect. And I just don't see how that follows. It doesn't, there's no inference between the two. It's just a claim.
No, so again, like I was saying, right? If he sees this as a good state of being, then I actually have some grounding. The one that you said, he doesn't have a grounding other than the future. So Allah's desire or will for these things that he sees as good, like relationship with creatures, his grounding for that is his wisdom of creatures in the future, which means that Allah wills to have relationship with creatures in the future because he wills for creatures to exist in the future for him to have a relationship with, right?
No, he will. He has that intent eternally because he sees it as a good in and of itself at a particular moment in time.
Yeah, exactly. In that particular moment of the time is the future, right? So that's
Why
exactly
is
what I
that
just said.
problematic? You're not
Well,
really
no,
explaining.
so you described it as if I said it differently than you did, but you said the exact same thing I just described, right? That's exactly what I said. Allah is dependent on the future existence of creatures to explain why he, views relationship with creatures
No,
eternally as a good
no,
thing.
no. Doesn't follow.
You just okay.
Him. It taking place at a future moment in time is precisely because he eternally views it as a good. He views it as a good, and in virtue of him viewing it as a good, he wills it to take place. He doesn't.
So
He doesn't
he
will it to
wills
take
it.
place.
That sounds
He
like
doesn't will it.
like kind of a
He
circle
doesn't.
though, right?
What's that?
I mean, doesn't that sound like a circle? He wills it to take place, and because he sees it as a good thing, and he sees it as a good thing in virtue of that, he wills it to take place. That sounds like a circle.
It's like it's like in the case of we can do the same thing with the Trinity. Well, why is the Father eternally have a, let's say, a positive relationship with the Son? Why is he eternally willing to have that relationship with the Son?
Yeah, because they share the same divine nature, right? And God always has, a perfect experience with His own divine nature. So I actually do have an answer for that, but you still haven't answered my question. Like I
No, you
understand.
haven't, my brother. You're not understanding my point. Your
Okay.
entire objection is prefaced on the claim that in order for something to be perfect, even at some point in the future, it must be premised upon an experience of that thing eternally. And I'm
For an
saying
all-knowing being.
there's just no argument for that. It's just
No,
a claim.
again, in the same way that I asked you, does Allah see all of those attributes or all those aspects of Himself as perfect? And does He will things in accordance with those attributes? You said yes. I'm saying the God of Christianity also sees all these aspects, attributes, and states of Himself as perfect, and therefore wills in accordance with those states. We both are in agreement on that because we both already said that. The difference
Yeah,
is
but the only difference is you're saying the God of Christianity experiences that eternally, and the God of Islam does not. That's the only difference.
exactly. And so that exact fact, that brute fact of experience, is the grounding for why it makes sense for the Christian
And that's
God.
why I'm challenging that.
Yes, but you haven't
Why does
explained.
God need to experience that eternally in order for it to be a grounding of why He's going to do something in the future? There's
Because
plenty
now
of
He has a reason.
there's plenty of things that God does in the future that is not based upon some prior experience that He has.
But it would actually be able to explain the fact of creation because it gives God a reason, right? Like
Well, it gives less
the
of
reason
God.
He's
It
given
gives
me.
less of a reason. It gives less of a reason because God is already in this perfect, loving relationship. That's why Peter Van Enwagen says it's actually more mysterious why there is a creation on the Trinitarian view, because He's already in a perfect, loving relationship. So there's less of a reason. There's less of a justification for why He would want to create these creatures.
Well,
He's
hey,
already in this
David
perfect,
S.
loving relationship.
Oh yeah, One quick question, Jake. Do you know? And if you don't, you can always let me know later if you don't recall. But do you recall where Peter Van Enwagen said that? Because it doesn't sound like something Peter Van Enwagen would say to me.
I would have to. I mean, I don't have it right in front of me. I'd have to bring it up.
Okay, yeah. If you can just send that to me when you
Yeah,
can.
sure.
I'd be interested in checking that out. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Sorry about that.
And I would just disagree with Peter because I've seen other
I know,
people.
I'm not using him as a hujjah. I'm not using him. Sorry, I'm not using him as a proof. Right.
Sure.
I'm just trying to say that there's a level of subjectivity here in the sort of reasoning that's going on. For example, I could say, I mean, David probably could resonate with this as a psychopath. Do you think that there's a perfect state of being in which you're by yourself? Do you ever prefer to be by yourself?
Oh, me?
Yeah, or David.
I wouldn't say that's like a perfect state of being, just because eventually I get bored.
You ever prefer to be by yourself, though?
Yeah, every now and then.
Okay, so there could be a state of being in which you prefer to be by yourself. Well, the difference
I wouldn't call it perfect, but yeah.
In the Trinitarian conception, that's impossible because
the father is always with the son and vice versa. So they never have an opportunity to be alone.
Oh,
So
well,
I
here.
could say, well, that's actually a negative, because in the case of Allah, he experiences, quote unquote, experiences being alone. And then he also experiences being related to other beings. But in the
No, that's
case of the
great.
Trinity, he only experiences relation. He never experiences being alone.
No, so this is great. Now, the difference is that there's actually a contextual reason why I would say I occasionally prefer to be alone, right? It's the same reason why some atheists actually use an argument against God wholesale by saying, well, you see, privacy is a good thing, right? And so therefore, God knowing all things is bad because privacy is a good thing. You and I would both say to the atheist, well, no, privacy is only something we desire because we live in a world with people that we don't trust, right? So or we have things to hide, or more likely than not, we live in a world where we don't trust people with information. And so that context is the reason that humans currently see privacy as a good thing. But obviously in a perfect world, we wouldn't see that. So you and I would probably say that to the atheist, right?
I mean, there's a lot of things I would say to the atheist, to be
Well, yeah,
honest.
sure. I mean, there's a lot of issues with atheism, obviously, but
Yeah, but for me, it's not only about privacy, but even if I granted that, right? Going back to your example, right? You said that the idea of the Trinitarian God being in this relationship, what explains why that relationship is the case? You said that it's a brute fact, right?
well, yeah, God just exists as a Trinity, right? And that's just like, God has the maximal state of relationality and in the most simple form
But
there.
why is that the case? Why is it the case, and why does he exist as three persons? You said earlier because it's a brute fact. That's what I understood you said. Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's a brute fact, that means there is no deeper explanation for that. There's no deeper explanation.
Well,
There's
yeah,
no
for the fact of God existing eternally as a relationship, but the fact of God therefore enjoying or seeing relationship as a good thing would flow from that. So that wouldn't be a brute fact, right? The brute fact is his existence. In the same way you would say Allah, his existence is just like a brute fact, right? I would say the existence of God as such, as triune, is just a brute fact. His eternal understanding of that is a good thing because God sees all things about himself as good and perfect, would flow from the brute fact of his existence.
Right. So it flows from the brute fact of his existence. And I can just say, in a like manner, that Allah's brute fact of desiring a relation with created beings is a brute fact. And the fact that he does actually have that relation with them flows from his brute fact of that desire.
Now,
So
I understand what you're...
there's nothing's changed here. One is a brute fact based upon an eternal desire that Allah has, and another is based upon a brute eternal experience that the Trinitarian God has. There's no relevant difference, no further explanation for why we should prefer one brute fact over another, because from both brute facts, the same result occurs. There's no difference.
No. So the big issue, and you even said it in your wording, right, is that God's understanding in the Trinitarian concept, God's belief or view or evaluation that it is good to be in relationship is grounded in the brute fact of his existence. He doesn't have to look to the future, or he doesn't have to look to creatures as an explanation for why he would see that.
It's also in Allah's brute existence.
So you're saying the fact of the future existence of creatures is a brute fact?
I'm saying that God's disposition to be related to other creatures is a brute fact.
Okay, but like where? So it's just eternally
but then
there.
You're asking where does that come from, or what's the grounding for that? But there's no further
that's
grounding
not
for...
what I'm. No, so now I just have to ask. Then that means he is dependent on his creation for that brute fact to like be actualized. That for him to finally, he's like, oh, it's just a brute fact in my existence that I want to be in a relationship, but now I have to wait for these creatures to exist.
It doesn't have to wait for anything. There's no waiting period going by. There's no waiting period going by.
I thought he had like actual non-timeless instantiations and actions. That's the whole argument. You said I was wrong at the beginning, is by claiming that he's timeless and static.
There's two different views, right? So if you're familiar with Ryan Mullen's view, there's God when he exists alone by himself,
And then there is the second moment, which is the act of creation. There is no time gap in between. There's no ongoing, wondering, oh my God, I'm so lonely. When am I going to have the creation? No, it's one moment and then there's the second moment. There's not these infinite series of moments in between. That's one view. And then you could also take another view that there could be an infinite regress of moments and that God was always related to creation.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, though. R.T. Mullins specifically argues that time is an attribute of God, right? And like the end of the timeless God. So he says that time is just always like a present reality with God, not so much like one moment God exists and the next moment is creation, but that just like time is this eternal attribute of God. Isn't that what he argues?
No, so time is an attribute of God, but by it being an attribute of God, he means that God is and I'm just citing this from memory, so it might not be verbatim, but God is the source of all moments. God is also the source for the ordering of all moments and all change. Okay. And in light of that, he's not saying that there's not different moments of time, but the way he sees it is moments are like states of affairs, right? So like moment one is the state of affair where God is existing alone by himself. Moment two is God and creation. And moment three is whatever develops after that first aspect of creation, so on and so forth. That's his view of moments of time. So he doesn't deny moments of time. God is in one moment of time eternally, if so to speak, and then there's a second moment of time and a third moment of time. So I'm saying you could defend that view if you wanted to, which you said you were somewhat sympathetic to. And in that case, if I took that view, there's no like major gap of time where God is like waiting and wondering like, oh my God, when am I going to be related to creatures? No, there's one moment, second moment. And then also you could also take the other view where there's a infinite series or regress of moments, and God is always related to individual creatures.
Okay. So which view do you think then you would be most sympathetic to amongst those two?
Well, I think there are other factors.
What would fit best, do you think?
I think there are other factors related to this question, but I prefer the second view.
Okay, like eternal regression of moments. So you would say that there's like this kind of infinite regression of moments prior to there being creatures in the life of...
My position is that God has always been creating one thing after another, and that there was not a first thing created, so to speak. That's my personal position.
Wait, okay. So like how does that relate to the Quran and the descriptions of creation in the Quran?
Like what, for example?
Well, I just thought that, I don't know, there's like a point where the heavens were made and the earth and then, the waters.
Sure. So the view is that every particular thing that's created has a beginning in time, but the regress or the sort of abstraction of creation, it doesn't. There's not a first thing created in that sense. It just goes back and back and back and back. God's been creating one thing after another.
So like the act of creation is like an eternal thing.
Again, each individual act is temporal, and each effect of that temporal act is temporal. But God has always been creating.
All right, I'm gonna have to like. I don't know.
This is not also, by the way, this is not an obscure view. This is actually Ibn Taymiyyah's view. So, David, I think you're learning some things. Maybe it'll be some future ammo for you. I don't know. But this is actually Ibn Taymiyyah's view that, and it actually gets around everything you said. And I think it's superior for other reasons, but that would go into things related to arbitrariness and anyway, I don't want to get too far down the line, but the point is that this is a view in the Islamic tradition where God has been creating one thing after another.
The series, so to speak, which is an abstraction in the mind, is eternal, but no individual particular thing is eternal. Each thing has a beginning in time. And if you're familiar with, his name is escaping me at the moment. I'll think of it in a second. But there's a Christian philosopher. Oh my God, I don't know how I'm not remembering his name. There's a Christian philosopher who wrote on this topic about infinite regresses, and he actually mentions that there are some regresses which are so-called vicious or problematic, and there are others that are not. Now, he doesn't hold the particular view that I mentioned, but he doesn't think that the typical arguments that are used against infinite regresses are successful against the model that I mentioned.
Okay. So at least in like Allah's perspective, there has always been something with him, since in like the abstraction of Allah's mind, there's always been a thing he's been creating. Like there's never been a point where he hasn't been creating something. So even if things are made in time from Allah's perspective, there's always been something with him that he's created.
I'm just trying to find this book really quickly. Can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So just trying to understand this view, because
I actually have the book, but I'm not home. I'm in the U.S. right now. I'm actually traveling back to Morocco, so I don't have my my library with me.
That's okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. What was the question?
Yeah. So just to understand this view about all these things being made in time, but Allah has always been making. He's always been creating a thing. So has there, like from Allah's perspective, has he ever been without some sort of created thing?
In that sense, no, there wouldn't be.
Okay, so like there's always been something with him in Allah's perspective.
In the sense of, for example, if you think of, I mean, the easiest way to think about it is, let's take this moment of time of the heavens and the earth and creation.
Sure.
And then prior to that, let's say he was creating that state of affair prior to that, and back and back and back. And you can kind of zoom in on individual things. Now, God can, for example, he can create something and then completely destroy whatever exists at the time, and then create something else in its place. So that's not a problem. But in terms of him creating one thing after another, yeah, this view would say that he was always doing that.
And so there's always been like, yeah, he could destroy something right after creating it, but that isn't necessarily the case, right? Like there's always been something actually with him, because he's always been creating something.
There's never been one particular thing that was with him, though.
Well, yeah, okay. So how do we know that, though? Like, how do we know with necessity that Allah destroys each thing after he creates each thing?
Well, it depends what you mean. I'm representing the theological view, right? I'm explaining a theological position. I'm not just basing this purely off of reason or anything like that. The claim is that God creates things through other things. So he can create one thing and then through that destroy that prior creation and create something else out of it. And the thing that exists afterwards is totally different than the prior thing that he created from. And there's nothing that's sharing anything similar in between.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't see any problem with that. You can just think of it as a chain, right? There's a chain of creations going back and back and back. And each point in the chain, or each break in the chain, is created and has a beginning in time. I don't see any problem with that. I mean, it's just God is creating one thing after another.
Yeah, it just...
But anyway, this is just one view. What I'm saying is you still have the Mullins view, which also escapes your problem. There's no kind of waiting in between. There's just one moment God by himself, second moment God in creation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mullins view, though, does still say that there's like real moments, real like succession, right? And so there is still like
there's no succession in the moment, right? The moment is like a screenshot. It's like a snapshot. There's no succession in between the first moment and the second moment, because if there were, then that second moment would have to be prior. You're just going from one moment to the next moment. There's no time gap or succession of moments in between the two moments.
Okay.
So there's no waiting.
I'll have to put that in my head. I'll have to look that up later. I really thought he had a different view that would have allowed for like time to just be this eternal attribute of God, and therefore making him like purely active without any change, sans or post creation.
So Mullen's view is that time does not require change, that you could have time without change. That's his view. And so God existing alone by himself without any change, that is one moment of time, because it's a state of affairs. He cashes it out in states of affairs. Okay. And then the second moment of time is the second state of affairs, where it's God and creation. That's it.
Okay.
There's no, in the first moment, there aren't other moments going by. It's just one moment, God existing alone by himself. No succession. There's no succession whatsoever.
Okay. All right. I think I can see how that works, but of course yours would be more towards the second view, which still leads
I'm
to...
saying both views escape any sort of problem about God being lonely and waiting, like a long time to have a friend or something like that. Stuff for a lot, but there's nothing like that.
Yeah, I'll have to think on that further. I mean, I think we've had a pretty good set of conversations here, but
I think my main problem with you, David, was that you were representing the so-called Wahhabi view as a seemingly, let's say, timeless view and immutable view of God, and almost making it seem like a divine simplicity type of view. And it's totally the opposite of that. That's the thing that I really wanted to talk about. And also, go ahead.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I tried to avoid holding to some sort of divine simplicity in the critique, really just saying that it seems as though if this is a will that must occur, right, this universal will, as we showed in the slide, and that's like something that you agree about, that Wahhabis agree about, then that means that his will, since it must occur, is like an immutable will. And as you said, while we talked about that, it's an eternal will, which means it's an eternal immutable will. But if it's an eternal immutable will, then it would seem to imply the exact critique that I was saying by your very definition.
I don't see that, because, I mean, everybody's, unless you're holding to some type of, let's say, knowledge of God that is dynamic, in the sense of God doesn't really know what he's going to be doing at any moment. Everybody agrees that God's knowledge and his will in terms of what he's planning to do is eternal, right? That's just a standard view of God. So I don't see how that's problematic.
Well, it was just like you said it's wrong for me to say that there's like this immutable view of Allah or his will, but then you also affirm that there's like this eternal immutable will of Allah, which is the very thing. I wouldn't
use that word at all. I wouldn't use this word of immutable in the sense of when you
think will changes?
To me, it means there's no quote unquote change. There's no succession, nothing. There's no kind of outworking of the will. I don't believe in that. I believe that God has an eternal plan, and then at moments in time, he is actually carrying out that plan. I mean, to me, it's just pretty straightforward.
Yeah, just, again, if it's like eternal and cannot be other than what it is, then that would imply the very thing that I was like critiquing, right?
What do you mean by eternal and other than what it is? It's eternal in the sense that God knows what he's going to do, and then he does it. Like how?
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
understand.
Like in a determinative sense, right? And so he like eternally willed that these different acts of speech, instead of working together to point to the Quran, they went against each other, or they became corrupted, or instead of willing what would have been the most like perfect, most wise.
Acts went against the Quran? What do you mean acts went against the Quran?
Well, he eternally wills that the Torah and the Injil would be corrupted, such that they can't actually be appealed to point to the truth and veracity of the Quran, right? But
Well,
this,
now this is going to something totally different. I mean, that's
that's what like all this was in the original presentation. It was all building towards the Islamic dilemma, like as such. It was very contextualized specifically on the Islamic dilemma and how I see issues with the type of willing in Allah. If he's by his own hikmah, by his own wisdom, eternally willing the preservation of an attribute of speech, right, namely the Quran, but not doing so with his other acts of speech while appealing to them in the Quran.
What's the conflict with Allah willing not for a particular revelation to be preserved on earth and another one to be preserved on earth? How is that contradictory?
That's great. So they would all be in the same like ontological category, right? They're like divine speech revealed.
Yeah.
And so Allah's will is one towards his own attributes and towards, these manifestations, right? So towards the attribute of speech, and its manifestation towards like the same ontological category, Allah's will is one, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry.
Well, if Allah's will is one towards himself, towards his own attributes, right? Then his will be like just one specific way because it's all in accordance with the same hikmah, the same wisdom. So if he has the same immutable will and the same divine wisdom, then obviously he's going to come to the same conclusions about the same attribute and the same act, right?
But it's not the same attribute in the same act. It's
the attribute of speech.
It's one revelation, which was for a specific group of time and specific amount of time and specific group of people, and then there's another revelation which is meant to be for all time at a particular moment in time going forward. There's
I thought the Quran clearly states though that the gospel is like a guidance and light for all of mankind.
Where does it say that?
Does it not say that the gospel is like a guidance and light?
David also claimed that. I'm sorry. Can I be a little rhetorical?
Guidance.
I want to bust you guys down on that point. Let's do it. Bring it. Bring where you think it says that the Torah, or I think you said the gospel, or both. I don't know which one you have in mind, is a guidance and light for all mankind. Can you show that?
Yeah. Let's see. Further point, because I know
David claimed the same.
The gospel, Torah.
Come on, Dave. You're supposed to know this, dude.
Oh, you want it? I thought you were leaving it to David S. That's Surah 5. That's Surah 5.
This is David. This is David squared right here. You guys are a team.
You're good. You're good. I was leaving the conversation to you guys. That's Surah. That's in that passage, Surah 5, 43 to 47. It's verse 44 that says the Torah is in the Torah's guidance and light, and then verse 46, I think, for.
All right, but let's just deal with it one at a time, because then we're going to get lost. Right? 44, you said? The first one? 544?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Hang on. So Pickthall says, "Lo, we did reveal the Torah, wherein is guidance and light by which the prophets who surrendered unto Allah judged the Jews, and the rabbis and the priests judged by such of Allah's scriptures." That's verse 44.
Yeah, so it doesn't say anything about mankind there. We agree, right?
Well, I mean, that's Surah 3, 3 to 4.
Okay, so let's go to that then.
Okay.
Surah 3, verse 3. David S., are you agreeing with this? I don't want David Square to be divided.
No, so this was I'm
I
actually
just
going
want to know
through this.
what verse you had in mind and then what verse David Wood had in mind. That's
Well,
why
I mean,
I'm not trying to
my
presentation
presentation did make specific mention of these verses. This is something that David mentioned, but we're going through it because
so you're going with David Wood's answer. It's Surah 3, verses 3 to 4, correct? Is that what you had in mind too?
Yeah, I'll appeal to his knowledge on that. That's fair.
Okay. So let me just pull it up here. I'm kind of handicapped because I don't have my library, but it's all right. Let's see. It says he has sent down upon you, O Muhammad, the book in truth, confirming what was before it, and a and he revealed the Torah and the gospel. So it's not in verse 3, right?
Yeah, verse 4.
It's in verse
Yeah,
4?
continues.
Okay. So verse 4, before as a guidance for the people, and he revealed the criterion, the Quran, it says in parentheses, indeed, those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah will have a severe punishment, and Allah is exalted in might, the owner of retribution. So I don't see where it says guidance for mankind.
Oh, that's a translation. Pickthall says, revealed aforetime for a guidance to mankind. Yusuf Ali before this as a guidance to mankind. Hilali Khan aforetime as a guidance to mankind. And the study Quran, let me see what it says. And he sent down the Torah and the gospel aforetime as a guidance to mankind.
Yeah. So the word for being translated as mankind is linnasi, which just means for the people. It doesn't actually mean mankind.
So
your other-
the study Quran, Pickthall, Yusuf Ali, and Hilali Khan are all mistranslating this.
In a technical sense, yeah, because the word actually means people. It doesn't mean mankind.
What's the word for mankind?
So, for example, you could say lil alamin would be all of the worlds, or actually
Not
that
worlds. What would a word for mankind be?
it could be you could say insan.
So why is everyone mistranslating it?
You asking me to get into their motives, or
I don't know. I mean, are they?
Not everybody is mistranslating. If you go on Quran.com, it says before as a guidance for the people.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you look on the Arabic, if you hover over it, then it says for the mankind.
1 second here. Let me go on that website you're saying?
Yeah, Quran.com.
Wait. Just in context, how would people be different than mankind?
People was referring
It's
to-
obviously generalized in that context. People would be generalized. So I don't actually see why that would be different.
It's different.
I mean, I know that there's a difference in the definition of the word, but I'm saying in that context, how would it be different?
I mean, in the context, it's very clear to me. Like if we go here, verse 3, he has sent down upon you, O Muhammad, the book and truth, confirming what was before it, and he revealed the Torah and the gospel before as guidance for the people, and he revealed the criterion, the Quran. It seems very clear that there's different things. There's Torah and Torah and Injil, and then you have the Quran. And I'm struggling to understand this because even David Wood's position, which now this is kind of getting back into the Islamic dilemma realm, is that, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, because on Twitter he agreed with me, and I don't know how he doesn't see how that means he really lost the debate. But anyway, that's another discussion. The point is, David believes that each revelation was for a specific group of people. He says that the Quran's view is that Allah reveals revelation in the language of the people, Quran 14:4, which I believe is correct. And in light of that, each revelation is for people in their language. That's David Wood's view. So I don't understand how you can get from that to saying that Torah and Injil are actually for all of mankind if you believe that the Quran's position is that they're sent only in the language of the people and they're only for people who speak that language. That's a conflict.
No, I don't think it is. If God sends guidance and it's guiding people, and people aren't these little isolated units. If like Israel's told they're to be a light to the world, light to the Gentiles, and things like that. So
in the Bible,
yeah, but God, wait. So just to be clear, if God sends, let's say, Jesus in a particular language, he's not a light to the rest of the world or something?
Depends what you would mean by that, light to the rest of the world. In what sense? That everyone's going to be following him and his revelation?
I'm saying if God sends guidance in one language,
it doesn't mean it's for everyone.
Like if God sends guidance to the Arabs in the Quran, that doesn't become a guidance to mankind? It's only Arabs who are guided by that?
That's what you believe.
No. I believe because the Quran says this, I believe that Allah sends a revelation to people in a language that they can understand. That doesn't suggest that it's not impacting mankind.
No, but David, you literally said in the video that you reacted to on my Twitter that the why in your famous video you got 1.5 million views, right, on why the Quran is revealed in Arabic, which you think it's being hidden from everyone, which is kind of funny. But anyway, is because it's all of these different groups. This is what you explained. All these different groups and nations, they received messengers before the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And because of that, the Arabs were like the only ones left, and they needed to receive a revelation in their own language. And it's not just that you say, well, it's for the Arabs. You also additionally say it's not for the people. You say by extension, that means it's not for the people speaking English and Swahili and Russian and whatever language you mentioned.
No, just to clarify, that's not my position. It's what are you supposed to judge by? You're supposed to judge by the revelation given to in your language, because that's what you can understand the best. That doesn't mean that the Quran being revealed in Arabic isn't a guidance to mankind, or that the Torah, the gospel, or anything else.
Dude, that's literally what you said in the video. You not only said that it's for a specific group of people, you said it's not for the other people.
That's not what you're supposed to judge by.
Okay,
you're supposed to judge by the revelation given to your group in your language.
Okay, so if it's not what you're supposed to judge by, then how is it for all of mankind?
These things, look, if I'm just talking to you in English, and suppose I get a revelation, and it's to all these English speakers here who are watching, that still impacts mankind. If people end up following it, that ends up impacting mankind. It's not there's not this like oh, your group that only speaks your language is this completely isolated group that doesn't interact with other people in the world.
Mm-hmm. So when you say that the Torah and Injil are for all of mankind, what do you mean by that in the context of those verses?
I'm just the only point there is that's what the Quran is saying.
No, but what do you think that means? How does that cash out? What are the practical implications of that? What do you think it means?
That, I mean, if I'm going with the Quran's perspective, it's Allah sends the Torah, and the Torah, even though it's revealed in one language, it still is a guidance for mankind. So is the gospel. So is the Quran, according to the Quran.
Yeah, but in what sense is it a guidance for mankind? Because you said these groups are not isolated; they're talking to different people. Their scriptures are being
just think about in the history of Islam, Muhammad and his companions and so on. They start hearing about the Torah. They start hearing what the Torah teaches. They hear stories about what's in the Torah. They still don't have a revelation in their own language, but this stuff, these things circulate in the world.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with things circulating in the world and being translated and there being guidance and light in them in that sense. There's not a problem with that. But in the sense of them being followed and for all people to be following, then no.
Yeah, I mean, the Quran just says guidance for mankind. So making that what
the
you
way you explain guidance, I don't have a problem with that. If by guidance you mean it can have a positive influence on people and people hear stories about it, which have truth in them and they can be translated into other languages, sure, there's no problem with that. But in terms of it being followed as an ongoing authority to be followed by everyone that comes in contact with it in an ultimate sense, then no, I don't agree with that. And if you're saying that's not what the Quran is saying when it says it's a guidance and light for mankind, then there's no disagreement. It's only a semantic dispute.
Yeah,
I don't think
I would be interpreting what the Quran says about the Torah and the gospel being a guidance for mankind along the lines of revealed for this group of people, but because people interact and because teaching spread and so on, it becomes guidance. But as far as what you're to judge by, according to the Quran, that would be the revelation given to your group in your language.
Okay. Do you translate judge as follow in that context? Judge and follow are similar?
The Quran says judge. So if you want to translate it, I mean, if you want to say something else, then yeah.
I guess it means to follow it as a standard for judgment, right? Like
Yeah, so a standard for judgment. So, and is it that's the only thing that they're supposed to be using as a standard for judgment?
No,
Obviously,
I don't want to use a word that the Quran isn't using and say this is what the Quran is saying. It says judge, so I can say the Quran says judge by this and the Quran says judge by that. As far as follow, I mean, as far as I can tell, in a sense, all people are supposed to be following all the prophets. In a sense, you're supposed to believe in all the prophets, and if you find out they said something, you're supposed to take it seriously from any of God's prophets. But
okay.
what you would be supposedly like judging by is the revelation given to your group in your language, as far as I can tell.
Okay, but so in that case, judging by means what? Is that in terms of legal authority, or is that all-encompassing judgment?
The Quran says judge, so it. I don't know what to tell you. Right. Anything else I'm going to be giving an interpretation which you might disagree with. So all I can say is the Quran says, judge by your scriptures. And so if your scriptures include all kinds of stories, actual legal judgments, doctrines, it seems you're supposed to judge by that. It's a collection of things. In other words, it would be weird for me to tell Muslims, hey, judge by the Quran, but I only mean like legal judgments, and I don't mean the rest of the Quran or something like that.
Right. Exactly.
It's a whole book. It contains various genres within it. And so if you're judging by that, if God just says judge by that book, it seems like take all that book and judge by it in various ways.
Right. So it's all encompassing. There's not a distinction. It's just saying judge by it in the most general sense. The Jews judge by the Torah, Christians judge by the Injil, Muslims judge by the Quran. That's how I understand what you're saying.
If Allah means only judge by one particular thing, then
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm just saying, as far as going with this general sense, if Allah really meant something far more specific, like only judge by this, then not clarifying would leave it just open to massive misinterpretation. If I just say judge by the Quran, but I only mean like judge by chapter 2 or judge by this genre or something like that, that would be kind of weird.
Okay. So, and this is where I think I don't know if there's a total disconnect. I'm going to assume that you guys are just being honest and misunderstanding, right? So, your view, okay, what I represented on Twitter, and you seem to agree. I mean, you were mocking me, but you basically agreed with my interpretation of what you said, at least how I understood it. Jews judge, according to the Quranic view, Jews judge by the Torah, Christians judge by the Injil, Muslims judge by the Quran. The Jews and Christians, if they want, they can become Muslim. Like, they're open to that. They can become Muslim, I'm assuming you're saying, and start following and judging by the Quran, but they don't have to. They can stick with their own community, judge by the Torah if they're Jews, judge by the Injil if they're Christians. And if they do that and they do it faithfully, then they will be granted paradise. Is that your view?
You have some of the Quran that really, really sounds like that. The question would be, since you also have Surah 3, verses 31 to 32, and then 98:6 and so on, if Islam is preached to them and they say we're rejecting Muhammad as a false prophet, you also have again, like Surah 3, 31 to 32, which sounds like, nope, you're doomed for that.
But what if you accept him in the sense of accepting him as a prophet? He's not a liar or sent by Satan or something like that. He's a true prophet, but you don't judge by the Quran. You judge by the Injil if you're a Christian, and you judge by the Torah if you're a Jew, while at the same time recognizing him as a true prophet. According to the Quran, is it okay to do that after being invited to Islam and not and making it to paradise based upon that?
I would interpret the Quran as saying you have to do that. If I believe in Muhammad, I say, okay, what is he? What revelation has he received? Jews judged by the Torah, Christians judged by the gospel.
Okay, so then, so you would go. Let me see if I'm understanding you. You would go further in saying, because if the Jews believe that Muhammad is a true prophet, and the Quran tells the Jews to judge by the Torah, then they're actually not even allowed to become Muslim in the sense that we're talking Muslim and judge by the Quran. They actually, if they're judging by the Quran, they have to judge by the Torah. They can't actually judge by the Quran. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there are these borderline cases where you can be a Jew, but you can be raised in Arabia speaking Arabic. And so you're kind of a borderline case where you could say, no, I'm going to continue following the Torah as a Jew, or I can convert. I'm just saying this because Allah commands Jews judge by the Torah. Muhammad makes them judge by the Torah, but Abdullah bin Salam, he converted to Islam, and then he was still following kosher dietary laws, and he was ordered stop following the kosher laws, start following the Islamic laws, enter fully into Islam. And so it was fine you were following kosher laws when you were a Jew. Now you're converting. And by the way, with all of that said, I've been saying this in a couple of live streams. It's not my position that the Quran is completely coherent. In other words, if you find this verse that conflicts with this verse, I don't just dismiss one and say, oh, he can't mean that. He could mean that right there and then mean something completely different over here, because I don't believe it's actually coherent.
But you saying that in a general sense, but do you mean that with respect to the Islamic dilemma as well?
I mean, some of the clearest verses in the Quran, as far as I can tell, are verses confirming the inspiration, the preservation, and the authority of the previous scriptures. And therefore, if you were to find a verse that conflicted with that, like suppose Surah 2, verse 79 just said flat out, the Torah has been corrupted. Like if you have something like that, or if there's something that you're interpreting like that, I don't say, oh, therefore all of these other verses can't mean what they say. I say it's just incoherent. It's contradicting itself.
Yeah. So that's something that I brought up in our debate, and also with Avery as well, is that your position in that situation, rather than give pause and think, maybe I misinterpreted these other verses that are causing this contradiction with these other verses, I'm just going to say the Quran is just contradicting itself. And that's why I brought up to you in the debate, which I think is really important for people to know. And you said that you're going to stress this point more as time goes on, even if, per impossible, because there's not a verse that I'm supposed to be bringing, but even if the Quran were exactly the same and there was one additional verse that said the original Torah and Injil are corrupt, textually corrupt, no longer fully preserved, and no longer fully authoritative, that even if it was in that verbatim case, it wouldn't give you pause to say, maybe I misinterpreted those other verses that I think are conflicting with that. You would just say, no, the Quran is just contradicting itself.
Yeah, because that verse that can't be any more clear as all the Quran verses that are affirming the previous scriptures. And so, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. If the verses about the previous scriptures were all like vague and we're like, maybe it means this, maybe it means that, they don't seem vague. They seem like they're among the clearest verses in the Quran. So, and I don't see any clear verses saying that they've been corrupted. I don't see anything that really even sounds like like it's speaking negatively of the text of the previous scriptures. But if there was one, I would just say, okay, you have all of these clear verses. If you had a clear verse, I would say you have all these clear verses affirming inspiration, preservation, authority, and here you've got a verse that's contradicting that. I would I would just call it a contradiction.
Yeah. So, but couldn't it be possible, because people like me are looking at it the other way around? We see these other verses that are, in our mind, clearer, and we're supposed to interpret the texts that are less clear by the ones that we see as clearer. And in light of that, we're looking at the text that you're looking at and saying, no, they need to be specified, they need to be qualified, they don't actually mean what David and others think they mean, because we have these other verses here that so clearly say what your interpretation is opposed to. And in light of that, we're interpreting them in a way that makes coherent sense of both of them. What you're doing is, with respect, it seems like you already have a view that the Islamic dilemma argument is the greatest argument against Islam, right? And because of that, because you have your set of verses which you think are clear, that even if I bring clear verses that seem like they're disputing them, you're always just going to say, well, no, Jake, these other ones are clear to me. And so if that means that, then there's a contradiction. We can't make them work, right? So you're not really operating on what's called a principle of charity. You're not actually assuming that a singular author, whether you think it's from a divine source or not, is not just hopelessly contradicting himself. And that's why I brought up examples of that in the Bible, because if I interpreted the Bible that way, I could make all sorts of kind of silly contradictions as I tried to do. And I don't think that's really a fair way of dealing with a text, whether or not you believe in it. You know, it's not really an honest way of trying to reconcile and deal with the text. It's just saying, oh, I have this view of these verses. Anything that seems to oppose it, I'm always going to take that, and I'm just going to say, oh, it's contradictory. So really, in principle, there's no way to falsify your position. Like even if I brought you a verse that said David would, hey dummy, you're actually wrong. Those other verses don't mean what you think. Like I can make the craziest hypothetical example, and you would still say, no, Jake, those other verses are clearer. Like how could you get any clearer than a verbatim verse that literally says the Torah and Injil, the original Torah and Injil, are corrupted and no longer authoritative? I know that such a verse doesn't exist. I know that. But I'm saying, just in the hypothetical, you're even saying, Jake, even if you brought me that, the other verses are clearer than that. I'm like, come on, dude.
No, I would say, no, I said you can't be more clear than the collection of these verses that talk about the previous scriptures. And so if you had something that was like equally clear, that's when I would say contradiction. As
Hey,
far
you don't
as
think that's more clear? Come on, dude. You don't think that's more clear?
No, the collection. I mean, he said, I confirm. 285. If you only believe in parts of the book, he'll send you to hell. 543. Why are you coming to Muhammad? You've got the Torah. 547. Christians judged by the gospel. 568. You people of the book, you have no ground to stand upon until you stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, and all the revelation that has come to you from your Lord. You put all of these together, and it's like confirming. If something comes along and says, nope, not confirming because it's been corrupted, that would just sound like a contradiction to me. As far as you guys believing that there are clear verses, there are no clear verses saying that the previous scriptures have been corrupted or even suggesting it at all. I mean, the go-to verse, the only one that even sounds like it's talking about a text, is 279, and your Muslim commentaries are all over the place. You got some saying that this referred to writing blessings and selling them and so on. You got ones that said it referred to writing some additional book and then treating that as if it's from Allah. And then you have the ones that say, nope, this is them doctoring the Torah. You have ones that saying that it's just taking out the prophecies about Muhammad, which is amazing because that's like the opposite of Dawah today. Dawah today, they treat it as if the only reliable things in the Old Testament are prophecies about Muhammad. The rest has been corrupted. You go to some of your commentators. No, the Torah is fine. They just took out the prophecies about Muhammad, and so the rest of the Torah would be fine. It's just they took out parts about Muhammad. So the point is, the interpretations of that are all over the place. And if we're interpreting unclear verses in light of clear verses, well, if that one has all kinds of like interpretations that are just bouncing out to people, And in context, you got verses that come before it, verses 40 to 44, where Allah says that he's confirming what is with the Jews. And then after it, multiple times, that's 85, it's 89, it's 91, it's 97, it's 101, it's 121. Allah says he's confirming what the Jews have with them and that they have to believe in all of it and not just parts. The idea, again, if 279 were somehow saying that the text of the Torah had been corrupted, I would just say that the entire passage makes no sense. But the idea is you've got a verse that's open to, let's say, half a dozen interpretations, and the rest of the verses there all seem, especially when you combine them, are all really clear. I don't see how you go with 79. I'm going to go with a particular interpretation of that says the Torah and the gospel, the Torah has been corrupted, and then go to all these other verses, which again seem significantly clearer than that one, and say, nope, they all mean something else. That, I think, is just, here's what I want the Quran to be saying. So anyway, the point is, I'm not saying, you guys have the verses that you think are clear, and I have the verses that I think are clear. It's the verses that if you're appealing to a verse of the Quran to say, nope, this is saying the previous scriptures have been corrupted, I would love to see a clear verse on that, because I've never seen one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I I understand that, but I'm trying to establish hermeneutical principles, and I'm giving you an insane hypothetical that we know doesn't exist to establish a wider point, which is that you are so absolutely convinced, based upon all of the verses you just gave, right, that this is what they mean, such that even if, and in my mind, everything you say, I could say, oh, yeah, David, it sounds like, oh, those verses kind of do portray what you're saying. And yeah, I see what you're saying. But if somebody showed me a verse that literally said verbatim, the original Torah and Injil are no longer preserved, they're corrupted textually, and they're no longer fully authoritative, if I read it like that, I would say, damn, I thought I really knew what those other verses meant and what they said. Maybe I have to reevaluate, or am I just going to say this author is just hopelessly contradicting himself? So what I'm trying to say is, you're not really even giving Muslims a target. It's kind of like a fake debate or a fake game, because there's really nothing, there's no principle by which you could be convinced at all. You're saying, oh, no, Jake, there is. Just show me a clear verse that says textual corruption. But I'm saying, dude, even if I did show you that, you just said you would just think it's contradictory, even if I did show you that.
I would think it's contradictory. And if it weren't your book, I think you would too. Just imagine a scenario where I come to you and I say, Jake, hey, just so you know, I'm a prophet. I'm receiving revelations from God. And my revelation to you is you'd better believe in the Quran, because God inspired the Quran. He preserved the Quran. He says you better believe in all of the Quran, every last bit of it. If you reject any part of it, he's going to send you to hell. You have to judge by the Quran. In fact, you have no ground to stand upon until you stand fast by the Quran. Oh, by the way, the Quran is corrupt. Don't trust it. You're telling me you'd give a charitable interpretation and say, yep, it sounds like I must be misinterpreting one thing or the other. Because if someone came up to me and said that, I'd be like, dude, just get out of here, man.
Yeah, I know. But David, what I'm trying to say to you is, I'm granting this for the sake of argument. Obviously, you know that I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your interpretations about all of those individual verses. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of a useless exercise, because even if I play the game and I try to go through all of those individual verses, which I think you're misinterpreting, and on top of that, I have this impossible verse, which we know doesn't exist, which says verbatim what I said, it's like no matter what I did, you wouldn't accept it anyway. You would say, at best, Jake, you're just proving that the Quran is contradicting itself. So do you see where I'm coming from?
Let me tell you what you could do. Yeah, let me tell you what you could do. Because again, I'm not aware of any reason to believe in Muhammad, and therefore I don't have this inclination to, okay, he's got all these verses that really, really sound like they're saying this, and therefore if he said the opposite, why wouldn't I interpret it as a contradiction? I'll go ahead and tell you, if you want to do this, we can actually do it. We could set something up where we kind of pull out all the main verses, not all the verses in the Quran, but like all the main verses on kind of both sides, and we just kind of go through them just like one at a time. and you tell me what you think it means, and I'll tell you what I think it means. And we can just, okay, which one sounds like closer to what it's actually saying? With that said, you can always be misinterpreting something, and a verse completely isolated from everything else in the book can sound like it's saying one thing, whereas if you read it in context, it might sound like so. We would want to factor in basic principles of interpreting a text, but it would kind of be like if you would kind of have to show what all these verses mean, because they really sound like they're just saying a bunch of them are just saying one thing and saying it clearly. So if they're saying something else, then it would just be a situation. Okay, what do you think he means here? And does that seem plausible? And what do you think he means here? Does that seem plausible? And then on the verses that Muslims use about distorting the scriptures and so on, what do we think that means? That if you could actually sort of maybe shake my confidence in, you could shake my confidence in certain verses, like the way I'm interpreting them by saying, why haven't you thought of this? Why haven't you thought that maybe it means this? So I'd be totally open to that. But yeah, so I would say if the Quran did say the previous scripture somewhere, hypothetically, that did say the previous scriptures would be corrupted, I would say that kind of that would do away with the Islamic dilemma, because now you can't say the Quran is confirming the previous scriptures, but it would just switch the problem to one of contradiction. But I think you could resolve the contradiction by showing that there are better interpretations of these verses, because what it seems like to me is Muslims just, this is what we've been taught about the previous scriptures, and we're just going to read that into the text, even though we're reading the verses going, that really, 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 really doesn't sound like what any of this is saying here. So anyway, okay. So the point is, I don't think I'm not being unfalsifiable. There is a way you could show, and you don't even have to show, hey, this is the obvious, clear meaning. If it's just these verses are more ambiguous than I'm aware of, and there are these other interpretations that are completely plausible. If you showed that of like all the verses in the collection of the verses that we use, okay, then that would cast doubt on the Islamic dilemma for me.
Okay, so in your typical presentation of the Islamic dilemma, you give inspiration, preservation, and authority.
Mm-hmm.
And you typically, at least in your format of videos, and even the debates, you usually give a set of verses under each category, right? These are like inspiration verses, these are preservation, these are authority verses, and sometimes there could be overlap potentially, but you have these three categories. Do you view, are you, as your position and how you understand the inspiration verses, preservation, and authority verses, are you equally confident in your interpretation, generally speaking, in each category? Or do you think one category or another is actually stronger, or there's more wiggle room for a Muslim to argue against in terms of a category?
I think the three categories are pretty solid. Some of the points, and some of the verses I quote underneath, like for example, Surah 6, 114 to 115. Verse 14 is talking about a book, and it's the next verse that says, there is none who can change his words. So especially in 1827, where it just mentions a book, but there are all these other verses in the Quran that are talking about like Allah's decree, and no one can change that. So, I look at 1827, I look at 6, 114 to 115. Sounds to me like it's talking about a book in the context of the verse.
Mm-hmm.
But because there are other verses that say otherwise, it could just be, okay, he's saying the same thing as he is in other verses. It's just, it sounds like a book because he's mentioning a book here in this verse. But the point is, it's not something I would say I'm like 100% solid on. They sound like they're saying something. I'd be open to another interpretation of those verses. If you're asking ones that, there might be some wiggle room on.
Mm-hmm. But those would be just two verses related to preservation. But I'm sure there are other verses maybe you're more confident in your interpretation of preservation. But I mean, in a general category, like, do you think you have a stronger case for the Islamic dilemma on proving that the Torah and Injil that you possess today are fully inspired, fully preserved, or fully authoritative? Do you view your case for each category equally in the way that you understand inspiration, preservation, or authority? Or do you think that you have a stronger argument for one category over the other?
I think you have the most content on preservation. But I guess if it's Allah's talking about preservation of his books, all of that would kind of overlap with inspiration, just like the authority verses. Even if the emphasis is authority, that's still pointing towards inspiration. He obviously inspired it if he's telling you to judge by it and so on. But you just have a ton of verses. Again, you have all these confirmation verses, and just like the different ways Allah is appealing to the preservation of the text. So I mentioned the verses where he specifically says no one can change his words, but you have just the Mabina Yadehi passages. You've got Allah repeatedly saying that he confirms these. It confirms these scriptures, and it's different. It's like the Quran confirms it. You've got Muhammad confirming it. You've got Jibreel confirming it. You have the jinn confirming it. You have all these different confirmations, and then when you kind of combine all that with you've even got the hadith where Muhammad says the Torah and the gospel are with the Jews and Christians. You got Muhammad saying, "Bring me a copy of the Torah," puts it on the judgment cushion, and so on. It's almost like it's like, how many different ways can Allah tell you he's affirming the preservation of this text? It's like Allah saying, like what else can I possibly say? Like, I'm saying everything I can possibly say in every single way, including you have to believe in all of it. If you don't believe in all of it, I'm sending you to hell. And I just, you put all this together. If it was just one verse and it went against all kinds of other things, you could say, okay, even if that verse seems really clear, it's going against everything else. So, maybe I really need to struggle to come up with another interpretation. When it's like dozens of verses and they're all pointing in the same direction and there's nothing that says the opposite, it's like, what could he possibly say? Let me put it to you. What could Allah possibly say that he hasn't said already, where you'd be like, yep, he's absolutely confirming the preservation of the Torah and the gospel?
What could he possibly say to convey the message that they're preserved?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I could come up with silly examples where, like, he verbatim says the Torah and Injil, the original Torah and Injil, are fully preserved. Like, I mean, that would be clearer to me than anything else you presented.
That would be clearer than, hey, believe in all of this, and if you don't, I'll send you to hell, combined with confirm, combined with no one can change his words, combined with talking about the book between its hands or in its presence, combined with Muhammad saying, bring me a copy of that book. Hey, but I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. Combined with Jews judged by this book, combined with you have no ground to stand upon until you stand fast by this book. And
those are the authority ones, aren't they, Dave? The judge and standing upon. Don't you see that in the authority? The judge ones and the authority ones that you're mentioning at the end, aren't those judge and stand upon? Aren't those the authority type verses?
Well, again, they all overlap, and I mentioned these would overlap with inspiration. Allah, it would be weird for Allah to say judge by a book that he didn't inspire.
I agree with
but
you.
Also, it would be weird to judge by a book. It would be weird to have authority for Allah to say this book has authority for you if it's been corrupted and it's filled with false teachings. That would just be weird. So these are all related. All the things. It's like these three issues: the inspiration, preservation, authority, and you have these sort of subcategories under them where they're sort of different aspects, but it's all part of the same general point. They're basically individual separate pieces of separate lines of evidence. They're all saying the same thing, namely, if Allah's really trying to say your book's been corrupted, you need to drop that book and go with the Quran. There's all these different categories of evidence that just don't make sense in light of that. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, okay, what is there that outweighs or overrules all of these things? I don't see anything in the Quran that even comes within a million miles of outweighing this. But with Muslims, it seems like what really outweighs it is not what we've taught. And if we acknowledge what Allah is really saying here, we have to reject Islam because we're stuck with the Islamic dilemma and we don't want to do that. Okay.
So obviously, clearly you don't see it, Dave. But what I'm trying to come at it from a zoomed out point, perspective to see okay, where are the real differences, and what are the hermeneutical principles that you're using versus Muslims or somebody like myself? And really, I'm trying to see where your mind is at. Do you really view them the same? So each different category, and there is overlap, right? There's overlap because even sometimes I see you present one verse regarding authority, but then you're also kind of using it for preservation. So I'm not saying that you can't do that. Sure. They have implications for one another, and there could be overlap between the different categories. So that actually supports, kind of the angle that I'm coming at it from. But what I'm trying to understand here, right? So what's happened in like the past two debates between you and Avery, I keep being accused that I don't understand the Islamic dilemma. I don't understand the Islamic dilemma, and my argument is not actually targeting the Islamic dilemma. So if my argument, whether it's successful or not, doesn't matter. But if my argument is intending to target most particularly the authority aspect of the Islamic dilemma in the way that you present it, for example, as we just mentioned earlier, your view is, and think I'm accurately representing you, Jews, Quran says you judge by the Torah. Christians, Quran says you judge by the Injil. Muslims, Quran says you judge by the Quran. And each group, as long as they do that and faithfully, and they're trying to be honest with doing so, then they have the right framework, at least, to make it to paradise and have a successful afterlife. That's the way I understand you presenting it. Now, if my argument, right, if I am targeting that, if I'm targeting that claim and I'm saying no, the Quran is actually demanding that Jews and Christians judge by the Quran instead of the Torah for the Jews and instead of the Injil for the Christians. I'm not saying whether or not you agree. Obviously, you don't. But if my argument is intending to show that your claim regarding the authority is wrong, how is that not attacking the Islamic dilemma?
Because it would be completely irrelevant. If the Quran, in other words, if the Quran said right now, if you found a verse that said, oh, by the way, when Allah said Jews judge by the Torah and Christians judge by the gospel, that's officially canceled right now as of the final message of the Quran. I would be running pretty much the exact same argument with just clarifying, oh, and he changed that. The point of when Allah says, the point of the authority is if Allah says judge by the Torah, that he's obviously confirming the authority for the Jews. If he says Christians judge by the gospel, he's obviously affirming the authority for the Christians. If he says, Muhammad, if you're having doubts, go to the people of the book, that's obviously an authority. Could it mean authority in a different way and even be abrogated and so on? Absolutely. Like it wouldn't change it at all if Allah said, oh, by the way, you know that now that the Quran is finished, final verse of the Quran, now it's finished. Now everyone has to judge by the Quran. Don't judge by the previous books. You're still stuck with the Islamic dilemma because what you need is like massive corruption of the previous scriptures. And none of that would make sense, even if like 2 years earlier, he was saying Jews judge by the Torah, Christians judge by the gospel. He should have been saying right then, guys, do not be judging by those books. They're filled with false teachings. You need to be judging by the Quran. In other words, if you've got Muhammad and he's a prophet right there, and you've got corrupt books and he's bringing the fresh revelation, why would his fresh revelation be, yeah, guys, go back to your books. You're in trouble. You're going to go to hell if you don't judge by your books. That's what I mean. It's all like, if Allah had claimed to be like a really like poor communicator or something, that would be one thing. But when he claims to be clear in his communications and it's just dozens of verses all saying the same thing and not one verse saying the opposite.
No, but what if I'm saying to you, I'm not saying you obviously don't agree with the success of the argument. I'm saying if my argument is targeting the authority aspect and saying, David, you're wrong about all of these verses when you think that the Quran is telling the Jews to judge fully by the Torah and for the Christians to judge fully by the Injil, and that they're not supposed to judge by the Quran. They're supposed to judge by their different scriptures. If I
present an argument to undermine that, to say that that's wrong. And here are all of the verses in the Quran which say exactly the opposite. Whether they're successful or not, if that's my intention to do that, how is that not attempting to deal with the Islamic dilemma? It's still attempting to deal with it. Now you can say, well, Jake, even if I completely throw authority out, and now I just want to run the Islamic dilemma based upon inspiration and preservation. The Quran is saying that the Torah and the Injil that we have are fully inspired and fully preserved. But guess what? The teachings in them contradict the teachings in the Quran. So you have the Islamic dilemma. I agree. That's not the point. The point is that still, when you have been running the argument for 20 years or however long it's been, and you're including the authority aspect, and you're including all of these verses under the authority aspect, and if I were to successfully present verses which refute your interpretation of all the verses in the authority aspect, that's a big deal, because it's saying, Dave, you were wrong about your interpretation about these authority verses all of this time. And that because they have overlap and implications for the inspiration and preservation verses, well, now we can see that there are going to have to be, not have to be, but I can show that there are going to be implications for those other categories. And now we can kind of move on now to talking about the inspiration and preservation ones and how the authority ones have implications for it. And the reason that they do is because what this all comes down to is Muslims, the verses that you guys are reading, you're reading them in the most general way. You're reading them in the most affirmative way, in a holistic manner of whatever it says about the Torah and the Injil. And the Muslims are coming along saying, no, there's context. We need to specify. We see specification based upon other verses and hadith and all of this kind of stuff. Now, what I'm saying is, if the reason why it's relevant for the authority aspect, even if you can independently run the argument on inspiration preservation, the reason why it has a difference is because it's establishing a hermeneutical principle to say, David, you were taking all of these verses about judgment and authority in such a general way that led you to a wrong conclusion, and you were wrong about them. So the same type of verses that you're using for preservation and inspiration, when you're also using them in the most general way, you can also be misinterpreting them. And here's why. So it's establishing a hermeneutical principle that the same way that you're going wrong, pretty much, in reading those verses is the same way in which you're going wrong in the preservation and inspiration category. So one, it's establishing, dude, you've been using these verses for 20 years and you've been interpreting them wrong. So you can't just say, oh yeah, we'll just throw out the authority thing and act like it never happened. I mean, that's not really fair. That you have to at least concede, okay, Jake, you made a point. I know that you don't believe that, but I'm saying if it were to be the case, it would be significant, because under authority, you have 543 to 548, you've got 285, you got 1094, you got all these verses that you guys love to use. So if you were to admit that you were wrong about them, that would be a big deal. I mean, it wouldn't be like, oh, we just got one little word here wrong or something like that. It would be something significant. Okay, so that's the point. And then secondly, it would be establishing a hermeneutical principle that because you went wrong with these and taking them in the most general affirmative way, and you're doing the same thing with inspiration and preservation, maybe you're getting those wrong, and we can go to those too. Now, I know you don't agree with the argument, but I'm saying, do you understand where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to do with the argument?
Wait, before you answer, I just gotta say, I'm sorry. I gotta prepare for an anniversary tomorrow, so I gotta dash.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, no, exactly right. Yeah, Jake, I'll check out that video you made. So I appreciate you making that video. I'll check it out.
I didn't actually make a video. I
thought you made a video that you responded to the presentation.
No. I made a highlight clip video of your and David's interaction. It's like 20 minutes long or so, 25 minutes. And I was planning on reacting to it. I don't know if I'm going to do that now because we had this long conversation, but
sure.
So I made the clip video, but I didn't react to it yet.
No, that's all right. That's right. But I appreciate the conversation. I am exhausted. That narcolepsy's kicking in. So y'all have a great night. And again, Jake, thank you so much for actually having such a conversation. This is the best and most controlled conversation I've ever had with a Muslim teacher. So I really appreciate that.
Okay,
Really do.
thank you.
Yes. And yeah. All right. Also, good night to all the people in the chat. Thank you guys so much. And I am gonna prepare for a very long day.
No, go to sleep and do it tomorrow.
Yeah. All right.
And I will put the link to David's book in the chat for people who are interested in checking that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
sure.
y'all. God bless you.
Take care, David.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead,
I'll
David.
go ahead and respond. So hypothetically, if you were to show that Allah is not confirming the authority of the Torah and the gospel, and that I've just been radically misinterpreting some verses, that could have implications for understanding those verses. I just don't see anything that comes even close to what you would need to affect the argument like that. So you've got, again, Allah saying, judge by the Torah, judge by the gospel. You have no ground to stand upon until you stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, all the revelation that has come to you from your Lord. Muhammad, if you're having doubts, go to the people of the book. Jews, you have to believe in all of your book, not just parts of it. So these verses, like, regardless of whether something came along later, these verses are clearly affirming the Torah, the authority of the Torah and the gospel, at least for a time. Even if something hypothetically came along later and said, you know what, now you all have to judge by the Quran. Even if that happened, that wouldn't affect that they were authoritative, that he was declaring that they were authoritative before. And the idea is, if these were corrupt texts, none of the stuff about the preservation makes sense. None of the stuff about the authority, even if it was overruled later on, would make sense, even for a short amount of time. So,
but what if it was not about time?
And then what you're appealing to is like 929 and so on. It's like, I can come up with a couple different ways to interpret that. And so it's like, yeah, hypothetically, if you just showed we're massively misinterpreting this stuff, yeah, that could have implications. But there's just nothing like that in the Quran. There's nothing that does what you need it to do in the Quran to undermine this argument. And that's the point. There's nothing that really undermines the argument. And even if you wanted to say, even if you came up with something that, no, the Torah and the gospel are not authoritative for Jews and Christians after this point, would not affect the argument at all.
No, what if I'm saying that you were interpreting them wrong from the beginning, and they were never authoritative?
If you showed we've been matter of fact, that's exactly what I said. I said if you wanted to do something that could actually sway, it would be, here are the verses. Let's go through the verses. Let's just one at a time. Tell me what you think it means. I'll tell you what. Matter. We could like limit it to a couple minutes or something like that.
Yeah,
you tell me what you think it means. I'll tell you what I think it means. We'll kind of maybe discuss it for a minute and then go on to the next verse, and then at least people would understand where the dispute lies about these various verses.
Yeah, but then don't you think it's unfair that it's being repeated that I don't understand the Islamic dilemma and that I'm not actually targeting the Islamic dilemma at all? I am. I'm targeting the authority aspect of the Islamic dilemma, and I'm saying that you guys are I'm starting with that. I'm trying to take baby steps. I'm saying you guys got this category of verses so wrong, and here's the proof. Now, you disagree with my proof, right? That's fine. But to say that I'm not dealing with the Islamic dilemma is bizarre. I mean, I am. I'm dealing with the authority claim that you have, and I'm saying your general authority claim is wrong. I know that you're getting it based on these verses and how you interpret it, but I think you're wrong, and here's why. Now, you can disagree with my reason for why, but doesn't mean I don't understand the argument or I'm not actually targeting the Islamic dilemma. I am. Okay. So I just don't think that has been a fair characterization, I think that I understand the argument of the Islamic dilemma very well, as it's always been presented. So,
just let me respond to that real quick. I think the issue lies in when I talk about when I say on the authority issue that the Quran affirms the, let's say, continuing or ongoing authority of the Torah and the Gospel, or the authority of the Torah and the Gospel for Jews and Christians.
Yeah.
There, I'm just saying what it really looks to me like the Quran is saying. So I'm reporting what the Quran is. I'm reporting what I think the Quran is saying. With that said, the argument doesn't depend on that particular view of authority. I could take a lesser view and say, nope, the authority ended in 631 AD. It stopped right there. Or it was, or these were abrogated at this point, or something like that. That the argument doesn't depend on the way on the way I pointed out. That's me describing what the Quran says and pointing out that affirming the authority of corrupt scriptures makes no sense. So the Quran is affirming the authority in whatever sense, unless Allah wanted to be really clear and say, I'm affirming it in a really limited way, and I'm only talking about certain passages and not talking about the entire thing, or something like that. If he really, really strongly clarified, that might affect the argument. But saying, nope, they're not authoritative for all time, or something like that, that doesn't affect the argument. It would affect the way I'm saying it, because I'm just saying what the Quran says. I'm saying various verses, and I'm saying the things the Quran does. And then I go, does this really make sense in light of what Muslims believe about the Torah and the Gospel? But it could change. I mean, if the Quran had said other things, I would be reporting other things that the Quran said. So,
but it would affect. Wouldn't it affect your interpretation of those verses?
Yeah, if Allah said later on the authority stopped in 631 AD, it would affect my interpretation of those verses. Just saying, hey, this is for your group, live accordingly, and these are the verses for your group. It wouldn't affect my view that Allah affirming the authority, even if it stops at some point, but Allah affirming the authority of these verses at some time, is really, really, really strange if he's simultaneously claiming that those scriptures have been corrupted, and you've got a living prophet right there, and he's bringing revelation, and he could just very clearly say, guys, Jews, Christians, you see those books? Yeah. Sad to say, you can't trust those books anymore. They've been corrupted. Fortunately for you, you've got a living prophet right here. Go with him now and just believe in his book. Just throw those things away. You do not need them. You've got the living prophet and the latest, most up-to-date revelation, the best book, the one that's not corrupted. Go with this. But that's not what he says. He says, hey, what are you guys doing? You're supposed to be judging by your books. How dare you? How dare you not judge by your books? What's wrong with you?
Yes, I understand that. I understand your whole understanding of authority, but I'm saying if it was proven to you based on other verses that that type of understanding of authority was not defensible in light of other verses in the Quran, and that it was a much more specific understanding. No Muslim is saying that the Torah and Injil well, I shouldn't say no Muslim, maybe there are people out there, but no one's saying that they don't have an authority or haven't had an authority in any sense, that they're completely worthless and that we should just shred them, right? No, I don't think really anybody's saying that. So obviously we see them and we deem them and have to be authoritative in some sense, right? But that's the key thing. The difference is the sense in which they're authoritative. You're taking it in the most general way possible. And I'm saying the Muslim is trying to specify it. So if I have other verses that disprove or make it very implausible to interpret it in the most general way that you are, and that you have to actually specify it, and it doesn't mean the type of authority that you're giving it to, then I think that would have a significant difference, because forget about the time-bound aspect. Say, if at the beginning, what is meant by authority, and I know you think this is ridiculous, but I'm just saying, what is meant by authority in very specific cases. For example, when in 543, when it tells the Jews to judge by the Torah, it's referring to a specific example. It's referring to a specific law about stoning the adulterer, which Islamic law agrees with. for me, that's a very clear and adequate explanation of the text. I don't have to say, oh, this means that the Jews must affirm every single law that is in their Torah and they must abide by it and they should not be following Islamic law. I think there's a context. There's room for specification. I think I can do this with all verses and give an adequate understanding. You don't think so, but what I'm telling you is, if I'm able to give another set of verses regarding authority that clearly demonstrate that the Jews and Christians must follow the Quran, they must have the Quran as their uppermost authority, they must follow it in terms of the Quran and the Prophet in order to gain salvation. And if they don't, and they think they can only follow and have their own scripture as an authority to make it to paradise, and this is wrong, then I think this really causes a massive reinterpretation scheme to happen regarding those verses. And the point is that if those verses that you thought were so clear and so general are not, because they're mitigated by the ones that I'm presenting, then maybe, just maybe, the same thing can be done with the verses regarding preservation and inspiration. Where I'm coming from, just to kind of, and I've said this before, my position as a Muslim, I believe that the so-called Torah and Injil that you guys have today, I don't believe it's fully inspired. I don't believe it's fully preserved. I don't believe it's fully authoritative. And I'm not saying that the authority verses automatically entail and necessarily prove that if it's abrogated, that it's corrupted. That's been said. I said many times that that's not my argument, right? But my vantage point, and this is why I asked you earlier, which category of verses do you think is clearer? As a Muslim, and dealing with this argument, I would be honest and say that I believe, if you gave me two options and you said, Jake, what is more numerous and more clear in the Quran, that the original Torah and Injil are textually corrupted, or that Jews and Christians must follow the Quran and not their previous scriptures, must follow the Quran and the Prophet Muhammad for salvation? I would say undoubtedly the latter. Undoubtedly the latter. And that's why I'm focusing on the authority aspect and presenting that case against your interpretation of the authority verses in that category, because my reasoning is, if I can't get a Christian, or, and not just you, because we know this is really for the audience. I don't think David Wood's going to have an epiphany moment. I hope he does, but I don't doubt it. But the point is, if I can't get lay Christians or even Muslims to see my point about the Quran being the ultimate authority and that Jews and Christians must follow it if they're presented with it in order to have salvation, if I can't convince you of that, I'm definitely not going to convince you that the Torah and Injil are textually corrupted. There's no possible way, because as a Muslim, the verses in that category for me are so more numerous, and the hadith as well, and so much clearer than anything that I can present to you about textual corruption. That's why I'm focusing on the authority aspect. And I think any honest Muslim would say the same thing. They should say the same thing. I mean, how many verses are there to go to about textual corruption in these verses? What do Muslims go for? They go to 275 to 79. They go to 513. Some people want to go to 378, different verses. I can think of maybe 5 different, I don't know how many verses you would think of. But for me as a Muslim reading the Quran and reading hadith, authentic hadith from our perspective, I can think of literally hundreds of examples of the Jews and Christians needing to actually follow the Quran, the Prophet, and Islamic law in order to have salvation, and that they're not just to follow the Torah for the Jews and the Injil for the Christians. So that's why I'm coming at it from that angle.
So maybe this will be helpful, Jake. I think the reason why people say you don't understand the Islamic dilemma, and this might be unfair, but I got the same impression again as you were talking there, is that you seem to be describing authority in terms of legal authority, but we actually mean it much broader, right? We mean it theologically, factually, historically, right? So laws under the Islamic paradigm can be abrogated. And so we could possibly accept that, laws have changed. But matters of fact, those can't change. Matters of theology, those can't change. And that's where the heart of the contradiction comes in. That's what we're most interested about. And you seem to be focused primarily on legal things, which are secondary. They could be a part of the contradiction, but they're not like the heart of the contradiction.
Yeah, no, let me go ahead and respond, and then Jake can respond. I'll respond to Jake's point. Yeah, I really don't see verses in the Quran about Jews and Christians needing to follow the Quran would even come close to outweighing the other verses. But there's a deeper problem there, namely the main argument for why we're supposed to believe in Muhammad is that he's confirming our scriptures, which when we find out, oops, no, actually he's not confirming our scriptures, that sort of reason goes out the window. But then in addition to that, okay, we need to follow Muhammad. What does he say? Oh, that we have to believe in all of the Torah, that he's confirming our scriptures, that we have no ground to stand upon unless we stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, all the revelation that has come to us, that Jews have to judge by the Torah, that Christians need to judge by the gospel. And so on. And you say, okay, well, if he doesn't mean any of that, how are we supposed to take this guy seriously on other revelations? It's like he says this, and this, and then we're told by Muslims, oh, by the way, he doesn't mean what he really sounds like he's saying in all of these verses.
Yeah, but we're
He
saying
really means you need to follow him. Well, how in the world are we supposed to follow a guy that we don't think can possibly speak clearly?
Yeah, but that's the whole point, David. I'm saying, okay, so you are not willing to grant that there's more of a case to be made from the Quran and authentic hadith from our tradition.
Let me clarify. I haven't seen that. You could, in theory, sit down with me and start going through verses, and I could go, good point. And yeah, now that you put them all together, that is
you even seem to have you even seem to have admitted this already, because not in this direct part of the conversation, but from what I've heard you say other times when you were reviewing, I forget what stream it was on, because there's been like 20 hours of different stuff on this. But I know Avery was on there with you. I forget who else was on there, but you were kind of trying to break down my argument, and you went to 929, and you were like, oh, Jake, well, I'm paraphrasing, but something to the fact of, oh yeah, 929, I could see maybe that's like the strongest point, because the verse is saying that the Jews and Christians have to pay the jizya. And one of the primary reasons is because they do not consider what Allah and his messenger declare and consider to be unlawful, right? So this is directly related to legal rulings and what is supposed to be followed, or what is supposed to be viewed as an authority. And you're sitting there saying, and you said basically, yeah, I could kind of see that. But then your response was, oh, but then I'll just say that this is a contradiction, because this is contradicting all the other verses about judge by the Torah and judge by the gospel and judge by whatever, all the other verses you want to cite. But this is why I think you're not really, on the one hand, you're kind of implicitly saying that I am making a stronger point, and that there is more probability in my argument in the way that I'm going, rather than the textual corruption point. Because what verse for textual corruption do you think is on par with what I would present about 929 or some of the other verses I presented regarding challenging your idea of authority?
Well, it's 929 in order to take it as a refutation. So I'll grant you can interpret that as, hey, you're not converting to Islam, so you have to be subjugated or something like that. So I can grant that that's a possible interpretation, but given what the clarity of the verse would have to be clearer than all the other verses, and it's just not. So I mean, just
No, I'm
look
not
at it.
saying that alone. I'm not saying that alone.
Mhm.
But take nine. I'm not saying compare 929 with your positive arguments for your
Mhm.
understanding.
Mhm.
I'm saying compare 929 with a verse that Muslims use for textual corruption. Compare 929 with 279 independently on their own. Which argument is stronger, or which verse is stronger to make that particular point?
I think they have a parallel problem in that both would be open to multiple interpretations. And if you've got ambiguous verses open to multiple interpretations, then you don't build your case on that when you have other verses that are clear. But so fight those who believe not in Allah. You don't. I think you'd already have a problem here. If he's talking about Jews and Christians, what do you mean, like who've become atheists there or something like that? Nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his apostle. I said that
Yeah,
would
that
be that, because his apostle there would be Muhammad, and
yeah.
so that's where that's kind of the only place I see where you could make
That's
this
the point I'm
point.
stressing. That's the point I stress on in the debate, is that there are these different categories. So in there, right, it's talking about different categories of people, and the Jews and Christians, in your understanding of how the Quran is, would fall under that, because you are not actually considering unlawful what Allah and his messenger, the Prophet Muhammad, according to the Quran, consider to be unlawful.
Mhm.
To me,
Yeah,
it
so
seems clear.
if you go with that interpretation, like Allah, like Muhammad says that camel meat is fine, and the Torah says don't eat camel meat, and he's saying, Jews, you have to be violently subjugated if you're going with what Allah said in the Torah, and then, not long before this, he ordered you to follow the Torah, and in 285 he said you have to believe in all of the Torah, but now I have to violently subjugate you. Like 18 months earlier, I ordered you to judge by the Torah, but now I'm going to violently subjugate you because you're judging by the Torah. That seems really, really weird to me. So, I would look at that, not nor forbid that which has been forbidden by Allah and his messenger. In context, what Jews and Christians are condemned for doing is all about shirk. And so
Yeah, but
if you're interpreting that as any sort of difference in anything, that
well,
seems really
it's
odd,
in
and
its
and
general
that really
terms.
seems really odd in light of what else Allah has said. But it makes perfect sense if don't you're not forbidding what has been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, given what the very next verse says. Hey, Jews are calling Ezra the son of Allah, Christians call Jesus the son of Allah, and then goes on, and they take their priests and rabbis as lords and so on, and they try
Yeah,
to
and we
extinguish
know,
the
but
light of
hey, come
Allah with
on,
their mouths.
931, especially based upon the hadith and the way it's been explained, that is also in a legal context. So that also bolsters my claim, because the whole idea of the rabbis and monks being taken as lords besides God is, in a legal sense, they're being made legal authorities instead of Allah and his messenger. That's how it's understood. So that's bolstering my interpretation of 929, if you wanted to include that greater context. Okay. So
No, 931 doesn't have to be in the light of not believing what Muhammad says. You can, anytime you take a priest
no, no,
or a
no.
rabbi over the Torah or the gospel, you're treating them like God. You're saying, hey, God says one thing, and I'm taking what these guys say over that.
Yeah, but I didn't say that. I'm saying it's still in a legal context. It's about legal matters, right?
What do you mean? If I say Jesus is God, that's a legal
No.
issue.
Okay. The hadith that explains this verse of the Quran, which you could say you don't accept it, but I'm saying if you're doing an internal critique and accepting my sources that I consider to be legitimate, the hadith explains that these people were using their priests and their monks as the rabbis, priests, and monks as lords besides Allah, in the sense they were taking their legal rulings over the legal rulings of Allah. That's the way that it's explained. Now
Oh,
you can disagree.
I'm fine with that there, and that makes sense with verse 31. I'm saying that can't be all the passage is referring to, because the first thing that's mentioned is Jews are calling Ezra the son of Allah, and Christians are calling Jesus the son of Allah. So it's
No, I'm
like
not saying
it's everything
I'm not
that's
saying
wrong with him. So it's, in other words, it's legal and it's theological. We're doing all kinds of
Yeah,
things.
I'm not saying it's limited to that, but I'm saying it at least incorporates legal aspects. What you have to do in 929 is you have to say that it nullifies, it doesn't include legal aspects at all. I'm fine with it including legal aspects and theological if you wanted to. If you grant me that it includes legal aspects in some sense, then the argument proceeds because the legal aspects don't match up. There are aspects even that the Quran acknowledges that were revealed in the Torah that are different than what are in the Quran. So if it's telling you that you have to follow what Allah and his messenger have declared unlawful, which is different than the Torah, and that includes legal aspects, then that's the case that's being made based upon that verse.
No, because what does it say as far? I mean, you're going with the hadith, and I'm fine with going with the hadith as far as giving more information, but the condemnation isn't simply, oh, you're doing bad things. It's that you're committing shirk when you do this. You're committing shirk when you take what this guy says over what your book says. Your book says one thing, and then this guy tells you, no, actually, you can go ahead and do that. And that's you taking this guy as Lord instead of Allah.
Yeah, but you're taking him as a Lord in the context of you're making him a legal authority instead of God and his book.
Yeah, but for Jews and Christians, this would have been the Torah and the gospel.
Exactly. But
Because
now I'm saying
Jews and Christians supposedly been doing that for centuries. They've been taking what priests and rabbis say over what God says, and that's why their religion's all distorted.
Right. And that's why I'm saying in 929, now it's saying the same thing is happening because now you're rejecting the new revelation and in terms of following the authority of the new revelation and the new laws being brought in the Quran. You're choosing not to follow that, and you're being told that you must follow it. Look,
hang on, just to be clear, your view is Allah said to the Jews, "Judge by the Torah," and the Jews say, and a couple years before that, he said, "Hey, you better believe in all of the Torah and not just parts, or I'll send you to hell."
Tell me what you mean by that?
No, hang on.
Just quickly.
What's that?
You keep mentioning this. I really want to know. When you say, I think you're referring to 285, that the Jews have to believe in all the Torah, right? Is 285?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you interpreting believe in that context as?
Whatever you want to. If I say you believe in all the Quran, you better believe in all the Quran.
Oh, so you see it in a similar way. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So right there, he says that do you only believe in parts and not in all of it? What's the recompense? But disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection, they shall be consigned to the most grievous chastisement. But then in 543, Jews, why are you coming to Muhammad? You've got the Torah. Notice that verse by itself, that doesn't say anything about, this is about stoning an adulterer and an adulteress or something like that. It's just, why do they come to you when they have the Torah, in which is the judgment of Allah? If he's saying, hey, no, this one judgment is accurate, but the rest of it don't follow, it's a very strange way of saying it, especially when just a little later in 568, it's, you have no ground to stand upon until you stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, and all the revelation that has come to you from your Lord. And so if you're saying Allah tells the Jews, hey, believe in all of your book, judge by your book, you have no ground to stand upon unless you stand fast by your book, and then turns right around and says, what? You're not eating camel? I have to violently subjugate you. That's seriously true. That's seriously screwed up, I would just say. If that's what he means, judge by your book, judge by your book, judge by your book. Oh, you're judging by your book? Now I have to fight you. That's some seriously weird stuff. And that's why I would think it's a weird, I see, you're talking about not being charitable. I think that's not a charitable interpretation. I think your interpretation is not charitable. It's just, Allah's just saying, hey, you better do this. What, you're doing this? Now I'm gonna beat the crap out of you and destroy you because you're doing exactly what I just told you to do.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, but if you like that I would regard as an uncharitable view. I really think my view, apart from the fact that it leads to the Islamic dilemma, I think I'm being significantly more charitable in every way, in that if the condemnation we see throughout the Quran up until you get to Surah 9 is Jews and Christians, you need to follow your books. You're not following your books. You're listening to other people. People are distorting scriptures. You need to go back to your books. You better judge by your books. You need to obey your books. You're in a lot of trouble with Allah if you don't believe in all of your books here. You got a really big problem. And I would interpret Surah 9 in light of all of this stuff. But yeah, I have to say, if you're just, nope, Allah told him, you better do this, you better do this, you better do this. Oh, you're actually doing it, I'll destroy you. Whereas my interpretation is, he's saying, you better follow your books, you better follow your books, you better follow your books. Oh my goodness, after everything I just told you, you're still saying Jesus is Lord, and you're still saying that Ezra's the son of God, and you're still taking your priests and your rabbis as the authorities who are leading you astray and distorting the words instead of going to the word. You know what? I'm just violently subjugating you now because I'm not going to let you guys spread this nonsense around the world. That's how I interpret it. I think that all fits together. That all fits together. Allah orders you to do one thing, and then he punishes you for actually obeying him and doing what he says. That seems like an uncharitable interpretation.
Okay, so what about Quran 447, which you also frequently cite?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read it, or you know what it is?
It says, people of the book, that Allah confirms your scriptures.
Yeah, but what does it say before that? And you read it in some of your opening statements and videos. It says, "Oh, you who believe, oh, you who have been given the scripture, believe in what was sent down to the Prophet Muhammad, confirming that which is with you."
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
So Jews and Christians, according to this verse, are being told to believe in what the prophet was given.
I agree.
Okay.
And that, by the way, that's the thrust of a bunch of the confirmation verses. He's confirming your verses. Why would you reject someone who's just confirming your book? Why? Why? He's coming along. He's coming out of Arabia. He's saying, "I confirm your book." Why are you rejecting him? What's wrong with you?
Okay, but the verse says, it's speaking to the people of the book specifically.
Mm-hmm.
They must believe in the Quran. Correct?
Yeah, they're supposed to believe in the Quran. Yeah, everyone is supposed to believe in all. Everyone's supposed to believe in all the books. Yes.
Okay, so Jews and Christians are supposed to believe in the entire Quran, but they're not. Are they supposed to only? They're supposed to believe in the entire Quran. To be clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're also supposed to believe in the entire Torah and in the entire gospel.
Okay, so
but they don't line up. That's the problem.
But hold on a second. Believing in the entire Quran, does that mean that they are supposed to follow the entire Quran?
Not when Allah says in 548 that he's given a different law to different groups, and therefore, you're supposed to follow the laws of your group. And he wants you to remain. I don't know why you're laughing at what Allah says. He's flat out says it. He didn't want one big group, and you're reading it as somehow he wants one big group. He says he gave a different law to different groups to keep them different groups so that they compete with each other in good works. You're saying no, he wants everyone to be one big group. What?
No,
it's the opposite of what he says over and over again. It's the opposite of what he says.
So in 285, when Allah says that the Jews have to believe, and that's why I asked you, and I think you know where this is going. When the Jews have to believe in all of the Torah or all what was given to them, in the context, clearly it's about following. They're following certain things. They believe in it. They know what it is, but they
because he says it there. Yeah, he says it. The context is they're not following. They're refusing to follow parts, and he says you have to believe in all of it.
Okay, they're refusing to follow parts. So they're refusing to follow parts. In that context, believe means follow. They're following some of the book, but they're also not following some of the book.
No. It's if you're only following parts, do you only believe in parts? You have to believe. You have to believe in all of it. In other words, no. I can believe in all of. I can believe that all of something is from God and not follow it. Just as Christians would say, we believe in.
But are you
that we believe in the revelation in the Old Testament? That doesn't mean we have to follow it to believe in it.
Okay, but I'm saying to you, in the context of 447, when it tells Christians and Jews to believe in all of the Quran, you're telling me it's telling them to believe in all of the Quran, but it's not telling them that they should follow all of the Quran.
It can't be if Allah says he gave different laws to different groups. If he says he gave different laws, so that they remain separate groups, and he wants them to be separate groups, then you have to say, I believe in that. I believe in what he says, but what do I believe? He says he gave a different law for my group, and I'm supposed to follow the law of my group as he specifically commands. Jews judged by the Torah, Christians judged by the gospel.
Okay. So in just a few verses down further from 47, because you're supposed to believe in this according to you, right? Or we could start at verse 64. It says, and we did not send any messenger except to be obeyed by the permission of Allah. And if, when they wronged themselves, they had come to you, O Muhammad, and asked for forgiveness of Allah and the messenger, and had asked forgiveness for them, they would have found Allah accepting of repentance and merciful. But no, by your Lord, they will not truly believe. They will not truly believe until they make you, O Muhammad, judge concerning that over which they dispute amongst themselves, and then find within themselves no discomfort from what you have judged, and submit in full willing submission. So according to these verses, you, David, okay, are supposed to believe in the entire Quran, which this is just a few verses later, and the verse explicitly says that you cannot believe until you make Muhammad a judge in all of your affairs, in all of your matters, and you find no discomfort in doing so.
You're interpreting 465 as addressing Jews and Christians?
It's referring to everyone. It says that you don't believe unless you make the Prophet Muhammad a judge in all of your affairs, in all of your disputes. That includes you, that includes me, that includes Thaddeus, it includes everyone. You cannot truly believe unless you make the Prophet a judge in all of your disputes. This entire surah, it's in the same chapter, just a few verses later, the entire thing is all about that. It's all about that.
So you're saying 465 is telling the people of the book, you'd better obey Muhammad. And then later, when Jews come to Muhammad to judge a dispute, as according to you, they are commanded in 465, Allah responds, why are they coming to you, Muhammad? Why are they coming to you when they've got the Torah? So just to be clear, as far as all this, how all this plays out, 465, he says, Jews, you better make Muhammad judge in all disputes. If you have a dispute, Muhammad is your judge. You better go to him. Then
that's what the verse says, David.
Yeah,
I'm just reading.
Yeah. There's no way this is talking about Jews. If it is, awesome case for the Islamic dilemma.
Wow, it's in the most general. It's in the most general way. It says in the verse prior, it literally says, look, I'm saying just read. It says, and we did not send any messenger except to be obeyed by the permission of Allah. And then it continues. And in the next verse, it says, but no, by your Lord, they will not truly believe. You cannot truly believe. When 447 says that you have to believe in what has been sent down to the prophet, it's saying anyone, you cannot truly believe in what was sent down to the prophet until you make Muhammad a judge concerning over what you dispute about, and you accept his judgment in full submission without any discomfort. That's what the verse is saying. It's in its most general terms, but this is what you do. You see, I bring you a verse that is speaking in general terms, and then you say, but wait, there's this verse over here in 543, and I have that, which is in general terms. So now I'm going to specify 465 and say, no. It doesn't really mean what it's clearly saying, Jake, because I'm going to make it more specific because I have this other verse in 543 over here. This is what's happening. You're taking some verses, making them general, And then you're specifying other verses, even though the language is just as general, if not more, in the case of the verses that I'm going to present. I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm saying, no, these verses are more general, more clear, and the verses that you're talking about need to be specified.
No. So just to be clear, when it says they will not believe. So you're saying they there, the they is Jews and Christians, or at least includes Jews and Christians.
It
That would lead.
doesn't specify.
Yeah, we'll check out the historical background here in a second. But just the let me put it this way: if that's actually what Allah is saying, oh my goodness! Again, you're telling me he comes along, he reveals chapter 4, and he's talking to a bunch of people, but definitely including Jews, and says, Jews, you cannot believe until you make Muhammad judge in all disputes. You're not believers until you make Muhammad judge in all disputes. You're telling me that was the message to the Jews. You better make Muhammad judge in all disputes. Then what do the Jews do? Later on, they come to Muhammad. Muhammad, judge this dispute. And Allah says, why? In the name of common sense are they coming to you, Muhammad? They've got the Torah. Judge by the Torah. That's what you're supposed to judge by. So they judge by the Torah. And then he comes along in 929 and says, oh my goodness, they're judging by the Torah and not by the Quran. Grab your swords, everyone. We have to fight these guys and subjugate them and make them pay jizya. I mean, there's amazing. I don't know. This is wild stuff, man. And again, why would they be obeying Muhammad at all? Because he confirms their scriptures. So, hey, Muhammad's confirming your scriptures. You need to believe in him. Oh, by the way, he's not really confirming your scriptures. Your scriptures have actually been corrupted. But believe in him and make him judge in all disputes. You're not believers. Okay, we'll make him judge in all disputes. Now what? Oh, why are you coming to Muhammad as your judge? What's wrong with you guys? You got the Torah. That's your judge. Like, does Allah, like every time he comes to the revelation, forget what he revealed a year earlier or something like that?
So wait, you're saying to me that they're only supposed to obey him in limited manners?
I don't think that's about Jews at all.
No, I'm saying generally the Jews and Christians are only supposed to obey the Prophet Muhammad in a limited sense, not in a full sense.
If you obey him, you have to go with your own scriptures.
No, you have to obey him.
When everything he says, you're going against your own scriptures. Matter of fact, it's impossible. Here's the Islamic dilemma. You can't obey everything he says because he tells you to judge by your own scriptures and follow your own scriptures and follow them all. And if he's simultaneously saying obey him in everything he says, then it's impossible. You can't simultaneously follow don't eat camel and eat camel. You can't simultaneously follow those things.
I agree. So one of the verses can't be interpreted correctly in that way. And I'm saying your verses that you're using are incorrectly being interpreted. In the same chapter, there's so many verses in chapter 4 that mention this. If you go to the very last verse in the chapter.
Hang on. We want to go to the historical background. Why don't you pull up Ibn Kathir on that?
Historical background of what? Sorry.
Surah 4, verse 65.
I can pull it up if you want. 1 second. But I don't know why you're appealing to tafsirs. I thought you don't appreciate them.
I'm saying if he says they will have no belief until they make you judge in all disputes, if it's saying your followers, then
whose followers?
Does that include everyone in the world? If he says
verse,
they, if the historical context is these guys are not doing it, and you're saying
how do you know the historical context? How do you know the historical context?
If we didn't know the historical context, who is they talking about? If every time the Quran says they or something like that, you say that's talking about Jews and Christians, you're going to run into some problems.
David, I'm saying, how do you know the historical context? It's based upon our tafsirs, but you pick and choose when you want to use one. And
no. I'm saying if you're saying this is addressing Jews and Christians, I'd like to see that it's addressing Jews and Christians.
I'm saying read the Quran just as you're doing. It's in its most general terms. It's saying unless they make you or unless they make they, I don't want to hear it. Let me go back.
Who's they?
Here, look, let's go back to it. Okay. Let's see, 465, right? So in the beginning, it says, we did not send any messenger except to be obeyed by the permission of Allah. And if
When they wronged themselves, they had come to you, O Muhammad, and asked forgiveness of Allah and the Messenger, and had asked forgiveness for them. They would have found Allah accepting of repentance and merciful. Then it says, but no, by your Lord, they will not truly believe. They will not truly believe. Who? Who's it talking about? Who's they? I'm asking you. Where does it say? Does it say it's only speaking about a specific group of people? No, some people can come along and they will truly be believers if they don't make Muhammad as a judge. But then there's this other group of people that unless they make Muhammad as a judge in all matters, they will not be believers. That's what you believe? Some people can come and not make Muhammad a judge in all matters, and they're still believers. And other people, they don't have to make him a judge in all matters, and they're still believers. That's your view.
If you say that every messenger has to be obeyed, you've already undermined your point. They can't follow all the messengers if they gave different rulings. But two, give the historical background of this. Who's the they here? Who's the they here? If
Everyone.
If you're saying anytime the Quran says they, it's referring to all people, we're going to run into some interesting problems. Why are you objecting to going to the historical background?
I'm not. I'm displaying.
Let's do it then.
That you do not have a consistent methodology. That's the whole point of my argument. You want to go to a particular exegesis of a particular verse when it suits your opinion. But when I want to do the same thing, hold on. When I want to do the same thing.
I'm saying if the Quran says they, and it's addressing a specific group of people, the hypocrites.
Okay,
and you want to
so
say
and
you want to say that's talking to Jews and Christians, and it completely contradicts what he says to Jews and Christians. This would not be, I must be misinterpreting those verses. It would be the Quran's incoherent again. This is the Islamic
only based on your understanding of 543 and verses like it.
Just give the historical background here.
When it's exactly, this is the point I'm making.
Do you want me to read the historical background?
Hold on, I'm displaying your hypocrisy. 543.
It's not hypocrisy if you're saying a verse is talking about Jews and Christians, then it's not talking about Jews and Christians, and we know who it's talking about.
543 has a specific context.
543. So 20 some verses. You're saying because it says 20 some verses later, it's talking about Jews and Christians. That therefore this verse is talking about Jews and Christians. I'm just saying, say what it's about.
No, you're not
read the
listening
commentary.
to what I'm saying. You're not getting it. I'm saying that 543 has a specific context about the Jews judging by the Torah. It's for a specific matter, a singular law.
He just says, why are they coming to you when they have the Torah?
Let me finish.
But notice when he says that, you're saying, no, he just means something very narrow and specific. It's not what he says, but over here
it in the context.
It says they, that means all Jews and Christians.
We know it in the context. In the context and the reason for revelation behind the verse is that they were not ruling by a specific law.
So that one law. Why would they judge by that one law when their scripture has been corrupted? And if they, since they wouldn't know, how would they know what's corrupted and not's corrupted? They'd have to go to Muhammad, right? What happens when they go to Muhammad? Allah's confused. Why are they going to you when they have the Torah?
The reason is because do you think it's an anomaly that same legal ruling, which they're being told to judge by, Islamic law actually agrees with? There's no difference. If there was a difference in the law,
how would they know? How would they know? So you're saying it agrees with Muhammad. How do they went to Muhammad? Muhammad, what are we supposed to do? And he says you're supposed to judge by the Torah. That's what you're supposed to do.
If in their scripture on that specific ruling,
dude, hang on, just one second. You're seriously not getting me here. Their book is filled with all sorts of things they're not supposed to follow. So they're saying, hey, what are we supposed to do according to our book? We don't want this. Let's go to Muhammad to judge this dispute, right? Now, guess what? If their book is a mixture of things they're supposed to follow and things they're not supposed to follow, how do they know what they're supposed to follow?
I'm answering
You'd
you.
have
I'm
to,
asking
you would have to go to Muhammad to say, Muhammad, what are we supposed to follow here? Tell us, is this what we're supposed to follow, or is this part of the corrupt book? And instead, when they go to Muhammad, it's, why are they coming to you? They got the Torah. You're supposed to judge by the Torah.
No.
And you're saying, no, it's only on this one thing. How would they know that one thing is what they're supposed to follow?
That's a way of pointing out their hypocrisy. And because Allah and his messenger know that that particular legal ruling that they're seeking a legal ruling on, that Islamic law agrees with it, he's therefore saying, judge by that. He knows that it's in agreement with what Allah and his messenger have decreed regarding that matter. If it was something in conflict, he would not have said, go and judge by that. That's the point. Show me a single example. Show me a single example.
It says, why are they going to you?
The opposite takes place. Show me
why are they going to you?
We're told to judge by a specific legal ruling that is opposed to the Quran at the time when they're told to do that. Show me a specific example. Don't give me a general principle. Show me a specific example.
Dude, if
you
Allah
can't,
means
you don't have a single example of it.
I'm talking about this verse, man. It's like, yeah, everything you're saying, dude, this is like serious. Everything you're saying sounds like a massive insult to Allah, right? Like everything, like literally everything you say sounds like, shut up, Allah, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. And these guys are taking what you say seriously because they're too stupid to understand that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, that's not what's happening.
Look, listen, if you're saying in 465, they are commanded to go to Muhammad for judgment, and they actually show up to Muhammad. Muhammad, we don't know what to do here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, why are they coming to you? Say, oh, because they're hypocrites. Hypocrites? For doing exactly what Allah says? That makes them hypocrites? What's going on here? It should have been, oh, it's good you're coming to Muhammad. We understand that you've got the verse of stoning. We also have the verse of stoning, but you're not confused. So you're coming to Muhammad. Good job. That's what you need to do every single time. Every time you're confused, you have to come to Muhammad. He'll tell you what's right in your book and what's wrong in your book. Instead, it's, why are they coming to you? They've got the Torah. And so if you're interpreting that as, nope, they got one thing right in the Torah, and that's what they're supposed to judge by. But the rest is messed up.
That's exactly what the context is. But you don't like the context because it doesn't suit you.
But you mean the context where Muhammad says to a copy of the Torah, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you?
Oh, you want to go to that?
He said that to a corrupt book. I believe in you and in the one who revealed you.
Okay, let's
hang
go
on.
to that.
Notice. I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. If believing in you, the book, means I believe in parts of you, it's the same verb. I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. If believing in you means I believe in parts, then they believe in parts of Allah.
Yeah, good. So in that example,
we should believe in parts of Allah, just part of Allah.
Is this going to be free flowing? Am I going to be allowed to talk?
What are you talking about? You were yelling over me for like 10 minutes straight. Did that happen, Thaddeus, or did I imagine that?
Okay, so let's
I mean, Jake has talked more than anyone else for sure over the total of the conversation. But, in the last 10 minutes, David was definitely pushing back more aggressively than earlier in the conversation.
I don't think I've been talking most of the time. I was letting the other David talk for significant portions.
That's true. He did also talk a lot. That is true.
He did, but he's Puerto Rican, so we'll let it go. But anyway, back to the point about this aspect of the hadith. You are aware of this. I think you are. I mean, Fareed already schooled you on this. That section of the hadith, which, as you know, hold on, Dave. I know you. Just let's bring it down. Look, that section of the hadith, and you know that this hadith is repeated many times, right? There are many different versions of this hadith in this example, and it only happened one time, correct? I'm asking you a question.
This one?
Yeah, you said, I believe in you, and or I forget how you phrased it, or the one who's revealed to you, one that's revealed it. That part of the hadith, this example where the Jews are coming to the Prophet for a legal ruling, this is mentioned in many different hadith, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and it only happened one time, right?
What are you talking about, man?
Dude,
are you going to say that's not authentic? Is that where you're going? I'm trying to figure out where you're going.
Oh my! Why are you worried about where I'm going? Just come with me.
I'm saying if you're going there, I'm just where are you going, man?
Where I'm going is
Aren't most
I've
teachings
been
only
up a
found in
long
one
time.
hadith?
I've been up a long time. It's almost 3 a.m. Where are you going with it? Are you saying if you're saying it's not authentic, just say it's not authentic.
I'm saying that part of the hadith is not authentic.
Okay, even though, so you're going to play the scholar game now. This scholar says it's not authentic. This scholar says that it's authentic, but I'll pick
we
and
go
choose.
based upon the evidence. Fareed made an entire video about that. He presented the evidence.
And do you remember when he told Daniel that he what did he say? He got caught with his pants down or something like this, and Daniel responded. He goes, "Is that what you seriously thought I should do? I should say, oh no, that's not reliable according to this scholar." And David would have come right back and said, "What?
We don't care what Daniel. We don't care what Daniel says. He's retarded. We don't care about.
I'm just saying he was completely correct. He was completely correct. He was
No,
completely
he was not,
correct with how he would respond.
You're
He was
going off of
completely
that.
correct with that would not have worked. That would have been an embarrassingly terrible response.
Yeah. That's what low IQ people like Daniel say, who promotes low IQ, by the way. That's what people like him say, as opposed to people like Fareed, who have actually studied hadith literature. Daniel can't even read Arabic. He doesn't
Unlike
know
Albani, unlike Sheikh
What's
Albani. Did you just
What?
say exactly?
What's that?
Did you
I didn't
say
hear what you
exactly? Huh?
He said exactly to something else. It
I didn't
wasn't
know.
to
I don't
Albani.
know what you said. Anyway, my point is that aspect of the hadith is not authentic. Why is it? Hold on a second.
Albani said it's authentic.
Let me respond, dude. Why is it the case that out of all of the ahadith that tell this story, this is the only example where this is mentioned, and you're saying, David Wood, this is the most authentic version of the hadith? Why? What's your evidence that this is the most authentic version of the hadith? Why? Because it fits with your Islamic dilemma? That's why?
Was there actually a contradiction? I mean,
Yeah,
just because
that's
that
not-
detail
yeah,
isn't
if-
mentioned
no,
somewhere else.
I don't believe-
that doesn't
No
make it a
answer,
contradiction.
dude. What is your evidence that this is the most authentic version of the hadith?
It doesn't have
don't
to.
It doesn't have to be
It
most
it doesn't have to be. You need another more reliable hadith saying, "Oh, and by the way, he never said this." But just leaving something out doesn't mean it doesn't happen. What are you laughing at, dude?
Oh my God!
Wait, hang on.
Man.
Just to be clear, if two hadiths tell the same story and one doesn't include something, you're saying that means that the other one is false?
What the scholars of hadith do is when there is a single story and a single situation that happened, they look at the narrators and the different chains of narration in these different hadith, and they look at the different wordings that are mentioned in there, and they have a criteria by which they judge and determine which wording is the most authentic. If I have 10 hadith, for example, if I have 10 chains of narration of hadith, and none of them, and they're all different, coming from different sources, and all of them telling it the same way with a very similar wording, and none of them have the addition of this one verse, what is more likely, that all of these other hadith removed it, even though they're coming from different sources, remove that one portion? Or is it that this narrator, in this particular situation, added that portion?
So
Which
they're
one is
adding
more
stuff.
likely?
Why would they add, "I believe in you and in the one who revealed you"? Why would they add that? Because I would be operating on the principle of embarrassment. If the Muslim community understands the Torah has been corrupted, you wouldn't want to make up a story about Muhammad saying, "I believe in you and in the one who revealed you." And if someone did make it up, I certainly wouldn't pass it on. And if it was clear that someone made it up, I wouldn't expect like Albani, one of the greatest hadith scholars of all time, to say this is solid.
It doesn't have to be made up. It could be misremembered. It could be a fault of another matter. It doesn't have to be a complete lie, intentional. Doesn't matter. The point is the evidence is stacked against your particular reading. You don't have any argument. You do not have any argument for, based upon hadith sciences, why we should actually accept this hadith as more authentic than every other version of the hadith, which none of them.
You don't have to accept it. You
more,
don't have to accept it. If there was a contradiction and you said there are all these people who gave the contradictory version, yeah, you'd go with the contradictory
They're
version.
all giving a different version that leaves that out.
You can.
Yeah, but it's not contradictory.
Yeah. Hadiths do this all the time.
What accounts for the difference between them?
Different narrator, remember different details.
Different people transmitted the same story. Matter of fact, going with the principle of embarrassment, you could say some of the transmitters of other versions of the hadith were like, we don't want this affirming the Torah because that would lead to some problems. So let's just get rid of that story.
Okay, so they all just conspired and just wanted to remove that portion of the hadith. That's your view.
I'm that's not what I'm saying. If you're saying, it's a real mystery why Muslims in some of the stories wouldn't include this thing that was very problematic for them. No, I could see that. Someone just adding it, that's weird. Someone adding it when Muslims are understanding, hey, the Torah doesn't line up with the Quran, but then adding Muhammad says, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you, that would be surprising.
Okay. Since it's almost 3 a.m. and we do have to, it's almost 3 a.m. for me, and I'm traveling tomorrow, so I do have to wrap it up.
Hey, you want to check out Super Chat? You want to check out Super Chats, Jake?
Just give me like 15 more minutes. Look, what I'm saying to you is, I just want to know if you truly believe this. It's not really conceding any argument. I just want to really understand where you're coming from. I asked you before. I just want to see if you're giving the same response. You legitimately don't think that, and based upon your reading of the Quran, and not even just what I've presented, but other things you may have think of from the Quran and authentic hadith from our tradition, because now you're appealing to hadith, so it's fair game. You legitimately think that there is no more of a case to be made potentially about, let's say for the sake of argument, that the Islamic position is that the Torah and Injil are inspired and preserved, but not meant to be fully authoritative to be followed going forward, because the Prophet Muhammad is a new messenger and he's for all of mankind. And the Jews and Christians should follow him in terms of his legal rulings. You think that that is just as absurd reading of the Quran and authentic hadith as the reading that no, the Torah and Injil are not fully inspired and are not fully preserved. You think they're equally absurd?
My brain is fried. Just repeat the options. What was the first option? We'll call this
the first option is basically perennialism is false, that the Jews and Christians need to follow the Quran, Islamic law, and the Prophet Muhammad as an authority to make it to paradise.
Okay.
Do you think that is equally as an absurd a proposition based upon the Quran and authentic hadith as the proposition that no, while taking that, saying that the Torah and Injil are preserved and inspired, but we're not supposed to follow them anymore because now we have this new messenger.
Yeah, okay, I got that one. What's the other one?
That, or saying no, the Torah and Injil are not fully inspired and not fully preserved. Based upon the sources, are you saying both of them are equally absurd, or one is more absurd than the other?
The second one is massively more absurd. And I think that's what you're going for. The second one's massively more absurd. So if
that's what I'm arguing for.
Yeah. So if what you're saying is you're taking a better approach because you're going after this one when Muslims are arguing, lots of Dawah guys are arguing for something that's more absurd and more implausible. I would agree with you on that. The claim, the idea that Jews and Christians are supposed to follow Muhammad would be eminently more plausible from a Quranic perspective, because at least I can think of some verses that you're pointing to on that. That would be significantly more plausible than reading the Quran and saying it's denying elements of inspiration and preservation.
Yeah, right. So because of that, and because I'm an honest Muslim, you guys are starting to get that I believe the same thing. I believe that the amount of verses that I believe, and you can think I'm wrong, but the reasonability and the amount of verses that I think I can present, and also hadith, to support that claim, versus what I think that the amount of verses and the amount of clarity in which they come with, that I can present textual corruption. And I don't want people to misconstrue this, saying, oh, so Jake believes the Torah and Injil are fully preserved. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying,
it's not what you're attacking.
Right. And the reason is because
I truly believe that I have more evidence,
You
more
have a stronger
verses,
case.
more
You're going to argue with the stronger case.
stronger case. And if I can't convince you of that, how the hell am I going to convince you that the Torah and Injil are textually corrupted? It's not going to work. So if a Christian in the audience, and you, well, I'm not really trying to convince you, but a Christian in the audience or a Muslim listening who may be confused by this thing, okay, if they're not convinced by the arguments and evidence I'm presenting that Jews and Christians must follow the Prophet Muhammad for salvation, then dude, they're not going to be convinced by anything I'm presenting regarding textual corruption. Okay, because the sheer number of evidences I can present and the clarity of which I can present them, and from the Muslims that I've spoken to, all of them who deal with the Islamic dilemma in different ways and different responses, all of them, the same question I just asked, all of them have answered it the same way. And all of them agree still the same thing, that they believe that the previous scriptures are no longer fully inspired and preserved. So my question is, why the hell have they not been attempting to argue this other point this entire time? And the reason is because people like D. Wood have been so, whether we like it or not, have, and it's weird to me because when you really think about it and you really tally up the number of verses that you use for authority, have you ever done this? Have you ever like tallied up the number of verses you use for inspiration, preservation, authority? The ones you use for authority are a lot, and some of them are the most popular ones that are argued over, like the whole section in Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, verses 43 to 48, 568, 1094, 285. Like, we're talking about big verses that are, argued a lot between the Christians and Muslims on this. It's not like, one verse, oh, Jake, you're just picking on. No, this is a big category of verses that are presented here. So I don't think it's any small matter. And I think that you can kind of see where I'm coming from now. I think we need to stop with this ridiculous assertion that Jake doesn't understand the Islamic dilemma and that his argument isn't even attempting to deal with it. No, it is. But I'm having a nuanced approach because I'm saying, if I can't convince you guys of this, how am I going to convince you of textual corruption? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I get that, and I think so you're pointing out I have a stronger case for this. If I can't convince them where I have a stronger case, then how am I going to convince them where I definitely don't have as much to go on or point to? So let me start. Let me start by showing what I have the strongest case for, and I think the.
So why wouldn't the Muslims want to do that?
I think because if you're thinking of this as like a stepping stone, like stepping to this, but if someone's just looking at this particular argument, I think the reluctance to go along with this, to side with this approach would be, you have a stronger case for this, but it doesn't do nearly as much as showing textual corruption would. So you have a stronger case, but it's not doing as much as what we would like to do. Whereas if you're saying, hey, this is a stepping stone, we've got to get them to agree with this, then we can move on to the other issue. That if you're just clear, if you were more clear to Muslims and so on, and to Christians, hey, we got to deal with this step first, then we deal with the next step. They might.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what
I know.
I'm
That's
saying.
that's what you're saying right now. And I'm saying a lot of the people who are saying, dude, you're not even in the right ballpark. If you're like, no, this is step one. You got to convince them where we have the stronger evidence. And this, as you're pointing out earlier, well, might this not shake your confidence in the way you've been interpreting verses? And once that confidence in the way you've been interpreting verses is shaken a bit, maybe then we take a closer look at the preservation verses. That where you're going?
Because David, let's be honest. I'm not saying you are, because you don't agree with me, right? But if you came out on this live stream right now and you said, Jake, all those verses that I've been using about authority, you know what? I was wrong about them because you've presented clearer and more abundant verses that show me my interpretation of that wrong. It was wrong. So I was wrong about 543 to 548. I was wrong about 568. I was wrong about 1094. I was wrong about 285. Dude, you're telling me that wouldn't shake the audience? They'd be thinking, I thought he was the Islamic, what do you call yourself? Islamic
Dileminator.
Yeah, I thought he was the Islamic deliminator. And now, like, at least maybe like 40% of the verses he was using, he was actually misinterpreting. Damn. So maybe now that's going to give us pause about some of those other verses. And you also rightly recognize that some of those verses actually overlap with preservation and inspiration. And now we're going into that, and it's all about general versus specific. So if you carry that principle over, now we start moving to other things. Come on, people would say, wow, David just conceded a lot. Like, I'm not saying you believe that, but if you did concede that, it would be a big deal. It would be say, I was using these verses for 20 years and I was wrong. Wow, Jake, you got a good point.
Correct. Just so you know, I agree with what you're saying here. Yes, if I came out and I said, all these authority verses I've been quoting, looks like I was actually wrong about these, that would have implications for anything I've been interpreting in the Quran. So yes, I agree with you on that. So
exactly.
I agree with you that you have a better case on this issue. And I agree with you that if I was forced to radically reinterpret a bunch of verses I've been using, that should not only cause me to reconsider how I've been interpreting, but it should cause the audience to go, wow, we've been listening to this dude for years and he was wrong on these 6 verses. What else is he wrong about?
Right, exactly. And I'm obviously you're not at that point. You're not admitting that. I'm fully recognizing that. But I'm saying that's why I think when you guys are making those whatever off the cuff dismissive remarks of saying, like even what you did in your closing statement, I get what you're saying, but the way it comes off is like, oh, I could just be like, yeah, Jake, you're right. I could just completely remove the authority aspect like it's nothing, like nothing even happened, and just move on and present the inspiration and preservation. I'm like, no, dude, you need to come on this live and be like, dude, I was wrong.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. So in my closing statement, I was like, oh, he's putting everything on this authority issue. I can drop the authority issue because I can run the Islamic dilemma with just inspiration and preservation. Whereas the point you're making is, no, if I actually caused you to just completely rewrite your interpretation of these verses, that should affect your confidence in your interpretation over here, and your followers, the viewers, it should affect their sort of trust in how you've been interpreting.
Right, and that's why I don't want to do this silly thing of granting for the sake of argument and saying, okay, Jake, leave out the authority part. Let's just focus on the inspiration and preservation. That's what Chris wanted to do in the discussion with him. And I'm saying, no, why should I? I have the stronger evidence here. If you don't agree with me, let's talk about why you don't agree with me about my interpretation of this category of verses. I'm not just going to move on for the sake of argument and act like, no, you guys haven't been saying this for 20 years, at least you, the other guys, a lot less time. But that's where I'm coming from. I'm not going to just grant it for the sake of argument unless I beat David to a pulp and I get him to come on his live and admit he was wrong for 20 years about these verses. I'm not moving on to talking about these other things about preservation, inspiration. It's a waste of my time because nobody's going to be convinced by that. If you give me just 2 minutes, I just want to show you just one hadith and see what you think about it. Can I share my screen?
Yep.
Which I think is a strong evidence against your view on authority. How do I do this? Share screen. Okay. Is it coming up there?
There you go.
Okay. So if you can see it on the screen, this is sunnah.com. This is a hadith from Bukhari. So it's authentic. It's narrated by Ibn Abbas. It says, Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to Mu'adh bin Jabal, when he sent him to Yemen, you will come to the people of the scripture, people of the book. And when you reach them, and this is also, it's narrated in other hadith collections, I'm just saying, but the wording is pretty much the same. And when you reach them, invite them to testify, the people of the book, that none has the right to be worshipped except Allah, and that Muhammad is his apostle. Now, David, your interpretation is, you agree with this so far. This is, according to you, what Islam requires. They just have to believe that there's only one God, basically, that has the right to be worshipped, and Muhammad is his messenger. If you accept that, you're good. But you can still judge by your scriptures. But then it says, and if, this is conditional, if they obey you in that, meaning the companion who was being sent to Yemen to the people of the book, if they obey you in that, it's conditional, then tell them that Allah has enjoined on them 5 prayers to be performed every day and night. So if they accept what you're saying you're supposed to accept, then you proceed and you tell them that they must obey you in making the 5 daily prayers. And then notice the wording. It says, and if they obey you in that, then it continues, then tell them that Allah has enjoined on them sadaqah to be taken from the rich amongst them and given to the poor amongst them. And if they obey you in that, then be cautious. Do not take their best properties as zakat and be afraid of the curse of an oppressed person, as there is no secret between his invocation and Allah. Okay, so the point that I'm making here, let me stop sharing the screen unless you really want me to keep it up. The point that I'm making here is that we are being told, okay, I'm back on the screen. It's weird how this happens, like when you share it and then it comes back. Okay. What this hadith is saying, the prophet is giving orders to a companion to go to Yemen, to the people of the book. And he's like, okay, prophet, what am I supposed to do? How do I deal with these people? Well, you tell them, and if they say the shahada, then you tell them about the obligation. The Arabic says it's fard. It's obligatory upon them to actually perform the 5 daily prayers. And if you see them pray, then you tell them about the zakat, and then it continues and goes on. So the implication is that Jews and Christians, when they take their shahada, that it's actually obligatory upon them to perform the 5 daily prayers, which is clearly not mentioned in the Torah or the Injil. So how would you reconcile this with your interpretation when it seems very clear that the Jews and Christians are being told if they say the shahada, then they have to follow the 5 daily prayers, which is not part of their scriptures?
Like lots of things there. But since that just flies in the face of what the Quran says, and in addition to that, you have why, according to the Quran, why should they accept Muhammad as a prophet? The number one, hands down, knockdown reason in the Quran is that Muhammad's confirming our scriptures, which he's not, according to Muslims. And therefore, why would we believe in him? Saying, hey, believe in Allah and his messenger. Okay, why are we going to recite the Shahada? Because he confirms your scriptures. Oh, really? Does he? No, not really. Okay, well, no, thanks then. So that's kind of that issue. Yeah, as far as hadiths go, if it seems to line up with the Quran, I don't have a problem with using it. If it seems to say what Muslims 2 centuries later believe, but you don't find in the Quran, that's where I kind of struggle to take it seriously.
Can you just repeat? Sorry, I apologize. Okay. Can you repeat the past like 15 seconds? I'm looking. People are still going nuts about this Maleek thing. Go ahead.
Oh, I totally forgot about Maleek. Hey, that's funny.
Yeah, they've been messaging me the whole time. It's 3:00 in the morning. But anyway, go ahead. You said about hadith. You said, and then you were mentioning 200 years. I didn't catch it.
Yeah. So if you have hadiths, now you've got people like Joshua Little, who's the one who dealt with the Aisha issue and stuff, and he just says that like the consensus of non-Muslim scholars is that this methodology is entirely screwed up and you can't trust it. And maybe you get to some historical kernels of truth by applying academic standards to the sources and trying to get to true points and so on. I'm a bit more charitable than that. And then you had Yasser Qadi saying that this stuff cannot stand up to academic scrutiny, so he has to wear different hats. And when I'm in an academic circle, I can't treat these things seriously. When I'm a Muslim, then we treat it seriously.
You know what we Muslims think of Yasser Qadi, right?
That he's awesome.
No, but anyway,
no,
he's a heretic.
None of that was the point. The point was, with me, if it looks like it really lines up well with the Quran and so on, then if let me put it this way, it doesn't look like there's something wrong or fabricated with it, and it really lines up really well with the Quran, then if I don't have some reason not to trust it, I'll generally trust it. With something like that, that seems so different from what the Quran is saying, and even if it was saying that, it would just be like, hey, Jews and Christians, recite the Shahada. Why? Because Muhammad's confirming your scriptures. Is he?
Okay, but
no, he's not really. He's just confirming that, you know, there are parts that he agrees with. But
that's
really weird.
But at the very least, David, I think you're being honest. The apparent meaning of the hadith, you said it in the beginning, according to you and how you're interpreting those verses in the Quran related to this subject matter, you said it flies in the face of the Quran. So
Yep.
you're admitting the apparent meaning, at least the apparent meaning of this hadith, supports my view and my interpretation and contradicts your view and your reading of the Quran. You're agreeing with that, but you're saying with the caveat, well, I think the Quran is a more valid source and there's reason to doubt this hadith. And because this hadith seems so obviously to be going against your understanding of the Quran regarding this subject matter, you didn't say it explicitly, but you're doubting it, or you're not really considering it authentic or whatever. Is that fair?
I would have trouble. I would agree with you that leans significantly towards your view. But yeah, as you pointed out, I would have trouble taking it seriously unless I see the same thing from the Quran on that issue, because it sounds like something Muslims 2 centuries after the events would be saying. But apart from that, I mean,
but what you see from me as a Muslim perspective?
Hang on, just one second. I mean, if I took that as authentic and then I interpreted some of these Quran passages about believing in Muhammad as along the lines of what the Hadith is saying, yeah, believe in Muhammad, and then start doing everything that he commands Muslims to do, I think we're back in the realm of contradiction. It's like he's telling you to do one thing and simultaneously telling you to do something completely different, and you can't do both. And so it sounds like it would sound like, in other words, if that's what that had, I mean, if that hadith were authentic and that's what the Quran actually means, then it would seem that Muhammad thought that the Torah and Gospel are line up with him perfectly. And therefore, if he's ordering you to judge by the Torah and he's ordering you to judge by the Gospel, it's the exact same thing as judging by the Quran. It's all the same thing. So go ahead and submit to him. Follow him, because it's the same. It's all the same. It's all the same revelation.
But in the case of the hadith, if they're talking to Jews and Christians, and the understanding is that the Jews and Christians already pray 5 times a day and already do all these things, they wouldn't be needing to be commanded to say, hey, you guys, now that you took your Shahada, you have to do all of these things. So I think it's obvious that these are new commands that they would have to follow as they're being brought into a new understanding of the law or the religion. But I'm saying to you, can you see, at least from a traditional Sunni Muslim's perspective, that when I read this hadith, and because I do think it's authentic, that I take that meaning, and I'm not saying that miraculously now, I just presented you one hadith, right? I'm not saying miraculously now all of David's interpretations of those automatically goes by the wayside. No, of course we have to go through each one of them one by one. I agree. But at least it's counting as evidence on my side of the scale for what my view is, what I'm trying to present. Excuse me. I believe that I could present, when it comes to hadith, dude, I think I got you big time. Like there's so many hadith, I think, that support this view. And maybe you're going to say, well, Jake, that's because it's a later development or whatever. But anyway, I think that if it was just this one hadith, I would say, oh, maybe it's anomalous. This is kind of weird. But there's so many hadith like that, number one. And then I think there are better ways to interpret those other texts that you're interpreting in a different manner. But I mean, this is another question. This is the last question I have. Don't you think it's kind of strange? Like, why do you think? Because the view that you're presenting to me, I would just in shorthand, I said this to Avery, but basically call it perennialism. Like it's multiple pathways to God. Like you can believe in the Prophet Muhammad, but you don't have to follow his laws. You can do these things. You can have different rituals and different kind of things.
I mean,
and,
to be clear, you also have what sounds like that in the Quran, Surah 2, verse 62.
No, I know. I'm saying that's what you're saying the Quran is saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using the term as shorthand, so I don't have to explain it every time. So your basic, like, why do you think, because most Muslims don't have this view. Like there are some pockets, maybe a few people that promote perennialism, even Christian perennialists and stuff like that. But like most Muslims all throughout history and all historical documents that we have didn't seem to have this idea and this understanding of perennialism. Like, why do you think there are hardly any so-called Muslim perennialists today and throughout history? It's as if they didn't really understand the Quran in the way that you did or do.
Because if you
Would
understand
that's the case, though?
If you understand the Quran the way I do, it leads directly to the Islamic dilemma. And so there's kind of this psychological pressure. If you interpret it this way, you're screwed.
You could still have it on inspiration and preservation, but just deal with this perennialism thing differently. Remember, you could still run the Islamic dilemma on that. But I'm saying on this particular point, most Muslims all throughout history, like overwhelming majority, like I would say 99%, never had this view. Like they always viewed the Prophet Muhammad had to be followed by Jews, Christians, and everybody. So they could have that view and still run into David's Islamic dilemma. We already went through that. I'm already granting that. But on this particular point, there's not really many people that you can point to that had this view. Like even what you're saying about the preservation, there are certain Islamic figures that you guys tried to appeal to. I think some of them you misrepresent. Maybe there's a case to be made for some Muslims who actually believe that in full textual preservation. I don't care about that. But again, I think there's more of a case to be made for that than trying to find a whole bunch of Muslim perennialists. I don't really think you see that. And I think that's also evidence that the view is less likely on the Quranic reading. I think it's less likely than the other.
Yeah. I'll just say, so yeah, you can run the Islamic dilemma on inspiration and preservation. But if you're a Muslim, I don't think you want preservation or authority at all. And so if you decided as a Muslim, hey, Allah is actually telling Jews to go by this scripture, which we now know contradicts the Quran. And he orders Christians to judge by the gospel, which we now know contradicts the Quran. It just leads, I think there's a huge psychological pressure against acknowledging that, because it's like, wait a minute, these don't line up and Allah's ordering us to go by all these other scriptures. That can't be the case. That can't be the case. It has to be something. In other words, I think it's very similar to Muslims today when you go through the Islamic dilemma and it's like, look at all these verses, and no, it can't. They can't mean that. Those verses can't mean that. They can't mean that Jews and Christians have to judge by the Torah and the gospel. Well, why? I mean, you've got him saying all these things. I think it's along the lines of, because as soon as we understand the implications of how big a problem that would be for us, and so we just kind of have to rule that out. That would be my view.
All right. So can we close it out? Does Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, does he understand the Islamic dilemma?
So let me actually answer this, and David can answer as well, but I don't speak about this nearly as much as David or Avery or some other people. I mean, I understand the argument. It's just not something I focus on. So in that sense, a little bit more neutral. I've definitely, before this conversation, would have been inclined to say that you don't really understand it. I think that you did a very good job of explaining that what your position actually is. And we misunderstood, or at least I personally, I should only speak for myself. I misunderstood you as thinking that the authority was the most important aspect or something like that. And that's why I would have said you didn't understand it. Now I see that you think it's just the best strategically. So I didn't understand it was a strategic choice. So I think you accomplished that aim. Now, as far as convincing us that it doesn't work as an argument, I wouldn't say that you won that part. But as far as convincing us that you understand the argument and that this is a valid strategy, and I do agree it's a valid strategy now that you explained it, I would say yes. You do understand the argument. And you did well in this conversation. in that
And
regards.
I would agree. You show in this conversation that you understand the Islamic dilemma, and therefore what you would say is, therefore, while people may not agree with the approach you take in your response that you've been giving to the Islamic dilemma, once you understand where you're heading with this, then even if people don't think that it's the best response or the best direction to go, you are trying to address the Islamic dilemma, and you do understand the dilemma.
And would you personally agree now, after you understand the trajectory and what I'm trying to say, and that you have agreed, at least, at this point, that there is potentially more to go off of in terms of the authority aspect and what I'm presenting on the other side, that it makes sense that if I can't convince you or a Christian of that it doesn't really make sense to go much and waste much time on the other point, because there's not as much. I think I can make a case, don't get me wrong, but we both agree there's not as much evidence on the other side of the scale. There's more in the other direction, no matter, even if you don't think ultimately it tips the scale. So from that point of view, it would seem to me, strategically and dealing with the argument in general, that if you were in my position, or just even evaluating me versus other approaches to the argument, that it makes more sense to do what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say it makes more sense to do what you're doing. I understand what you're pointing out there, but going back to what I said before, that though you have more to go on and can make a stronger case, it doesn't do nearly as much as the other. But yeah, if you understand it as like a stepping stone thing, then maybe, but it would kind of depend on whether on how well you can defend this point, because there's obviously more you can point to, and kind of be like, okay, putting all of your stuff together, what kind of case do you have, kind of in all its glory, or something like that?
Yeah,
if
and
you
if
had
it
a really
was
solid case there that Jews and Christians have to obey Muhammad, then we'd have to see,
because as you said, you admitted, like, if you came on here, we talked 3 more times, let's say, and you said, all right, Jake, you convinced me now. I have to reinterpret and kind of fix my interpretation of all those verses regarding authority. That would have a significant effect. I think it's more than people were really seeing in light of what I was presenting. Like, it's not.
I agree. People did not understand kind of where you're going.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. It's 3:17 where I'm at, and I don't know. I don't know if I have the energy to deal with the Maleek aftermath, or if I'm just gonna...
There was one super chat that the audience was asking me to get David to read.
There was a ton of super chats for Jake, and
I know,
a
but
bunch of them
in
were like
particular,
nice,
the one
like,
from
hey,
Jai
respect,
and Daughter of
respect,
Christ,
and stuff like this, and then trash talking Maleek and stuff. But what were people pointing out to you?
They wanted, so Jai and Daughter of Christ posed a question to Jake, and people were asking that I try to bring that up.
Okay, I didn't see any. By the way, I haven't seen any message on the chat.
Oh no, I haven't been putting them up. They're in the chat. But yeah, there was a bunch. There were a bunch for you. I'm guessing you want to get to sleep and not pay them. If you want to go through them, we can actually go through them. But
no. I don't want to go through all of them. If you have like 1 or 2.
Yeah, Thaddeus is pointing out one. I don't know how far is it down, because I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably 2 hours ago.
Do you have it in front of you?
No, I don't have the message. I mean, I remember the gist of it.
If you remember the general idea, I could try to answer.
Hang on, I can kind of scroll through them and look for Giant DOC real quick.
I believe it was 1999. I don't know if that helps.
Oh,
I'm
never
pretty
mind.
sure I remember that.
No, I found it.
Okay, cool.
It says,
and I actually just found it at the same time. So there you go.
That's good. It says, Jake, why? Oh, there's actually a couple questions. So I'll go and read them out. It says, Jake, why did you tell Maleek that you lied to Avery about not supporting doxing? do you support what Maleek does or not? And secondly, why didn't David get arrested at your debate? You said to trust the process. So I don't know what you want to. I don't know what you want to address, but I'll just take them one at a time. Jake, why did you tell Maleek that you lied to Avery about not supporting doxing?
Okay, yeah, I'll answer that. And the second one was about David not getting arrested.
Yeah, and secondly, why didn't David get arrested at your debate? You said to trust the process. That was that clip that was going around of you saying, "Hey, don't worry, I'm going to show up with some police, and David's going to get arrested and stuff."
No, I don't. Well, I don't think I said that I'm going to show up with some police. In fact, it was the other way around. Right, the police showed up to protect you guys, really. But no, I never had any plan to show up to the event with police. What I said was, I think I said something to the effect of, oh, if David, basically I was saying, if David shows up, it's going to be bad for him, both in terms of the debate and he may get arrested. I said that. I didn't say that I was bringing police or anything. And why I was saying that was because Maleek was presenting this. I don't know if you want to go into this, but was presenting that there was supposedly this victim that came forward, which was the actual victim, and that she filed a police report, and she was presenting all the evidence for whatever actually happened. And I thought this was the case because it wasn't only Maleek but other people told me that, yeah, this woman, she went to the police station in Virginia and she, we're just waiting to get the police report back. So I'm thinking, oh, well, yeah, maybe I honestly thought maybe you might not make it to the debate. I thought you weren't even going to make it because something was going to happen, that you were going to be pursued legally, maybe arrested. I don't know. I honestly believe that. Now I haven't been following it much in detail over the past couple of weeks because I've been so busy preparing for all these different debates. But I haven't seen the police report. Have you guys?
No, Maleek hasn't mentioned it again.
And just as the person who knows best, that was the most ridiculous fake thing I've ever seen in my life. To be clear, I have committed crimes, and there are still crimes that I could be charged for. And if anyone ever actually came forward from something I did when I was 18 years old, there isn't a statute of limitation on those crimes in Virginia. So if anyone actually came forward, I could still be prosecuted for having sex with an underage girl. So that could happen. Just it's not going to be based on that without someone committing the felony of filing a false police report. And that's why I would be shocked if they ever actually go through with filing a false police report, because that's a felony. Then they'd be in trouble.
Yeah. So I had people present, not only Maleek, but other people presented more information behind the scenes that this police report was actually filed. So I believed it. I was thinking, yeah, well, I was kind of joking in a way, saying, well, if David shows up, I'm going to get him and beat him in the debate. And if he doesn't show up, it's because he's going to be arrested. Mm-hmm. It was kind of a joke, but I thought it might have genuinely possible because it was like a few weeks at least before the debate was supposed to happen. And I thought that this person, even if it was fake, right? So let's say that it was fake and it was all set up. Even if
you could be arrested on a false.
Yes, so I was thinking, even if you weren't arrested, if, for example, if this actually happened, somebody filed this police report a week prior to the debate, let's just say, and it was totally fake, or from your point of view, it was fake. But just that looming there and being questioned about it and potentially arrested or just going in for questioning and stuff, that could have, impeded you from coming to the debate. So this is what I'm thinking. I thought that there was actually a police report being filed. Now that it's a few weeks later, and I don't think anything came out, looks like it was either a lie the whole time, or I don't know. I don't know really what other way to explain it. So that's on the David thing. But I don't think, I mean, unless I'm crazy, I do have lesions on my brain. But unless I'm just not remembering, I don't remember saying that I was going to bring the police to the debate. I don't think I said that. I think I said like, oh, either David's going to get arrested or like I'm going to pummel him at the debate. Anyway, that's how it was in my head. On the first point about Avery, why I think the question was, why did I say to Maleek?
Yeah, just put it on the screen. Jake, why did you tell? So it's talking about the screenshot. Snitch Maleek posted a screenshot. If you go back and forth, and we didn't see what came before it or what came after it, but there was something in there. Thaddeus, do you have it? Do you? I don't remember. It was something along the lines of.
Yeah, so we haven't covered this yet because it happened more recently than the stuff that we got up to. But my understanding is that I don't know if Jake actually showed, or sorry, Maleek actually showed a screenshot or he just said it. But either way, he claimed that so there's the clip of like potentially you not knowing you're on camera. I don't know. But you like saying to Avery that you don't support what Maleek's doing. And then Maleek said that you then went and told him that you were lying when you said that.
Well,
that
to
you
be
do
clear,
support him, basically.
To be clear, I mean, I didn't know for 100% sure that I was being recorded, but I thought I was because there's a lot of people with cameras there and Avery was standing talking to people. So I thought I was. I wasn't doing it as if I didn't think I was being recorded. But I said it very generally and vaguely, like I don't agree with this sort of thing that's going on. I think that,
you did. That's correct.
Yeah,
we interpreted it as not supporting Maleek, but I think you actually just said there's stuff going on that I don't support or something like that.
Yeah, I just meant to say it in general terms, and I didn't even get specific. But I said on both sides, and I told David this, and he was honest on prior streams. Like, I told him I don't support the Quran desecration and that stuff going on, and some things that the Muslims are doing and saying. I'm not even going to mention it because, I think it's probably public now anyway. But there's I don't know. There might be a very long phone call that was like a private phone call that may be released that will shed light on this. If it does, if it happens, it happens. I don't know. I think that I don't really have too much to worry about, but some other people might. But the point is that I think that on both sides, on the Christian and Muslim sphere, there's a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing and saying to each other. And even this was asked at the end of my debate with Avery. I think the final question was like, oh, how do we elevate the discourse and stop with all of this kind of stuff going on? I'm obviously paraphrasing. And his answer was like, oh, everybody should accept Jesus Christ as their savior and become Christians. And he's like, oh, but that's not really realistic and practical. And then he said, oh, we shouldn't like do this. Oh, you got baked and you got buried and you this and that. And then they're like, oh, Jake, well, what do you have to say? And I'm like, well, dude, it's kind of rich coming from a guy who was literally during the debate bringing a wooden spoon and going like this throughout the debate. Like, really, is this, So yeah, and I'm certainly not perfect as well. So I have to be better in certain areas. But yeah, a lot of things that are private, even if I know about certain people, because in Islam, and I think it's really the same in Christianity, if it's private, you keep it private. If something comes out in public, then it can be addressed in public. So that's the way that I operate. But Maleek, he doesn't operate that way. So, if certain things come out that were done or said privately, then I'll address them when they do. But it might be a crazy next week. And
I looked up the screenshot, and he messaged you. Now, again, we don't see what happens before this or what happens after this. So
Yeah, there was other things before it, but yeah, I basically said that I was lying to. I think, like I said, I was lying to Avery, and then I told him, you know that. And here's the thing, I don't know if it shows in the message, but I have it in my message. He actually laughed about it. He was like, "Ha ha ha! Yeah, I know. Like, ha, you know, you
yeah,
got
he
him."
said, "Lol, I know."
Yeah. So how does this make sense? If what I'm saying to him is true there, and he believes it, then why is he so butthurt now? Why is he so mad? Right? If he thinks I played Avery and the Christian community to make it seem like I was giving some type of, not an apology for me, but whatever. And he accepts it and he's laughing like, yeah, Jake, you got him. Well, why is he so upset now? Does it make any sense? He told me, oh, well, it's because I thought about it. And I was like, nah, you really were playing me. You were really playing Maleek when you did that. So he doesn't believe, according to him as of now, he doesn't believe what I said to him in that text message was genuine. He thinks I'm basically lying and playing him now. So anyway, I said some things to him afterwards in the messages, which I'm not going to repeat here because they weren't on the screen. But I'll just say I'll let people be the judge of that. They can see what is actually correct. Is Jake playing Maleek, or was he playing Avery? I'll kind of let the suspense loom because I think some other things are and people can judge based upon that.
And I'll just you don't need to respond to these. I'll just give you a couple more quick ones because they're biggest win for Jake calling Doxer Maleek out. Then good on you, Jake. Never give in to bullying. And my respect for Jake has gone up too. He has guts.
Okay.
And then you got this one. Jake just made S tier Muslim apologist.
Oh, that's good. I don't deserve S tier, but I can say for a fact I never personally doxed anybody. Now, have I been around people that have doxed people? Yeah, for sure. And have I known about certain information and been like, even when presented to me, oh, wow, that's interesting, or, made comments about it? Sure. But do I think that this is the best way going forward for Muslims and Christians to dox each other and desecrate our books and all that? No, I don't think that that's the best way going forward. Also, I think there was another, it wasn't mentioned in Giant Doc's thing, but I think it showed in the text message that Maleek put on there. It was about the Speaking Muslim. I think I mentioned Speaking Muslim and Avery being served that document at the debate.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think
it says it says Speaking Muslim also told me that legally I shouldn't be associated with serving him the paperwork because it might hurt the case.
Yeah, this is what Speaking Muslim told me. If you don't know, Speaking Muslim is a lawyer, and I'm not going to lie. I knew about the document that was going to be served to Avery. Obviously, I had had nothing to do with serving the document in that direct way, but I knew that this was going to be done to Avery during the debate, and the reason was because apparently the altercation happened in California, and Avery lives in Vegas, so the thought was, well, we need to serve him this paperwork, and how are we going to do it? Well, this is our only opportunity because we know where he's going to be on this day, right? That was, as far as I understood, the whole thinking behind it. And that is actually a legitimate case. I mean, I don't know much of the evidence behind it, but that was a legitimate document. Avery thought it was fake, as far as I know, but it's actually real. So he's supposed to show up for court for that and see what happens. But what I said in that was true. Even though I knew about it, I stayed far away from the event when it was happening, when Avery was being served the paperwork, because I was told if I was the one who gave him the papers, or I was like there laughing in the background or something, then it would appear like, oh, this is not really a genuine case. This is just to get at Avery or something like that. So I was told to just stay away from the whole thing. So that's what that text message was about, and that was totally true. But anyway, I think I better get going.
Yep, get some sleep, man.
Yeah, definitely. Appreciate the conversation. It was really nice, honestly.
All right. Thanks, guys. Anyway, we definitely don't agree on a lot of things, but I think we had a decent conversation. So I can
Couple
appreciate
decent
that.
conversations.
Yeah, with two Davids, two for the price of one. The real Mexican David Segarra.
Mm-hmm.
But
Exactly.
anyway, I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man. Let us know
All
if you
right,
ever want to have a discussion again.
Yeah, sure. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. One of the reasons why I came on originally was about the whole David thing, and it was because you guys had me on the thumbnail, so it wasn't like I was, thumbnail with heretic Jake with the heretic thing. So I wasn't just reading into things or coming on out of nowhere. Like I was a major theme of the video, so that's the reason why.
Mm-hmm. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, talk to you later.
All right, man. Catch you later.
That was fun.
7 hours, man.
Yeah, in the last 4 or 5 hours, I barely said a word. So,
what should we do? Should we finish the video or just scrap it, retitle this, say Jake shows up for live stream, and then just cover it on a different day? I don't know. What do you want to do?
yeah, well, I think you probably were only actually a little bit over halfway through the video. I know that we did 7 of the 10, but there's also a couple honorable mentions and the ones get longer. So I think you're probably maybe like 60% through the video. So I would say whether you want to cover it another day or not, I would say probably just a good idea to scrap it for today.
All right. We're going to scrap finishing the video, guys. We might just get together and make it make a quick one. Either
yeah, we
tomorrow.
could do the top 3. Right, we had 3 left, so we could do the top 3 Dawa fails in a separate video or whatever.
We just start over. But
oh, okay.
I'll interrupt less or something like that. We could keep it shorter. What do you think? We good to burn through these super chats here?
Yeah. We can do that.
It's a lot of super chats, and it's funny because some of the ones, like before Jake jumped on, when people responded to Jake in the video, were mean towards Jake, but then they got more favorable after he like showed up and then called out Maleek and stuff like that. So it's actually funny. So I'll give you an example. So here we have this all the way back on Junior from the video. Junior also has quick access to bananas in his room. Nice. Here's one about Jake. It's rather funny how Jake was ranking the Muslim apologist, then crashed and burned against Avery. But then again, the Quran is so full of contradictions, such as paradise being filled with lust, gluttony, and drinking, while Allah banning it in life. So there you have a negative comment about Jake, but they warm up to Jake. They warm up to Jake as he continues for hours having discussions. Been following the Maleek stuff so long, I could probably quote most of this lol 9 times. 9 times, chat. No, yeah, 9 times. He's been married 9 times. That's right. Yeah. Yep, we've heard that so much we can actually probably quote a lot of it. Hey, Jake, it's not too late for you to turn to the Lord Jesus and be saved. Hope he's watching this afterwards. We all know Mike Jones is a retired H-Town rapper. Yep. Yeah, he is. Looking great with sombreros. Greetings from Mexico. JB, why you here, bro? No V-Day plans? Who's that about?
So JB has Jake, I guess, and Valentine's Day plans.
Jake, hop on, bro. Oh, okay. So that's back when he was in the chat. Adam Soleil and Ortha Duck Lips are both 5.5 feet tall. I know Adam Soleil is short. I've seen him. I saw him in Times Square. I don't know about Ortha Duck Lips. IP looks like a pimp for female leprechauns. That's a good one. John 14:27, Christ loves you, Jake. Come home to him. Jesus died and rose for Jake too. Jake, much respect for showing up. Oh gosh, some of these are good comments, man. Wish he'd stuck around. Again, hopefully someone can message him and say, hey, you should check out the super chats that they read after you left. Jake, much respect for showing up, brother. Christ loves you too, brother. He calls all of his sheep to his fold. You are one of his. Listen for his voice and you will recognize it, and he will welcome you with open arms. Jake, you sure you should be here? Make is watching. Oh, that's yeah, he corrected it. Maleek. Maleek is watching. You sure you should be here? Maleek is watching. I have to say, it's one thing showing up on our live stream and wanting to start a discussion about something, but knowing that Maleek is going to flip out and doing it anyway, that's you can give a lot of props to, even if you disagree with Jake on all kinds of other things, you can give him props for doing that.
Yeah, and kudos to him for saying, sorry, I'm distracted. Maleek is coming after me, sending me 50 messages a minute. So that was pretty cool too. Like he's like, Maleek, I know you're watching. I do not care. Leave me alone. That was pretty cool. I liked it.
Legacy says, I felt so awkward seeing my super chat just sitting on the bottom when Jake joined. Is this what the watcher feels like? Keep up the good work. People are weird. Is Jake Brancatella ultimate authority on Islam? No, I don't think he would say he would. Say he is. How did Sam Shamoon become a red herring?
Hey, he wasn't wrong about Sam.
Jake, the truth is Islamic dilemma is not for you to defend its past defense, but to open your eyes to the truth, which is Christ Jesus and his peace. Why does Allah use a tablet and a pen? Didn't he know we'd have iPads in the future? Won't Quran come like a pale man, soar like flock of birds? Wouldn't that be eternal? No, that wouldn't be. Not the pale man and not the flock of birds. That wouldn't be eternal. Those happen at a point in time in the future.
Oh, I think the message was, if the Quran is going to become a pale man, why is it not eternally a pale man? I think that was the idea of the message.
Super chat for Jake. You're hilarious, dude. Jake is pretty funny sometimes. He lots of times he just sits there and he looks mad, but he's pretty funny when he. Scholarly consensus has no attribution of sources. It's a book burned by Uthman. What's the Quran? So the position here, creating distinctions of temporal moments versus logical ones. The logical moment is the verb from eternity, but the temporal one, the actuation through providence once the decree is made. I have to say I would have understood that like 4 hours ago. Right now.
Yeah, I think that was David S.'s debate there. And there is actually a philosophical debate what it means to have moments of time.
Or it could have been when I was asking him, okay, so you've got his knowledge of the Quran, then his speaking, then his not sure.
Yeah, and he used some terms he put things in some very strange ways, but I think what he was trying to say is that the knowledge of the Quran, the idea of the Quran, Allah's speech in that sense is eternal, but the actual tablet is created, which he was correct at that point. That does seem to be the majority Muslim view. I didn't know that before now. It's irrelevant because it has nothing to do with any of the arguments, but he was correct on that minor point.
My opinion of Jake has risen since he is brave enough to join you live. He seems more willing to receive back and forth, not in the zut sense. Yeah, again, guys, like seriously, like I'll always say, like I even said something positive about Maleek, right? And not just his like Islamic dilemma debate. It's he can, Maleek can be an absolute evil, narcissistic scumbag who doxes people like cowards and goes after people's wives and then flips out and snitches on everybody anytime they don't do what he says and so on. He can be like total dirtbag in all these ways, but the fact that he just keeps, he just kept going, even though, his book's getting destroyed and everything else. Like, Okay, I can respect the relentlessness. He didn't just cave, right? This guy keeps on being an idiot, even if it's destroying him. So the point is, you know, you can have someone who's like terrible and still see some positive traits and so on. So, as far as Jake is concerned, you might disagree with Jake on all kinds of things, but you know, he showed up here, and as I pointed out, it's not just the fact that he showed up and had a discussion with me, and then with David S, and then with me again, and so on. It's not that. It's he knows Maleek was going to lose his mind and start snitching on him for everything, and he was willing to do it anyway. So, yep. So, in other words, Ezra Gregory, I agree with you. My opinion of Jake has risen since he was brave enough to join us live. That's true.
Mine as well.
Wait a minute. Now we got some negative ones. My IQ lowered just watching Jake mumble. Wrong with you.
Well, especially early on, he seemed to be saying a lot of words without actually saying anything. So
it sounds almost like a Western theological distinction between free knowledge and natural knowledge. I'm guessing this was part of our discussion here. I tell you that in the same way, there will be more rejoicing in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 righteous persons who do not need to repent. Come home, Jake. Jake Fredo Brancatella. Fredo. Quran ain't the way I wanted it. I can handle things. The Quran's smart, not like everybody says, like dumb. You know what's crazy? I've never actually seen The Godfather. I've seen that clip, but I've never actually watched The Godfather. And I've seen lots of movies. But it was weird. I was kind of like, everyone says you have to watch that movie, and so I'm not going to do it. And they say the
sounds
Trinity.
like you.
Yeah, and they say the Trinity make no sense. Yeah, that's what's interesting. Once they break down their word of Allah and His revelation, all this stuff, and it's like complaining about the Trinity. Before creation seems sloppy. Being charitable, I think Jake means before the creation of the world. He's not distinguishing logical and temporal moments. Did Allah write the tablet with his right hand or his right hand? Getting tired. Where's Ibn Masud's lap? See, some of these I'm glad I didn't read because you guys would have derailed our perfectly friendly conversation. Is the tablet Samsung or Apple? Apple. Jake, you just made the Trinity sound easy. What about actions outside of time? Yeah, that's a good question. Man, this guy's almost as bad as Mike Winger. Some of you are just being mean for no reason. What's wrong with you? 3 equals 1, Yahweh, God, Allah, or Torah, Gospel, Quran. I guess if it's all Allah's speech. And can Jake stay to see who makes number 1 in their countdown? Oh, yeah, that's when we were going to, people thought we were just going to, because he almost left. He's like, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. We almost wrapped up. And we were just going to continue with the video.
I know. We should have just let him go.
What are you talking about?
He would have only
cool.
stayed 20 minutes. No.
Then,
It was good. It was definitely good.
And then David S. showed up, and so they had a good discussion for a while. So no, that's cool. Imagine Mike Winger with the same hat, the Wingeling, instead of the Muslim metaphysician, the Wingeling. This might help me understand. How does Jake understand the statement of Jesus, my Father is working until now, from his paradigm?
That would have been a good question.
Yeah. So, in context, what Jesus seems to be addressing is that so the rabbis had this discussion. You know, human beings aren't supposed to work on the Sabbath, but does God work on the Sabbath? And some of them said, yes, God is sustaining the entire universe, upholding and sustaining the entire universe. So He's always doing that. God always existed. He wasn't created. So that means His word, Jesus Christ, always existed as well. The late Dr. Heiser brought up an important point. The Greek word translated begotten is monogenes, better understood by most Christian scholars as species, unique, rather than an act. That's actually been, that was more common, I think, a couple decades ago, and it's been shifting back to viewing it as begotten. So guys, the point there is, the word that's used and that's historically translated as only begotten son can actually a form of the same word can mean unique. So it can just be unique. So it could just be unique son rather than only begotten. So people ran with that for a while, but it seems opinions have been turning back to begotten as the stronger translation. If Allah decides everything about the knowledge he has, then deciding is an action. Therefore, that knowledge cannot be eternal. If the knowledge is not decided by Allah, then he is not the highest one. I'm not sure Allah is deciding his knowledge unless you factor in the will, and then he's like, it is some confusing stuff. Be interesting to see them continue that discussion. Hey, Reason, well done. Hey, that's you. Hey, Reason, well done on the 10-hour stream as well the other day. Literally got me through my whole work day. Loge the cat. I mean, love the
I guess
cat.
that's love, probably. That would be Al Zut Remembrance Day. And I promised it would go all night long, and then it did. So there you go. 10 hours.
Nice.
It's actually like 10 and a half, I think.
Jake, do you miss? I've eaten this before. I'm not sure about prosciutto. I don't know. I haven't heard it pronounced, so I'm not sure. Iron sharpens iron. Glad this chat is happening. Yep, cool stuff. I honestly really want to like Jake, but these nice Jake moments are always followed by him saying something dumb.
Hopefully he doesn't do something tomorrow.
To be fair, there are probably Muslims who are like, I really want to like David, but every time he does it, he eats the Quran.
Yeah, that's true also. No, I mean, that's legit. We've had lots of times where we've been on call-in shows or whatever. A Muslim calls in and they're like, oh, you're actually a nice guy. I never would have imagined that to David, right? They say that. So,
yeah,
same idea.
I need to find a super chat for you to go into detail on, because I do have to run and check on my son, who's I got the door open so I can hear if an alarm goes off. But I've been up here for a couple hours straight, so just got to check on him real quick. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just enjoying it. Yeah, this was cool. This was fun. Dawa would fare better if they acted like Jake. Yeah. And then we had the one from Giant DOC. We already read that one. And we read that one. Good on you, Jake. Yep, we read that one. Jake still lied about feeling bad about doxing.
Yeah, so the same idea as the Jai quote there.
Yeah, well,
so
or he was lying, or he was lying to Maleek to get Maleek to just look. Hey, dude, I'm not really just condemning you here. My respect. I already read that too earlier. I read that one. Okay, I forgot I went through several of these. No, the speech, everything has always existed. It has only been revealed to us in small, understandable chunks at specific times. Win David, win reasoned answers, win other guy, lost Jake. What are you talking about? Like, lots of people said their favorable view of Jake has gone up.
And I don't know why I got to win. I barely said anything.
Great conversation. No need to press on things past right now. Just have a conversation and ignore Maleek. Yeah, Maleek, as always, is the big loser in every situation. Rubs chin. Jake is being very suspicious. God of the Quran is not the God of Abraham. That's true. Jake, I'm working on that sin expiation dilemma I asked you about in Houston. Oh, this is Google Scholar. Yeah, I have to email him. This guy we're hanging out with in Houston. I appreciated your insight. Did y'all hit Chicken Plus before you left? Praying for you, David. Love from Australia. Jake, just go make up with your boss, Maleek. What's wrong with you?
That was probably before the Maleek call happened.
Yeah. Are Wahhabis basically Islam's Calvinists? You'll have to ask Calvinists. Mr. Jake, the greatest thing is that you still have time to denounce, repent, and be saved in Jesus' name. God bless. Praise Jesus. Why did Momo cross the road? Because the Al-Zut crew was on the other side, and he didn't want to miss the party. Very Islamophobic. To not have a relationship while having a desire would make God dependent on creation. I think David S. was pointing that out, right?
Yeah. Jake's answer was, it was better than I expected, but not adequate.
Hey, matter of fact, go ahead and address that real quick.
Okay, yeah. So David S's argument, and this is an argument I would make as well, is that either, right, relationship is not a good and not something that God would desire, which most people would deny. You can also say this is love, right? Because love is inherently relational. I usually would phrase it as love. So I ask Muslims, is love an inherent good? And normally they'll say yes. And then say, is your God maximally loving? And well, they'll say yes, but without creation, their God actually cannot be. The Trinitarian God can be, because he has that loving relationship internally within the Trinity. And thus God has that property. Whereas the Islamic God, Muslims will say, well, he has, the ability to love, or the potential to love, or the desire. Maybe that's the word Jake used. I don't remember for sure, to love. But he only actuates that through creation, and they don't understand why this is a problem, but it is actually exactly the problem that Jay Pendragon said, is that this makes God dependent on his creation. He cannot be maximally loving, because certainly actualized love is greater than potential love, even if we grant this idea of potential love, which doesn't even really work by itself. But even if we grant that, then actualizing the love is greater. So the God cannot be maximally great, assuming love is a great making property, which most people will agree it is, or relationship as worded here is a great making property, because without creation, right? And thus he is dependent on creation to be maximally that thing, which is essential to his nature. Because if he's not maximally loving, then he is not God, because even a human being can, in a sense, be maximally loving, and God should be the maximal of all great making properties. Now, Jake's response to this was, he sidestepped the problem with the Islamic God by suggesting this also is problematic for Christians in a very different way, which I thought was interesting. To his credit, I actually did think this was interesting, his attempt to deal with this, in that, well, then the Trinitarian God would never create, because he doesn't have a need to make that creation, or a purpose to make that creation, because he's already maximally loving. He already has that relationship. Again, they didn't actually use loving, but I'm using my word the way I would phrase it. But David and Jake just talked about relationship, as far as I remember. But because he already has that relationship, then there is no real explanation for why he created, whereas Allah has the desire for that relationship, and thus there's a greater reason why he would create. And I could actually potentially see what Jake is saying there, that there's a better explanation for why God created in his view. But the problem is that in his view, God actually needs to make creation. So yeah, there is a much greater reason for why God created, but it's not really the win he thinks it is, because it makes God completely dependent on creation. He can't be God without creating, which then, if he's dependent on his creation, obviously he's not completely and totally independent, and thus the idea of him being God, at least in the normal understanding of what God is, completely fails, because God must be the one independent thing that is not dependent on anything else. But how does the Christian solve what Jake raised there? And the Christian understanding would be, because of God's nature, because he is loving, right? By his very nature, he is loving. It just naturally outflows from his nature that he creates in such a way that relationship is made maximal, right? That there is maximal relations, and that is the essential of the Christian view of God, that God is relational, that the Christian view is that we are in relationship with God. At least we're either in wrong relationship or right relationship, and thus it's the Christian view. Creation, God is not dependent on his creation because he doesn't need it, but creation flows naturally out from God because of his nature. I don't know how much you actually heard, but probably nothing.
I only heard the end, but I was like, this was some nerd stuff when I left, and it was still nerd stuff. Like 7
Well, I had
minutes
to
later,
keep talking. I had to keep talking. So I explained the argument. I explained what they were arguing and what the actual proper Christian view is, or at least how I would think about it.
Yeah. So I left here talking about Star Trek and came back. You're still talking about Star Trek or something.
Well, philosophy is pretty nerdy, but you just had a 7-hour stream on philosophy. So I don't know.
Had to be done. If God eternally desired but didn't eternally have, is his power sufficient? Hi, David. One, would you debate with me on is Jesus is a God? Next question. Well, my earlier super chats have gone answered. Basically, David S. doing yeoman's work. Yep. I'm really enjoying this stream. That is only about the funniest Dawa moments and nothing else has been happening. What do you mean it's been 5 hours? That was the suspicious thing. He wants a rematch. This assumes a charity.
Jake did seem to perk up when it finally turned to the Islamic dilemma, right? He definitely seemed to get some more energy when that came to that topic.
Yeah, that's cool. This assumes a charity. By the way, just a little side note on a serious note, it is cool to, you have an actual time debate and stuff like that. But, at the end of the day, it's good to just sit here and have a discussion and get a better idea of people's people flesh out their position more. And guess what? I mean, everyone who watched the debate understood Jake's position more from the discussion than they have from a couple of his debates. So that's good. This assumes a charity we should give the Quran. I've not seen Dai offer the prior scriptures, so I'm wondering why this plea is being offered. That's actually an interesting point. So it's, hey, be charitable and always assume there's some explanation for any apparent conflicts and so on. And yeah, you generally don't see Dais going to the Bible like that. So that's true. There is no way to falsify your position, Jake, 2026. That's funny. There's no way to falsify it because it's too powerful. D. Wood, in response to the Islamic dilemma, at which point will Muslims say your books are so corrupted that you people are no longer Ahl Kitab? I mean, some of them say it. I mean, some of them say we do not have the book. So I'm guessing John Fontaine's position would be, since the people of the time had the book, but then it was instantly lost, that later people who didn't have the book are not really people of the book. No comment there, but thank you. February 2036. Thaddeus still waiting to do the final 3 Dawa moments of January 2026. Nice. Modem sounds. The dilemma is exactly that the Quran tells Jews and Christians to consult their own scripture, while Allah adherents say the Quran corrects it. If Allah wasn't confirming our scripture, he would never lead us back to it. Yeah, very straight. Again, guys, it would be super simple for Allah to say, hey, prophet here, your scripture has been corrupted. Follow this. One thing is clear, I will never follow a PDF file. Much love, Jake. Just curious, how would you understand this dilemma if you were a Christian today? Oh, now that's interesting. Trying to get people, okay, if you were a Christian, would you believe your response? And that's similar along the lines of like, David, if you were a Muslim, what would you do with the Islamic dilemma? And I've explained before, I would try to harmonize them. I would try to harmonize them wherever they couldn't possibly be harmonized. I would say, that's Allah giving different revelations to different people to keep us separate groups. I just couldn't at the end of the day deny what the Quran is saying on the previous scriptures. Why do Muslims limit the power of God? Every argument against Jesus is from a completely human and worldly understanding. Remove both books out of the equation. Why do you put God in a box? You crazy bastards are still at it. And this from a little while ago. Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's probably an hour or more ago.
8 hours, man. Well, I started a little late because I finished the earlier. Oh, wait. I was live before that.
Yeah. You've been like 11 hours, right? 11 hours you've been
It's
live.
been 11 hours, man. I've been live for 11 hours with like a couple minute break.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty based. That's funny, though. My brain is oatmeal right now. Man, I'm not going to work on my short day and let y'all play in the background. No, you said, oh, man, I'm going to work on my short day and let y'all play in the background. Yeah, that's me and Inspiring Philosophy. So a guy at the airport. I mentioned this in a previous live stream, but yeah, we were heading back from Colorado, and we're both in the airport, and I walked up to get a coffee from Starbucks and a and a tea for IP. That tells you all you need to know. But the guy at the register is like, "Hey, I know you. I watch you, and I watch you and God Logic." So that was cool. And then right after I left there, I walked back to IP, and a guy was walking by and said, "Hey, I know you guys. I'm listening to God Logic right now." And so this guy works at the airport, and he walks around at the airport, but he has to just be walking at the airport, you know, for his job and stuff. And so he listens to God Logic's live streams. And I told him, I said, dude, just so you know, that's what God Logic used to do. He used to be doing his job, and he'd be listening to videos from other Christian apologists, and he's just absorbing it for years, and then he goes out and stuff. And so that's what's super cool. Looking to the future is there are tons of people absorbing all this stuff right now, learning all this stuff right now, and they're still just they haven't engaged yet. They're learning right now, and there's about to be a very well-informed generation of Christians unleashed upon the world. This live might go for all night long, not in the Zut sense. I thought about that when I was coming back in. I was like, oh, we went all night long, like the old Zut. PDF file, greatest moral example. No, Jesus. Yes. Jake, it's over. Leave Islam. To Heart, to Thad, and David. Thank you. Is Jake the Muslim? What's wrong with you? Come on. You can be nice when people are cool, man. I was telling the guys in Houston when I was sitting at the table with I think 4 Muslims and a couple of Christians and speaking Muslim, and Jake were trying to convince me, you know, not to desecrate the Quran. I was talking to one Muslim and you know, was saying something. I go, you know what? I do like this. I do like sitting around having a discussion. But I also like war. So, you know.
You're good either way.
Yep. Either way, I'm good, guys. So I just do it. I'll just do what everyone wants to. I will react accordingly to whatever anyone else is throwing at me. Jake, what could change your mind regarding Islam? What would have to happen for you to accept Jesus Christ into your life? Yeah, that's why. Would have been cool if Jake could have hung out for an hour, or if we'd started going through the super chats earlier. Obsessive compulsive apologetics roadshow watcher here. Hollywood's becoming boring. Now a Hollywood fan. Hollywood and Hollywood fan. Praying for you and your family's safety. Yes, thank you. Why January was the worst month for Muslim. To be fair, what is a debate is difficult to top.
It's definitely in that top 3 we didn't get to. So
okay, I
didn't forget that.
We'll get there. What happens if we refuse to pay the jizya, Jake? Do you know? We do. History shows us. Persecute and or delete a people you're taking tax from. F Islam and its false prophet. I mean, it's weird because Jake made that a point in his debate. Ha ha! What about this fighting people and making them pay the jizya? Dear Jake, Revelation 3:20, behold, I stand at the door and continually knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and eat with him and he with me. Brock, go to sleep. Stop saying the same thing. I know who you're talking about because I'm probably saying the same thing over and over again right now. Jake, come to Christ, bro. You the way cross. Can y'all start over from the beginning? Super chats never end. They go on and on. They go on and on, my friends. Yeah. Sadly, there's no joke someone can make out of that. 11 hours. David Segara is one loco hombre. That is true. And Jake makes big claims about evidence, but no show. And we got through all the super chats. All right, guys. We could spend 20 minutes summarizing and stuff, but we'll keep it short. Thaddeus, final thoughts on everything?
Yeah, well, we went through, we spent, I don't know, what was it, like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours going through some Dawa fails. That was pretty fun. Enjoyed that. Then it had a really nice conversation with Jake. It was a surprise to me to see him in the chat, first of all. Then it was really a surprise that he came up. But once he was here, I was actually impressed in a sense, not necessarily with the truth of his argument, but I was impressed with his behavior and how he actually was able to explain himself. I thought that he was pretty clueless before this discussion. Now I've changed my mind. I think that he does actually have a pretty good idea what he's talking about. Still misinformed, but I think that there's probably a reason why he's been extremely obsessed with the Islamic dilemma and doing all kinds of stuff the last few weeks. The Jai and Daughter of Christ are speculating it on the first live stream today. They gave two possibilities. One could be his health, right? He has recently revealed that he has a serious medical condition, and that is a possibility that, he thinks his time's coming to an end. But I'm going to assume it's the second one, which would be the much better one, and that he is actually that the Islamic dilemma does actually bother him, and he is desperately trying to find some sort of solution to it. And, let's pray that he is let out of Islam by the Islamic dilemma.
And I have to say, isn't it better that someone's really trying to think about it carefully and come up with a response rather than just spouting the same, but Surah 2 verse 79. So actually good that Jake is thinking about this and debating it. And it's good that Muslims are really trying, because we're convinced the argument stands and that the more they look into this, the more Muslims will see the problem. My fairy tale life said I didn't read the super chat, so I'm now scrolling through because, as far as I can tell, I read all the super chats. Normally, when someone says you didn't read my super chat, I did, and this person just missed it and zoned out for a couple seconds or went to the bathroom or something. But let's see, still going, still not seeing it.
Well, there's a recent one, which you definitely read. Jake, what could change your mind?
I did read that.
Yeah, you read that.
I did read that. My fairy tale life. So why are you lying about me? Every single time. You didn't read my super chat. Oh, I read your super chat. I should start blocking people.
It is a good question. I like that question. That's usually a question that I ask people when, at the start of a discussion is, what could, theoretically, hypothetically change your mind? And, Christians usually don't have any problem answering that question. They'll just say something like, oh, well, proving Jesus didn't resurrect from the dead. That would change my position. But Muslims usually struggle pretty hard to come up with anything. I would never change my mind. Well, okay, fine. But, well, there is no evidence. Okay, but hypothetically, right? So I think it's a good question to ask people, what would actually change their mind?
couple more super chats came in there at the end. Now D Wood knows how it felt for Thad on Al Zut Remembrance Day, streaming all night long. By the way, in Germany, it's 10 a.m. soon. We will eat lunch. Lol. I said work on my short story, not short day. Lol. Oh. Can't expect me to be that accurate right now. And from Jack Ray, are you so tired that you won't repeat 487 times? Also, you know the Holy Spirit is with you, but also with Mike Winger. Have a nice night. Hey, I didn't know the Spock thing was a Vulcan.
Whoa.
Greeting
I had no
is
idea
actually
either.
an emoji.
That's crazy.
Too much nerd stuff going on. Man, if you put that beside the nerd face emoji, that's Mike Winger. Oh gosh, I'm glad I know now. I can start using that. My fairy tale life said, wait, I swear I didn't hear or see you read it. I must have zonked out or something. It's late. No, that happens. I mean, you're talking about what is it? 11-hour live stream. You can be forgiven for zoning out here and there. It's funny. Jack Ray mentioned the 487. That's what I say every time I need a random number. In case anyone missed the explanation, it was fun. My dad was a kid. I mean, I was a kid. My dad said, I don't know why it's stuck with me all these years, but my dad said, my dad goes, he was saying it to someone. He goes, you ever stand around a store and someone comes up to you and is like, excuse me, do you work here? You're like, do I look like I work here? He goes, so I got sick of that. So this lady walks up to me and says, excuse me, do you work here? And I go, yeah, I work here. And she said, I'm wondering if you could tell me how much this toaster is. He goes, it's $487, but you can pay me in cash, chuckle butt. Right. So anyway, for some reason, when he said it's $487, for some reason, for the rest of my life, every time I had to pick a random number, it just rolled with 487 for some reason. And now it's becoming a thing because everyone's catching on to it. Fun times, man. Fun times. And finally here, Rafi, ever notice how you never see Mike Wood and David Winger in the same room? You see, this is the proof. Oh, so funny. So funny. Let's all pick on the really cool guy and defend the total nerd. Weird times. Weird people, man. All right, everyone. I have no idea what's happening later today because if I do know, I cannot recall it right now. But catch y'all soon when we figure out what's happening. So me and Thaddeus will most likely finish going through this video, but the video is in the description. So you can, whatever else happens, you can actually go watch it now. The link is there. Just want to verify it's there, actually. Is it there?
It's there.
All right, guys. So the link to Thaddeus's video on the worst month in Dawa history is in the description. So if you're still up after all of this, you know where to go next. And what is this? I once triple dog dared Fareed to go live with you. Yeah, Fareed, what's up? Jake did it. Why can't you? Chicken. Bark, 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 bark. Did Jake say why he's repeating the legal authority? Yeah, he broke it down. He explained his reasoning to him.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thanks for super impressed by anyone who stuck with it the entire time. But yeah, fun night. Cool discussion. Glad it happened. Catch y'all later.